Chapter 1. Stay or Go. Phil Baker made a compelling argument for Tate and Doyle to remain at his High Bluff compound in the hill country of central Texas. When he had finished his speech, he let the subject drop. Tate Hamilton, once a long-haul truck driver, was left to mull over her options: stay at the protected refuge or leave and find her family. Phil's retreat was a safe place to stay, but if she stayed, she would never learn the fate of her mother and sister in Houston. Phil spun the wheels of his chair and rolled toward his wife, sorting bedding for the latest arrivals. There were a lot of people to feed at Phil's compound and sleeping arrangements to make. Phil's family included his wife and 2 girls, John and Mary with 2 kids, Bill and Janice, Ben's parents, and Gina with her baby. The couples and Gina each ended up in bedrooms while the kids were left to sleep on pallets on a second-story sleeping porch. Doyle turned to Tate.
"Well, what are your thoughts?" Tate shrugged as she picked up her own quilt and walked toward the leather couch. "Guess I'll think about it." Doyle and Tate, as outsiders, were offered the sizable L-shaped couch in the den. She threw her quilt over the seat and back to retrieve later if she got cold. Doyle threw a pillow on a pallet on the floor and, within minutes, was snoring softly. Ben, Phil's nephew Tate had rescued, complained he was too big to bunk with the little boys, and he didn't want to hear the young girls chatter all night, so he opted to sleep in the den with Doyle and Tate. He curled up with an army blanket and pillow on the short section of the sofa opposite Tate. Tate and Doyle offered to be part of the guard rotation, but Phil declined. He announced they deserved at least 1 night's sleep. John and the other guards walked outside, leaving the occupants of the house to settle down for the evening.
Phil disappeared to his 3rd-story lookout in a cubicle on the roof, and the room grew quiet. Tate shifted her position for the 3rd time in as many minutes, trying to get comfortable. She slid the cushion under her butt back in place, then folded her hands behind her head while she listened to the guard's heavy steps on the boards outside the window as he strolled the wraparound porch. She lay awake thinking about Phil's offer of a place to stay. "Psst," Ben whispered. "Tate, you awake?" With the moonlight through the windows, Tate studied him. "Yeah, I'm awake. You know, I played a lot of games on my Xbox. One was killing monsters. This is like that in real life." "Yeah, I suppose that could sum things up pretty well," Tate answered, wondering where the conversation was going. "I'm not sure I can do it," he whispered, his voice catching. "They're people." Tate swung her feet around to rest on the floor. In the moonlight, she could see Ben huddled against the arm of the couch, with tears glistening in his eyes. "You can't think like that. The walking shitbags aren't people now. They're just dead bodies. Moving because they were infected by an engineered virus." "But," he whispered, "but nothing. If you hesitate, you'll be a danger to yourself and everyone around you. I know this sucks, Ben, but you have to forget they were people and see only monsters, ready to tear you and your family apart." "Are we going to make it?" he whispered. "I mean, people. Can we recover from this?" "All we can do is try to survive." Tate sighed. "You need to get some rest now. Things will have to change, for sure." Ben slid down on his end of the couch. "I guess you're right. Good night." Tate closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but instead mulled over her and Ben's conversation until exhaustion took over. Tate woke to the smell of coffee when dawn barely peeked through the trees. Phil's wife, Emma, was busy in the kitchen making biscuits and white gravy with ham. By the time Phil appeared, Doyle and Tate were already moving around. When they had both gotten a cup of coffee, he asked them to follow him outside. He rolled out on the porch in his wheelchair and pointed Tate and Doyle to 2 woven willow chairs. "Have you thought about our conversation?" Phil asked.
Doyle slapped his leg and snorted. I'll be damned. You really want us to stay? This is a big decision you're making, considering you have known us for less than 24 hours, Tate answered. Phil nodded. I got a chance to see you both in action. With me being in this damn chair, we've only got 4 able-bodied men, and that's counting Ben as one of them. That's not enough. If these people are going to survive, I have to have good people to help. Doyle nodded. I ain't got anyone expecting me. I was just looking for a place to hunker down. I'll take you up on the offer. He turned to Tate.
What about you, girlie? Tate looked at Phil, unsure of what to say.
Since I left San Antonio, I've been heading to my cousin's place. It's remote, and I'm hoping my mom and sister made it there. The roads are pretty bad right now. Lots of cars and dead out there. Maybe it would be safer to wait a week or two before you head out again, Doyle advised. Phil added, I don't want to pressure you, but Doyle might be right. The roads have all the city folks trying to get somewhere safe and ending up being part of the problem. That's exactly what happened in Bandera and Bandera Falls. Out-of-towners brought infected with them. Only took 1 or 2 to take down both towns. You might be right, Tate mumbled. You could stay here and wait it out, Phil offered. I appreciate the offer, but you have too many people already for a 4-bedroom house, Tate answered. Phil chuckled. I agree. Accommodations leave something to be desired. I've been thinking about it, too.
If you help us with the housing situation and you still want to go, I'll add 2 full 55-gallon drums to my previous offer. That would be an extra 100 gallons of diesel, plus supplies to get you to your family.
All that for a day of hauling? Tate asked. Phil shrugged.
Yep, that's the deal. But if you change your mind along the way, you're still welcome to stay.
What did you have in mind to solve the housing problem? Tate asked.
There's row after row of FEMA trailers lined up in Bernie, about 20 miles south on Highway 46. If we could get 3 or 4 of those brought back here, it would alleviate the housing issue real quick. We're going to have to upgrade the septic system eventually, but water is no problem. I have 2 wells. We'll have to do some plumbing work and lay some piping, but otherwise, we should be all right.
Tate laughed. It sounds like it's more than a couple days of work.
Yeah. If we can add a couple trailers full of provisions, we'd be set for months, Phil answered. It looks like you'll need a few more than that, Doyle pointed toward the gate. Look outside the gate. Tate and Phil turned toward the gate and saw 3 vehicles sitting outside the wrought iron barrier. John and Bill, with rifles in hand, rushed out of the house and up to where Phil sat staring at a pickup, van, and sedan. John asked, "What are we going to do about them?" Phil reached for the wheels on his chair and rolled toward the gate. "John, you and Bill cover us." Both Tate and Doyle followed Phil. A man with a bat in his hand stepped out of the front vehicle. His eyes darted from left to right as if expecting an attack at any moment. Phil rolled up to within a dozen feet of the gate and looked out at the 3 vehicles. Doyle and Tate stood on either side. Outside the gate sat a relatively new Ford F-150, a minivan, and an old Chevy Impala. Tate stepped away about 10 feet from Phil to get a better look at the occupants. There were 2 men still sitting in the truck the leader had been driving. In a light green minivan smeared with blood sat a young couple with the heads of 2 small children peeking over the front seats. The Impala sat behind the van with an old man wearing a baseball cap and a gray-haired woman at his side. The back seat seemed to be filled with boxes and stacks of supplies. Phil scowled at the man outside the gate. "George, what do you want?" "Your little escapade at the ball field yesterday burned down the electric co-op. A bunch of us were staying there. We need a place to stay." "Who's in this we you're talking about?" Phil asked. Tate turned at the sound of running steps behind them. Ben, followed by John and Bill, raced to Phil's side. Ben cupped his hand and whispered something at Phil. George opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted when Phil demanded, "What are you trying to pull?"
You have more vehicles down the hill from my property.
The driver of the Impala stepped out of the car and walked up to the gate. "Shut up, George. I told you this was not a good idea." The old man turned to the gate. "Phil, 20 of us got out of the co-op. We got women and children and have nowhere else to go." Phil nodded at Ben, John, and Bill. "Call them up here. Pull up to the gate one at a time. The vehicles will sit outside until we bring them in, one at a time. Everyone gets checked for bites before they step through the gate." George started to protest, but Phil raised his hand. "My place, my rules." "I'm the mayor of Bandera," George protested, "and this ain't Bandera. Anyone don't like my terms, turn around and go back down the bluff." The portly old man looked at George one last time before calling out, "The wife and I agree to your terms, Phil."
I'm sure the rest will.
He turned to George and added, "If you got a problem with it, George, pull aside and let us start lining up at the gate." George got in his truck and pulled to the turnaround at the side of the wrought iron fence. He parked the F-150 but stayed behind the wheel. The old man headed back to his vehicle, stopping to speak to the couple in the minivan on his way. The green van rolled up to the gate, both front doors opened, and the man herded his wife and 2 children to the gate. Quietly, without a word, the couple stripped to underclothes and turned around slowly, then dressed and undressed the kids. Phil nodded to Ben, and the gate rolled open. The woman picked up the kids' clothes and hurried to the passenger door with the kids in tow. They jumped inside and the man drove through the gate. Ben closed the barrier behind the van. "Stop!" Emma Nolan stormed through the front door of the house. "Philip Nolan!"
You will not do what I just saw again, she yelled at the open windows of the van.
"I'm sorry!" John waved the van to the side of the compound. The Impala moved to the closed gate and stopped. 3 more vehicles rolled up behind the Impala. Emma rushed to Tate and pushed a handful of sheets into her arms. "We're civilized human beings and will not be traumatizing women and children. No more strip searches for women in front of all these men. We'll do the inspection behind these sheets." She turned to Phil with a pointed glare. Phil held up his hand in surrender and called out for 2 pieces of rebar. A minute later, Ben ran across the yard with 2 6-foot lengths of metal. Emma crossed her arms and John rolled back the gate wide enough to walk through. Tate joined him with the stack of sheets in hand. She tied a corner of fabric to a spiked length of wrought iron fencing, then another about 5 feet away. She tied 2 more sheets at either corner.
By then, John had pushed both pieces of rebar into the ground. Tate tied the ends of the second and third pieces of fabric to the stakes. She used the 4th sheet to finish off the enclosure. When she was finished, she had a sheeted enclosure. The older couple got out of the car and the woman grinned at Emma. "Bless you, dear. I appreciate this." The woman stepped into the enclosure and a few minutes later called out, "I'm ready." Emma tapped Tate's shoulder. "That's you, dear." She turned to hurry back to the house. Cringing, Tate stepped to the sheet and pulled back the edge of the sheet that allowed her to peek inside. The old woman smiled. "It's all right, honey. I ain't got nothing you haven't seen in the mirror." She made a slow turn and at Tate's quick nod began redressing. Tate turned back to Phil and gave him a thumbs up. The Impala entered the compound and parked next to the minivan. The elderly woman joined the young family on a nearby picnic table in the shade of a large oak. The occupants of 3 more vehicles went through the inspection, then came through the gate. Only the F-150 sat outside. The old man walked up to Phil. "Don't know if you remember me, Phil. I'm Bradley Wilson. I'm not much for telling tales, but you better be careful with George. He's losing it." "Who's with him?" Phil asked. "His 2 boys," Bradley answered. "You can't leave us out here," George called out from the window of the F-150. Phil called out, "You know what it takes to come in."
I got my boys. I'm in charge of this group, George protested. I need to be in there to take care of them. Do what I ask then, Phil demanded. Finally, George spoke to his sons, then slowly stepped out of the truck. Both younger men followed. They stepped up to the gate and began removing clothes.
Following their father's instructions, they unbuttoned their shirts and removed them, then loosened their belts and pants to pull them to their knees. Meanwhile, George stepped out of his loafers, then pulled off his shirt and his pants down. He scowled as he turned around. Phil nodded, then rolled over to the boys. The older of the two young men appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s, while the other looked no more than 15. The older had stripped off his shirt and pulled down his pants to hang around his knees, then stood without turning. The younger man stepped out of his boots, then slipped off his pants. He did a quick turn, and when he saw Phil scowl, he turned again more slowly. After looking over George and his younger son, Phil gave the man a quick nod, then turned back to the older brother and sighed. Boots off. I want to see your legs and feet. The young man turned to his father, and George protested. Damn it, this is bullshit. Open the fucking gate. Chapter 2. No Honor. You're a disgusting pig, the female soldier snarled as she struggled against the zip ties being put on her wrists. You made a big mistake, Hill. Major William Bishop jammed his sidearm back in the holster at his side. He clutched at the secured cuffs and slammed his fist into the young woman's face. Karen Hill fell to the canvas floor of the tent, her lip split and nose gushing blood. Bright red spilled down her face when she looked up with a defiant set to her jaw. She glared at the officer and snarled, "Fuck you!" Wiping the streak of blood from the side of his face where Hill had scratched him, Bishop cursed. You fucking bitch. It's a new world, and as far as you and everyone else under my command is concerned, my word is law. Bishop grabbed the zip ties holding Hill's hands together and pulled her to her feet. He jerked the door flap aside and threw Hill from the tent to the trampled grass at the feet of Captain Marcus Griggs. He kicked her clothes through the open flap into the grass as he growled an order. Tie her to the back of the supply truck. Anyone wants a piece of ass can have it since she thinks she's too good to fuck an officer. Griggs, a big, angry black man, grabbed her by the hair and led her to the tailgate of the canvas-covered truck. He hooked the cuffs with a third zip tie to the bumper, then turned to walk away. He stopped and turned back. I'll be back, girlie. Keep it warm for me. Griggs pulled his knife from its scabbard and slit the sides of Hill's underwear, then walked away laughing. 20 feet away, two young privates stepped back from the front of the truck, pushing their 3 companions into the brush at the side of the road. When Griggs disappeared back into the major's tent at the center of the camp, one of the young men turned to the others. We have to get out of here, Corporal Bailey whispered to the 4 soldiers behind him.
Not without Hill, a female voice answered from the shadows.
We get Hill first, Bailey whispered. Jones, get her clothes from the ditch. Be back here in 3 minutes. The rest of you get weapons and packs for the 6 of us. And for Christ's sake, don't get caught.
Bailey, we can't do this. It's desertion.
You want to be in this kind of army? Hill's our squad leader.
Hell no! You're right. Bishop and Griggs are crazy.
He turned to the others. I can get extra ammo. What about the rest of the squad?
You want to bring those 2 meatheads with us? They were the reason Hill ended up in the major's tent. Fuck 'em, the soldier snarled.
Bailey added, watch out for the guards.
7 minutes later, 4 men and 1 woman met at the front of the truck.
Bailey walked deeper into the brush to make his way to the back of the vehicle with a multi-tool in his hand. He stopped at the back wheel well and listened for a minute before stepping around the tailgate.
Only able to see the shadow of a man coming toward her, Hill jumped to her feet and kicked out. Get out of here, you asshole, she cursed. Shush, Hill. It's me, Bailey. We're getting you out of here. He cut the zip ties at her wrists. He set her boots on the ground. He held out cotton underwear, cargo pants, and a t-shirt. Hill jerked the shirt from his hands and pulled it over her head. She stepped into the underwear and reached out for the pants. Once she was covered, he held out socks. When she stepped into her boots, Bailey dropped to one knee to tighten the laces on her shoes and tied knots. "Gotta move. Griggs is planning on coming back. We have to be long gone when they figure out we're not here," Bailey whispered. "I'm good," Hill announced. They moved into the shadows, and a pale, slender hand gave Hill a damp towel. She wiped at her face. "Thanks." Bailey looked up.
"I should have come with you." Through the towel, she whispered, "It wasn't your fault, and if you'd come along, you'd be dead. You did the right thing by not getting involved." Hill dropped the towel, squared her shoulders, and reached for the extra pack on Bailey's shoulder. "Let's move out." Bailey nodded and smiled. "Glad to have you back, ma'am." "Wait," another voice whispered. "I got these. Thought they might come in handy." He passed each person a pair of night vision goggles and held up a bag of batteries. "What I left won't do much good without these." Hill adjusted her pack and reached for a gun belt from another soldier. She buckled the sidearm on her hip. Grinning around her swollen lip, she put on the night vision goggles and headed toward the gloom of the woods. "Move out."
Chapter 3. Camp Verde. Larry Benson, one of the soldiers protecting the Kerrville camp of survivors, heard someone screaming his name above the chaos of several teens racing toward the main buildings, as they had been trained to do during a time of danger. All available defenders sprinted toward Carl. "Help! Mr. Larry!" Carl, the 18-year-old with Down syndrome, loped toward Larry as he called out, "Soldiers!" He waved his arms over his head, desperate to attract attention. "Soldiers in trouble!" Larry was first to get to Carl, with 3 soldiers from the on-grounds protection team close behind. "What is it?" He held Carl by his shoulders. "Calm down, Carl. Tell me what's wrong." Carl pulled free and grabbed Larry's sleeve to pull him back the way he had come. "Soldiers down under, and the monster's gonna get 'em." Still confused, Larry answered, "Show us." Carl stumbled around to run back toward the barn and livestock pens. Larry and the soldiers followed Carl past the main building and food truck, down a narrow path past the garden to the wooden fence at the edge of the barnyard. Beyond the wall was a steep drop-off overlooking a country fire road. Larry climbed over the rough-hewn rails. Still gasping for breath, he looked down at the scene below. A rope tied to the nearby fence post hung halfway down the face of the bluff. Below, 6 individuals in military gear were perched on a cluster of boulders about 40 feet below. The soldiers were barely balanced on the highest, a dome-shaped rock, and struggling to maintain their perch, while a dozen dead infected reached for them. The soldiers were trapped, with no place to go. When a reaching hand got too close, a soldier slammed the butt of his rifle on fingers. Mark, one of the teens rescued by Larry and the soldiers in the camp, explained breathlessly. "They heard us and started calling for help. Carl heard them and we tried, but the rope wasn't long enough."
Larry answered, "You did fine. Now let's see what we can do to help them." He leaned over and called out, "Yo, soldiers!" The yelling suddenly stopped and faces looked up. "We need help," a female voice answered. "We're out of ammunition," Larry called back. "Stay frosty for another 5. We're gonna help." "Yes, sir," answered a female voice. Larry gave his men instructions. 2 headed to the barn, 1 loosened the rope tied to the post while he jogged to the pasture. At the fence, Larry whistled once. Bessie, a large-boned chestnut mare with a gentle temperament, strolled across the paddock to stand. Larry pulled a bridle from a fence post and slid it on Bessie's head. He led the horse to the barn just in time to see one of the soldiers step out with a harness in hand. The soldier slipped the harness over Bessie's neck and buckled the leather traces in place.
A second soldier brought another coil of rope from the tack room and hurried to the fence where Mark had pulled up his 20-foot of line. Larry backed Bessie close to the rail fencing, then tied the rope to the harness. He used a square knot to add the second length to the first and tied a loop at the bottom. Stepping over the fence, Larry walked to the edge of the overhang and called out before tossing the coil of the rope toward the soldiers below. The first attempt fell short. One of the men reached out and would have slipped from the boulder if not for his fellow soldiers. Larry yelled, "Wait for it!" A female voice below echoed, "You heard the man. Bailey, do the catching. We've come too far to screw up now." Larry pulled the rope back up and coiled the end again. He made another toss, but still it fell short. Larry cursed under his breath, looped the rope, and the coil arched away from the cliff and dropped toward the soldiers.
Larry held his breath as the line fell, and one of the soldiers reached up and caught the loop. He called down, "One at a time. Put the loop under your arms, and when the rope gets tight, I'll give the word, and we'll pull fast, so you swing up and clear of the infected. Use your legs to catch yourself, to walk up the rock face, or it's going to be a rough trip." Larry watched as a female soldier slipped the loop over her head and settled it under her arms. She slung her rifle and pack over her back and grasped the rope in one hand and gave Larry a quick thumbs up. "Remember what we talked about, Carl. Fast, then slow." Carl nodded, then graced Larry with a broad smile and grabbed the bridle. "Bessie and Carl gonna do a good job." "Now!" Larry waved Carl into action. Carl jerked the bridle and pulled Bessie into action as he ordered, "Run, Bessie!" The rope grew taut, and the female soldier was jerked off of the rock and swung toward the rock face of the cliff. She hit the dirt and rock and bounced hard, but well above the infected's reach. Larry called out, "Easy now, Carl." "Whoa, Bessie." Carl pulled back on the bridle and the mare slowed to a sedate walk. The soldier swung out and her boots hit the loose caliche and scrub grass. She walked her way up the bluff, crested the rim, and Larry reached out to pull her to solid ground. He called back over his shoulder, "Got it, Carl. Back up now." Carl pulled the bridle and Bessie stopped. With a big smile plastered across his face, Carl pushed against the big mare and ordered, "Back, Bessie. Good, Bessie. Gotta go back now." One by one, the next 3 soldiers made their way up the bluff. When Larry tossed the rope again, the 2 remaining soldiers began passing the line back and forth. A discussion ensued that none of those on the bluff could hear. The infected stumbled and reached up while the last 2 soldiers continued their heated discussion. The female soldier used the butt of her rifle to smash in the head of an infected that got too close, then pushed the rope at the male soldier again. The infected had grown more and more agitated as they watched their prey escape. The monsters clambered and climbed over each other, trying to get at the remaining soldiers. Suddenly a shot rang out when one of the infected grabbed the leg of the female soldier. Larry glared down at the pair and yelled, "Leader, get your soldier on the rope, or I'll leave you both down there for the night." "Yes, sir," answered the female soldier. "Bailey, now, that's an order." Bailey stepped into the circle, and the rope jerked from the boulder. He slammed into the rock face and was pulled upward, scrapping his way up the rocks against the dirt and scrub grass. When Bailey was halfway up the bluff, another shot rang out. Bailey looked down. Karen Hill was kicking against a rotted hand, clutching her ankle.
"Down!" Bailey called out. "Put me down!" He continued to rise, despite yelling at the men saving him. He got to the rim and pulled himself over the edge and freed his foot from the rope loop. "Give me ammo!" Larry ordered calmly. "Someone kill that shitbag!" A shot rang out but missed the infected clinging to Hill's boot. She was pulled off her feet and she fell to her knees where she struggled to maintain her hold on the rock. Larry snarled,
Kill that fuck. The man fired again, and the infected fell to the ground. Watch it, Hill, Bailey called out. Hill got to her feet and yelled, Toss the rope! Time to get the hell out of here! She kicked at another monster trying to reach up to her boot. Larry tossed the rope and Hill caught it. She slid the loop over her head and settled it under her arms when suddenly another shot rang out. An infected woman's head exploded, sending a spray of blood and brains out in an arch of gore.
Hill jumped back, and a second infected climbed over the bodies of the dead and grabbed Hill's leg. The sudden shift of weight threw Hill off balance. She stumbled over the edge of the boulder. The rope scraped against her face as she grabbed for it with both hands. Bailey pulled his rifle from his shoulder and yelled, Ammo! I need ammo! A magazine sailed in his direction, and he caught it mid-air. He pulled the empty magazine from the weapon and slapped the load in place. He took aim and fired. The hand clinging to Hill's ankle fell away, and she slammed into the wall of rocks and clay. Larry called out to Carl, Forward, Carl! Fast! Then he turned back to see the last soldier clinging to the face of the bluff, within easy reach of the monsters. Hang on! Don't let go! Carl panicked at the yelling and jerked at the bridle, spurring Bessie into a quick trot, forgetting to slow after the initial rush.
Hill face-planted into the dirt and scraped against the rock as she rose toward the overhang at a harried rate. She bounced against gravel and dirt, unable to get her feet in front of her as she rose toward the rim of the bluff. Easy, Carl. Slow down, Larry called over his shoulder. When Hill got to the rim, Larry grabbed the shoulder strap of her pack and pulled her to safety, then turned back to the others. Kill the rest of them, then burn the bodies. Hill pulled the rope over her head and pulled herself into a Salyut. Squad Leader Karen Hill reporting, sir. Chapter 4. Work the Plan. Finding food for the ever-growing camp population left Matt Monroe, the leader of the ragtag group of soldiers that now protected and cared for the children they had rescued when abandoned by a rogue army officer, was a full-time job. Jake Curtis, a longtime friend and fellow soldier, suggested gathering supplies from abandoned rail cars sitting on railroad tracks 15 miles away. The cars were filled with foodstuffs headed for San Antonio. Now, with two other soldiers, they faced the challenge of retrieving the food. They sat in the Humvee, looking at a truck-mounted crane with a fully extended boom. "It's so fucking big," Jenkins, another soldier and friend of Matt's, commented. "Are we sure about this?" "No shit," Jake agreed. Matt gave a low whistle as he parked the Humvee in front of the office. He glanced across the vehicle yard toward the massive crane mounted on the vehicle. "You sure you can operate it?" Dreschel grinned. "Got it covered." "Then let's find the keys," Matt answered. The men climbed out of the Humvee, stretching stiff muscles. Squaring his shoulders, Matt carried a bolt cutter to the gate and cut the padlock shank. Once the truck pulled onto the lot, he tossed the lock aside, then closed the gate and wrapped the chain between the two sections of hurricane fencing. "Roamers won't be able to get in, but if we need to leave in a hurry, the hit of a bumper will open the gate easy enough," Matt announced. Jake pulled away from the gate and parked the Humvee at the manager's office. Matt walked across the parking lot to meet the others at the business office. A few minutes later, the others stood outside the office door while Jake used the handle of his machete to tap at the glass. He shaded his eyes with his hand and peered into the gloom. Finally, Jake made a fist and pounded twice against the door, rattling it in the frame. He leaned close to listen. Hearing nothing, he pulled at the door handle and the door opened. Jake looked over his shoulder and shrugged. "It looks empty. You want to break the glass?" "Let's keep it intact if we can." Matt passed him a crowbar. "We may want to come back for something else." Jake wedged the end of a crowbar between the door and jamb. He leaned into the bar and the jamb gave way with a groan of metal. The door frame began to warp, and with a grunt, the door wrenched from the frame. Jake pulled the door open and stepped inside, with Matt and Jenkins close on his heels. They quickly cleared the reception area and rifled through drawers and cabinets looking for vehicle keys. When they came up empty, they headed toward a door leading deeper into the darkened depths of the building. Matt stepped to the door and tapped against the hollow core barrier. When he heard nothing, he shrugged. "I guess we do this same as before." He pulled a headlamp from his cargo pants and slipped it over his head. He nodded at Jake and the others, and they followed suit. "Be ready." Matt turned the knob and pushed against the door. He stuck his head against the narrow opening and strained to hear any hint of movement within. Matt pushed the door open and took a step into the hall, then paused to listen again. The only sound he could hear was the breathing of the men behind him in the thick silence. He peered into the gloom and saw 3 doorways on each side of the hallway. At the end of the corridor was a glass door opening into what looked like a repair shop of some kind. The last door on the right stood open, while the rest were closed. Matt nodded toward the open door. "Jake and I clear the open room first. Dreschel and Jenkins, watch our 6. Matt and Jake made their way down the hall to the open door and peeked inside. A moment later, they stepped into an empty break room. They could see the small kitchenette was pristine, despite the limited light coming through the head-high window on the back wall. Clean coffee mugs rested upside down in a drain rack. A coffee pot sat next to the cups, ready to make the next morning brew. Matt ignored the refrigerator and pointed to the cases of bottled water next to it. "We'll get everything, including all the coffee you can find in that coffee maker.
We can use it in the recreation center at the camp." Jake raised his hand and tapped the end of the crowbar into the glass front of the candy machine. The glass shattered into a puddle of shards at the metal base. He knocked out the remaining glass from the top of the window and retrieved a payday candy bar. He tore open the wrapper and bit off a mouthful. "Damn, that's good. The world is truly going to be fucked without these," Jake commented with a grin. "Get serious. We got a job to do." Matt frowned as he walked down the counter opening cabinet doors. Jake swallowed the mouthful of nuts and caramel. "Got it, boss." He shoved the remaining candy bar into his pocket. "We'll come back and get the water and usable items after we get the offices cleared," Matt ordered. "For now, let's find those keys." "Manager's office, maybe?" Jake responded.
"Good a place as any to start." They walked back into the hallway, and Matt nodded toward a metal plaque at the side of a door on the front end of the hall. He stepped to the door and tapped. When Matt heard no sounds from within, he turned the knob and eased the door open. The office was empty. Light from a window spilled into the room, making both Matt and Jake squint. "Won't be much need for sign makers now," Jake commented. Next to a sign listing procedures for using company vehicles hung a glass front box with rows of keys. Each set was labeled. When Matt found a tag with crane truck written on one side and a plate number on the other, he palmed the key. "I'll get Dreschel and head out to the yard. You and Jenkins clear the offices before you go in, then clean out the machine and load up anything of value." Jake laughed. "No problem." Matt and Dreschel picked up 2 cases of water each and carried them outside and set them down. They turned to head for the equipment yard when Dreschel pointed toward the intersection 2 blocks away. A couple dozen infected had taken notice of the activities and headed up the street toward the yard. The sound of the Humvee driving through the streets had drawn them as if moths to a flame. Matt leaned back into the office and called out, "Make it quick, there's company coming, out of here in 2 minutes." "Coming," called out Jake. He walked out of the break room with 3 cases of water. Jenkins followed, dragging 2 trash bags and carrying the black coffee brewer under his arm. Matt laughed. "Get to the Humvee and cover us." "Roger that," yelled Jenkins. Matt caught up with Dreschel just as he got to the truck. He reached for the door, but Matt stopped him and pulled his handgun. Matt slammed his fist against the door and stepped back to watch the window. When no sounds emanated from inside the cab or a face appear with gnashing teeth, he nodded. Dreschel turned the key in the lock and opened the door while Matt trained his gun on the inside of the cab.
A moment later, Dreschel pulled himself into the driver's seat and jammed the key in the ignition. He turned the key, and the engine roared to life. He grinned at Matt as he climbed into the passenger seat. You gotta love procedures that are followed. We got a full tank of gas, and the crane key is on the same ring. Matt laughed. Can you lower the boom? Not from in here. Got it covered, though. I worked on a tree trimming crew before joining up. We used one of these bad boys on the big trees. Dreschel opened the door and stepped to the platform behind the cab. He slipped into the rig control house and cranked the engine. He twisted levers and used a knob or two, and the boom descended and lowered, then settled on the top of the cab. After a few more adjustments, he retracted the telescoping supports. He cut off the crane motor and balanced his way back into the cab of the truck. At a thumbs up from Matt, Dreschel grabbed the big truck steering wheel and slammed the shift into first gear. He released the clutch, and the rig rolled toward the entrance. The big truck moved out of the yard just as the assemblage of infected crossing the intersection, a block away. Dreschel turned the rig toward the shambling crowd, where the monsters continued to stumble down the middle of the street toward the sound of the big diesel engine. Matt picked up the spare radio and depressed the mic button. Dreschel is going to plow the row, just fall in line, but not too close. Roger, Jenkins answered through the speaker. Matt laid the radio on the seat and glanced at the side mirror as Jenkins guided the Humvee behind the crane truck. The growl of the powerful engine under the truck's hood vibrated under his feet. Plow through 'em. Don't slow down and don't stop, Matt ordered. Dreschel grinned. No problem. Dreschel grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and the gear shift with the other. He shifted gears, released the clutch, and stepped on the gas. Gears engaged, and the truck began picking up speed. He slammed down his left foot, changed gears, then released the clutch. The truck was doing 30 miles per hour when they hit the first of the infected. The massive grill knocked over the body while the wide, heavy-duty tires ground them into rancid, pungent goo on the asphalt. Sick! Jenkins called through the radio with an exaggerated groan. Fucking smell is killing me. Matt took out the city map and directed Dreschel to the next cross street to turn left, leaving the group of infected behind. They passed through the older part of the city, dodging around stalled and abandoned vehicles and clusters of infected. No signs of life remained. Houses stood as silent sentinels of the lives lost to the infection. Doors hung open, and curtains billowed on the breeze through shattered windows. Everywhere there were bodies with terrible wounds, yet teeth gnashed, and their clouded eyes turned toward the sound of the truck engine. Dreschel sighed. How did these fuckers get this far out from San Antonio so fast? Matt studied the surrounding areas. Probably locals. No one to stop the people leaving the city. Some were probably infected, and when they died, well, this is the result. Or that shit drifted in the breeze. Ain't that a scary thought, Dreschel commented. As they drove down the street, Matt saw a Mercedes with Bexar County plates. The doors on the driver's side stood open. Blood covered the light-colored interior of the door and the outside of the back door. Slender arms covered in blood reached out through a broken window at the sound of the truck passing. Matt turned away as he imagined a child forever reaching for a parent's comfort. A child that had suffered greatly before dying. He took a deep breath to dispel the image and looked toward the end of the street. It was the main thoroughfare that led to their next destination. Take a right at the end of the street. The trucking company is on the left, about a mile down, Matt added. Dreschel downshifted, then eased the massive truck around yet another pair of cars forever locked together, with the occupants clambering to escape their tomb. He accelerated and steered the vehicle down the last half-mile to the trucking company location. He slowed and asked, "Where to?" Matt pointed to a big parking lot at the side of the road. "Park there. Stay in the cab and keep the radio close. Keep watch.
He picked up the radio and spoke into the mic. "Jenkins, come around and pick me up. Time to look for those trucks." He handed the radio back to Dreschel. "Let us know if anything heads our way." Dreschel opened the door and laid a handgun on the dash. He pulled a rifle across his lap and checked the load. "No problem.
Got it covered." Matt stepped out of the cab just as Jenkins pulled the Humvee alongside the cab of the truck. Matt opened the back door and slid into the seat behind Jake. He pointed toward the left side of the industrial complex where they could see half a dozen parked trucks. Jenkins guided the Humvee across the lot. He rolled past the first of the commercial companies. The business park looked deserted as far as they could see. No wandering infected or evidence of the living was evident. "Looks like at least 3 companies use the parking lot," Jake complained. "We'll have to find the right office," Matt announced as he pointed to the far end of the compound. "I don't want to draw any more attention than we have to. We may need to come back for more equipment." Jenkins guided the Humvee to the front of an office advertising a trucking company on the door. He made a bootlegger's turn and then stopped the vehicle facing away from the entrance.
"Jenkins, you stay here." Matt opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle while Jake followed suit. They walked toward the glass door. Both men pulled their machetes from the scabbards. They studied the darkened interior of the Southwest Trucking logo. 6 trucks lined up on the side of the parking lot, each backed into a numbered space. 2 truck cabs had been parked without trailers, while 3 had refrigerated trailers, and the last one had an empty container trailer. "Only 1 flatbed trailer in the lot. What now?" Jake asked. "Take this one and hope we can find another trailer," Matt answered, and then called out to Jenkins. "Drive around and see if you can find another trailer that we can load a container on. We'll take an extra tractor." Jenkins shrugged. "Are you sure you want me to take off, sir?" "You got a radio. Make sure it's turned on and at full volume." Matt reached behind the seat for a hand radio. He snapped it on his belt. Jenkins pulled out slowly, and Matt caught up with Jake at the office door. "Well, let's do this." Jake popped the door lock and with Matt cleared the reception area. They found the owner's office and browsed through the desk, papers, and came up empty when it came to keys. "Now what?" Jake asked. "Keep looking," Matt answered as he crossed the room to look at the whiteboard. It listed trucks by unit number, destination, and stops between. He studied the shorthand and tried to work out the key to deciphering the code. Finally, he shrugged and followed Jake to the only other office in the unit. Matt chuckled. Where the owner's office was cluttered with stacks of newspapers, magazines, promotional material, and a variety of business-related paperwork, the second office was a picture of efficiency. Another whiteboard sported truck information, including a unit number, plates, service schedule, and current trailer. To the left of each listing, hanging on small white plastic hooks, were the keys. "Which unit?" Matt asked. "Unit 207 has the trailer," Jake called from the window. 213 and 217 are the ones without trailers. 213 looks to have been just serviced. "Let's take 207 and 213, Matt answered. He pushed the mic button and spoke into the unit. "Talk to me, Jenkins." "I've been driving around looking for trailers and found nothing so far, sir," Jenkins answered. Matt turned to the desk and scanned through an inbox until he found what he was looking for. He jammed the bill with an address on it in his pocket. "I got it. We take a side trip to pick up the second trailer we need." Nat clicked the mic and spoke again. "Jenkins, get back here. We've got something." Matt and Jake walked out of the office and headed to the appropriate vehicles. Jake pointed to an open lot behind the fencing.
2 or 3 dozen infected had noticed the activity around the trucks and were stumbling toward the fencing. "Why aren't we seeing any live people?" Jake asked. "Hiding out, I guess," Matt answered. "Let's get this done." Matt pulled himself into the truck without a trailer. He stuck the key in the ignition and the tractor roared to life. He pressed the mic. "Good to go?" He got a thumbs up from Jake when his tractor rumbled to life, while both Jenkins and Dreschel answered affirmatively. "Jenkins, you're in the lead.
We're going to a trailer storage site 3 streets over. Turn left on 1st Street, then look for a sign for Southwest Storage, Matt ordered. Chapter 5, The Bluff. Tate watched as Phil studied George's oldest son. Finally, he turned back to the young man's father. "What's wrong with him? He's sweating like a pig." "Nothing," George answered. "He's tired and hot, just like the rest of us." John walked up to the gate and studied the young man as he swayed on his feet.
John turned back to Phil and whispered, "He got bit. Look at his right leg." Phil rolled his chair forward to get a closer look. He saw dark threads stretching up the young man's leg from the waistband hanging at his knees. "He can't come in," Phil announced, then rolled back to the line of family men. The young man turned to his father with a questioning look. "You and the boy can come in, but he can't. He'll turn," Phil stated. George pulled up his pants and fastened his belt. His shoulders slumped and answered, "I can't leave him all alone." After a sob, he added, "Just take Jason." "Dad?" The younger boy jerked up his pants and cinched up his belt. "I don't want to stay. I want to go with you and Dell." "I can't leave your brother. You'll be safe here." John opened the gate wide enough for the boy to walk through. When Jason didn't move, John looked at George with a shrug. George nodded, and John walked out and took Jason by the arm and led him through the barrier. "Come on, boy." John closed the gate with a loud clank, and the security latch engaged. George pulled Dell's clothes back together and fastened his belt. Jason walked up to the gate and wrapped both hands around the wrought iron. "Dad, let me come with you." George pushed his older son toward the truck and turned back to Phil. "Take care of my boy. When this is over, I'll be back, and Jason better be here." "He will be, unless we're all gone," Phil answered. The F-150 pulled away amid a spray of gravel. The truck fishtailed until the gas was eased off so the driver could right the vehicle. It headed back down the narrow road toward the highway. John led Jason toward the gathering of new arrivals, while Bill, Doyle, and Tate walked up to Phil. Bill continued to stare at the gate. "I don't like that prick, but I wouldn't wish that on even him." "Nothing else to be done. I'm not letting an infected person in here." Phil spun his chair around and headed toward the house, calling out, "Ben!" The boy ran up to him. "Yes, Uncle Phil?" "Get up to the roost. Keep an eye on the road in Bandera Falls. I want to know if anything moves toward us, walking or riding." "Yes, sir. Can I take Jason with me?" Ben asked. Phil nodded. "Do that. See that he's fed and gets a shower first." "Yes, sir." Ben disappeared into the house with Jason in tow. Tate looked at the new arrivals standing around their vehicles. Emma came rushing from the house with a tray of sandwiches and plastic bottles of water. She herded the new arrivals to picnic tables with several benches and lawn chairs in the shade under a massive oak tree. When they were settled and eating, Phil rolled up with his entourage. "I know some of you. The rest I'll get to know soon enough."
"We don't have room for any more people in the house, but with your help, I think we can make arrangements that will be tolerable. In the meantime, everyone will be expected to help keep the place secure and forage food for everyone. All I ask is that you remember you're on my property, so what I say goes." One of the men looked as if he would protest, then thought better of it and gulped a swallow of water instead. Doyle poked Tate with his elbow. "That bastard is going to be a problem," he whispered. Tate chuckled and whispered back, "Don't think Phil is going to be very tolerant." Phil turned around and motioned for his brother-in-law, Doyle, and Tate to follow. When they got to the house, he led them to a back room with a large desk. He rolled to his place and motioned the others to find a seat. Phil propped his elbows in front of him and rubbed his temples. John sighed. "What are we going to do with all these people?" Phil laid his hands on the desk. what we have to do.
I won't turn folks away.
The small gathering spent the next hour making lists and prioritizing jobs. It was decided the 3-car garage would be cleaned out and the space used as living quarters until something better could be arranged. Sanitation would not be a problem since a fully functional apartment had been built at one end of the garage when Phil and Emma first moved to the bluff. They lived in the 2-bedroom apartment with its full bathroom and kitchen while the house was being built. It would serve at least a couple families. The FEMA trailers are going to be even more important now. People are going to get real tired of staying in the garage, Tate commented. Until the electricity went down, we all enjoyed the air conditioning, and it's not even dead of summer yet. It's going to be hot as hell, and people will be getting more than a little warm inside that metal building. I know, Phil answered. We got a lot of shit to worry about, that's for sure. John nodded.
I would also suggest trimming back the brush around the fence.
I agree, Phil answered. But we have to get those trailers and more supplies in here first. We won't have enough to feed all these people for very long. The food situation is the priority. Is there a big box store anywhere close? Tate asked. There's a discount store outside Bandera and one in Bernie, John answered. All right. We settle folks in and then head out tomorrow, Bill announced. It was a long day settling the new arrivals into the garage. There was plenty of space, but in the end, it took an executive decision to decide who would take the 2 bedrooms in the garage apartment. Phil announced the older couple got 1 bedroom, and the second would be used by the young couple with 2 young children. When a middle-aged man tried to protest, Phil pointed at the gate, and the man quietly accepted the bedding and army cot Phil pulled from the storage closet.
His wife and 2 teenage sons held out their arms for their bedding and peacefully set up beds in the corner next to him. The woman sat down on the bedding and stared into the distance. Ben and Jason set up cinder blocks and 1x8-inch boards to make shelving around the sides and back walls, then used half a dozen plastic tarps over ropes to create waist-high privacy enclosures for each family. By the time everyone was assigned sleeping spaces and fed an evening meal, they were more than ready for bed. Phil rolled around the yard at dusk and ended his stroll by advising his guests to turn down the lamps in the garage. You keep the lights as low as possible. One of the men opened his mouth to protest, but Phil raised his hand. What's your name? The man answered, Stuart Ellis. Well, Stuart, this is my place, as I pointed out earlier. We're sitting on a hill, and I don't want to advertise our location. Soon enough, there'll be people looking to take what we accumulate here. Without all the light pollution, a single burning candle or lamp will be visible for a mile. Do we understand each other now? Stuart nodded and returned to his small cubicle, and the lamp was turned down. The next morning, Tate rolled off the couch at the first gurgle of the coffee maker. She got in and out of the bathroom right after Emma and ahead of the men. The older couple, Iris and Roger Spencer, had volunteered to cook for the co-op group out in the garage, so Emma and her sisters were only cooking for the family household. Tate picked up a cup of coffee. You know, Doyle and I could have slept on cots outside with Roger's group. Nonsense. You and Doyle are family now. You rescued Ben, then put yourselves in danger to come after the rest of us. Ben's mother, Janice, nodded quickly and added, You saved my son. Bill and I will never be able to do enough to repay you. Tate reddened at the praise, so she quickly changed the subject.
It's hard to imagine you walked all that way. It's a pretty long trek with the kids. Emma sighed. For a while, I didn't think we would make it. We had to take turns carrying the little ones, but honestly, I worried we'd give out before we got here. What happened in Bandera? How did you escape? Tate asked. Emma sighed. When they started coming into town, they brought it with them. We shot a dozen or so when they showed up near the house and attacked the neighbor. Mary and I were so scared we just started shooting at the monsters and killed my sub. John had lost his truck in town earlier that afternoon. He came to the woods and showed up about 20 minutes later. He was the one that told us about headshots. The infected followed the sound of Bill and Janice's truck when they drove in. We held them off long enough for them to run inside the house. We were just so scared. It took a while to get good at the headshots.
And then we started running low on ammunition. I can understand that, but what about the explosion? Doyle asked. Oh, that was Bill. He decided he could slow the dead down so we could get out the back door, over the fence, and up to the ridge. He opened the valve on a small propane tank from the garage and taped several wooden matches to the door resting against a striker. He figured he had a couple minutes before they could push the door open with all the furniture stacked up against it. Janice chuckled. He barely got out the back door. The explosion threw him all the way to the fence. Wish you could have seen his face. His eyes were big as saucers by the time he scampered up the ridge. Tate chuckled, and Janice continued. We knew we were in a terrible situation and still in danger, but we stood on that ridge just laughing like fools. Even Bill was laughing. I'm glad he's going with me. He sounds like a man who can think on his feet, Tate commented.
The men wandered into the kitchen to grab cups of coffee while Phil rolled up to his place at the end of the table. He looked around the large table at the gathering of men and women. Emma set a cup of coffee in front of him.
Everyone knows their job, right? Phil complained. I just wish I were going with you. Bill held up his hand. We've had this discussion. You need to see that the yard is ready for the trailers. The folks left here will need to work together, and you're the only one that knows what should be done. Emma sat biscuits and homemade apple butter on the table, then passed around bowls of grits. She looked pointedly at Phil. Since Mary is here, you start therapy today. You've got to get back on your feet. The doctor said the surgery went fine. You have to build up your leg strength before you can walk again. Everyone settled down to eat, with most of the conversation revolving around the upcoming supply run.
After a final cup of coffee, one by one, the group prepared to leave. Emma stood at the door and handed each person going a bag. It's only a sandwich and an apple and 2 bottles of water. Bring the bottles with the lids back, please. We need to recycle. Tate accepted her bag and headed to the bitch with Bill close on her heels. He carried his own lunch and a rifle while he wore a handgun in a holster at his waist. Tate got in the cab of her rig, settled on the leather seat, and pumped the choke before pushing the starter. The motor roared to life. Ready for this? Tate answered. Bill, riding shotgun, gave her a quick nod and wide grin. Sure thing. The gate opened, and 3 pickups rolled through the opening with Doyle's rig close behind. Tate shifted into first and followed. She glanced in the side mirror and saw the gate sliding back in place just as she made the first curve. So, you think we can do all this? Bill asked. I hope so.
If the 3 men in the pickups can get the FEMA trailers without a problem, and we can find semi-trailers at Walmart loaded with canned goods. With us all going to Bernie and not splitting up, we have a real good chance of getting what we need. They drove past the cluster of vehicles they had passed when they turned off Highway 16 the day before. The smell of the scorched rubber as they passed still hung heavy in the air.
I'm worried we need more people, Tate commented to no one in particular. The FEMA trailers are on the edge of town. Walmart is only a mile further down the road, Bill added. RVs would be a lot nicer. Why FEMA trailers? They are intended for housing and include air conditioning, heat, water heaters, LP gas hookups, and are fully furnished. Besides, no one should be around there. Best of all, they were designed to be towed by a pickup. The RV lot is in the middle of town. There's a lot more chance of infected showing up at the gate, Bill chuckled.
That asshole with the teenage boys, Stewart, was campaigning to get his pick at the RV lot. He was all excited about it until Phil told him he would have to get it himself if he wanted one. At some point, someone is going to have to make a run to a home improvement store for plumbing supplies if the plan is to hook all the units up to septic systems and water, Tate commented. We're going to need a lot of supplies to make this work. Most of it is going to be dangerous to get, but there's no way around it, Bill answered. How many acres does Phil have fenced? Bill screwed up his face, pondering the question. Best I can guess, 15 to 16 acres. There's deer fence around 3 sides. He used it since it was taller and sturdier than barbed wire, and Phil didn't want the deer in his garden or damaging the new fruit trees he planted about 5 years ago. It may work with the deer, but a heavy truck or a herd of those monsters could bring it down. You said 3 sides? Tate asked. There's a 200-foot drop at the back of the property. It's why Phil bought the place. It has good soil and defensible. The only problem is, he got hurt. He had back surgery about a month ago, but it hasn't solved the problem. Usually there's physical therapy involved after something like that. I heard Emma mention therapy. Tate answered. He was supposed to be cleared for the physical therapy, but Emma got caught waiting for us when the world went to shit. Been a little busy now. He paused for a minute, then added, I haven't really thanked you for saving Ben. He wouldn't have lasted much longer up there. Tate laughed. I didn't do much. I drove up, he jumped into the seat, we picked up Doyle and drove up the hill. You took a big chance trying to come after us. We ended up making a bigger mess. We blew shit up, and now you have Roger and Stuart on Phil's doorstep.
I'm not sure Phil's really excited about that.
Bill shrugged, then pointed with a lead truck turned off the highway into a lot with hundreds of white trailers. Rows after row of temporary housing were lined up across several areas of the property. The man in the lead vehicle ran up to the gate with bolt cutters in hand. A minute later, the 3 pickups pulled into the parking lot. Doyle and Tate pulled to the side of the road and waited outside the gate, both watching for any hint of trouble. John, Roger, and the young father ran to the first row of trailers. They did a quick inspection of 3 units, including tires and opening the doors to look inside. Satisfied with the results, one by one, they each backed up a truck to a trailer and connected the hitch. Within 15 minutes, they headed out the gate. Once through the gate, Roger jumped out of the last truck and reconnected the chain with the shank of the padlock. John pulled alongside the rigs. You're up.
Sure you don't want us to wait? We're good, Doyle called out. He shifted into first, and his truck began to roll forward. Tate waved at John and followed. She glanced in the side mirror to see the caravan of white trailers disappear around a corner on their way back to Phil's place. The more Tate thought about it, the more concerned she was with Phil's complex. There were too many people to feed, and not enough folks to care for them. Add that to the fact they would be trapped on the bluff without enough qualified people to protect the compound. Trying to shake off the sense of foreboding, she glanced at Bill. What do you think of all this? I slept through the first 24 hours. By the time I figured out something was wrong, the world was a clusterfuck. I feel a step behind of everyone else. What do you mean? Bill asked. Is there any chance this can be stopped? Or is the country going to be overrun by the dead? Stopped?
Not here or any state that was attacked. I don't think so, Bill answered. What about the rest of the country? Tate asked. The country is in deep shit. The defenses around the state won't be able to secure the borders. It only takes one infected and an entire city will fall. The infected will get through or work their way around anything people set up. Maybe isolated settlements or communities will be able to wall themselves off, but it will sweep the states one by one. The key is going to be to hold on. For how long? Logic tells me the bodies will eventually rot, but how long it takes is anyone's guess. We can see it in some of the bodies even now, maggots and deterioration. But if that's the case, all we have to do is hunker down and survive. The problem is, there is always fertile ground for more infected. People die. Now we know anyone that dies will get up and try to eat us. We're fucked,
Tate sighed. Yep.
All we can do is hold out. Maybe the CDC can come up with a vaccine, Bill commented. Phil has a pretty good setup. You can stay with us. I have a family of my own I want to get to. When this job is over, I'm still considering heading out west to my cousin's place. The CB crackled to life. Tate, got your ears on? Tate grabbed the mic. 10-4, go ahead. We're coming up to Walmart. There's a few infected stumbling around out front, but overall it looks pretty quiet. Stewart says it wasn't a 24-hour store. There's a chance it was closed before the town got overrun. Follow us around back, but not too close, Doyle advised. Roger. Tate dropped the mic. She watched Doyle turn off the highway and follow the drive around the side of the store. Tate turned the wheel and guided the bitch around the corner and saw Doyle back under the hitch of a white trailer parked at the back door. A second truck with a trailer still attached sat to the back of the lot.
Bill jumped from the cab around the back of the trailer. After a quick glance at the back end, he walked back toward the truck with a thumbs up. The security tag is still attached. Could be a real gold mine. He broke the seal and opened the back doors to see pallets of canned goods and grocery items. We're good here, he called out. After backing her tractor to the front of the second trailer at the loading dock, Tate climbed from her rig. With Bill at her side, she jogged over to Doyle just as he walked back from the access ramp. She pointed with her thumb over her shoulder. The trailer out by the fence is still loaded. Bill checked. We need to take that truck. It's ready to go if we can find keys. Are we going to have to go inside? Bill asked with a frown of concern. Not until we check out that rig, Tate answered. Both trailers parked at the doors are from the distribution warehouse. Probably contain non-perishables for the grocery shelves, too.
Looks like they came in together. Doyle chuckled. The driver of the rig by the fence could have left with one of the missing drivers that left these two trailers. If that's the case, he might have left his keys in the rig, Tate added, then looked at Bill. You can drive it, right? He nodded, and she continued. Look for the keys. If we find them, you can get the rig started and be ready to roll. Bill jogged off toward the truck. A moment later, he opened the door and climbed inside. Tate turned back to Doyle and asked, Are they sealed? Doyle shrugged. No, they're both empty. Then we go inside the warehouse, Tate announced. Hopefully pallets haven't been split up and we can load it back on the truck. Doyle slapped his hand on the cab door. Hey, Stewart, bring your crowbar and get out here, buddy. It's time to earn a living. Stewart climbed out of the truck with the look of a deer in headlights. I don't think I'm prepared for this, he whined. Tate rolled her eyes at Doyle. He only shrugged and walked away. Let's get this done, Doyle said. With machete in hand, Tate followed Doyle to the access door at the side of the dock. Stewart tailed behind half a dozen paces. His head swiveled from right to left and back again. They climbed the stairs silently until Stewart missed the bottom step and nearly tumbled off the concrete. Christ, get a grip, guy, Tate snarled. Doyle laughed. Don't be so hard on him. He's not used to hunting two-legged game outside of a bar. Tate snickered. Neither am I, come to think of it. She stepped back with a hint of a grin. Big, strong He-Man, by all means. You go first. Doyle flashed a grin over his shoulder. Eat shit, little girl. You first, old man, Tate answered. Smells like plenty around here. Doyle raised a hand to the doorknob. He rotated his wrist, but the knob didn't move. I guess we do it the hard way. He held out his hand to Stewart. Crowbar, buddy. Stewart looked around, hesitant to pass the weapon to Doyle. I won't have anything to protect myself. Doyle scowled as he passed the machete he was holding toward Stewart. Don't hurt yourself, and don't lose it. I want it back. Stewart accepted the blade and passed the crowbar to Doyle. Doyle shoved the end of the bar into the crack between the jamb and the door. He leaned into the bar, and they heard the screech of metal against metal. He made a quick pivot, the latch popped free, and the door opened a few inches.
The stench of death wafted out from the loading dock. The three stood still, listening. Tate could hear Stewart's heavy breathing as he shifted from foot to foot. Tate waited while Doyle tried to decide if he could hear sounds from inside. She tried to control her irritation at Stewart breathing down her neck. Doyle opened the door a little wider and sniffed. "There's dead in here," he whispered.
"Emergency lights on, so lights off," he whispered over his shoulder. "Tate, you move to the right when we get inside. Stewart, kick that brick against the door to hold it open, then follow us in and move the left. Both of you watch your backs."
"Got it," Tate answered.
Stewart mumbled, "I guess."
Doyle opened the door and fanned his light from left to right and back again. He stepped into the gloom with Tate close on his heels. Tate scanned the shadows with the beam of her flashlight and saw an infected at the far end of the warehouse. She heard Stewart kick the brick under the door, but his silhouette continued to block the light from the doorway. Tate glanced over her shoulder and whispered, "Get out of the doorway." She turned back to the loading dock and realized both trailers had been emptied. Dozens of pallets sat around the warehouse in an arrangement that only the stalkers would understand.
Stewart stepped forward, his flashlight jerked from side to side in a nervous strobe, attempting to illuminate the dark. "Calm down, Stu," Doyle advised. "I'm going to the overhead door and try to get it open. Cover me." "I got you covered," Tate said, as she moved further into the gloom. Doyle sidestepped to the overhead door and began struggling with the chain. Still watching the shadows moving around the stacks of pallets, Tate glanced over her shoulder at the bottom of the door and saw a padlock securing the chain as Doyle stuck the tire iron in the hasp and began to pry. "About time he figured it out," Tate quipped. The moan of an infected grew louder in the maze of pallets. Tate took a step toward the movement and whispered toward Stewart, "Heads up over there." Tate heard the lock snap just as an infected in blue pants and shirt moved into view. One of his arms hung at his side useless, the flesh ripped to shreds. The other arm, with a bloodied hand, reached out as he stumbled closer. A second moan announced another infected, and then a third. "Shit, Doyle, we got a problem." Tate stepped forward and met the first infected man with a swing of the machete. The blade connected with the side of the man's head. He fell to the concrete floor in a heap. "Oh, God!" Stewart screamed. "I can't!" He turned and ran through the door, stumbling over the brick and knocking it aside as he passed. The door swung closed, and the dock was plunged into darkness. "Fuck!" Tate cursed. "Prick. Doyle, there's 2 more creepers in here, and that dickhead chickened out. We gotta get that fucking door open, now." "Got it," Doyle answered with a grunt, and the overhead door raced upward with a screech of metal wheels on the track. Light spilled around the trailer and into the dock. Tate stepped further into the warehouse and swung at the second infected. Doyle spun around and connected with the last monster. He took out the man's knee. Then, as the dead man struggled to get back to his feet, Doyle brought the tire iron down on its head with a bone-shattering blow. "Damn that prick," Tate swore. "The bastard left us. I'm getting the second door. We need to get more light in here." "Go ahead. I got you covered," Tate advised as she began checking pockets of the dead for keys. She found 3 sets of keys and pocketed them. Doyle crossed to the next door and jammed the tire iron in the padlock. After a quick snap of the lock, he threw the door up, and the dock was filled with afternoon light. Tate studied the sizable concrete warehouse from left to right and back again. She saw a door leading to the front of the store. 2 pallets had been parked in front of the swinging doors blocking the entrance to the warehouse. Pallets loaded with soda had been pushed in front of the door and left there. As she examined the pallets, she noticed cases of food had been opened and the remnants discarded in a pile near the dock at the far corner. "Doyle," she whispered as she pointed toward the door. "What do you think?" "Infected on the other side."
Doyle looked at the bodies. These 3 got trapped. They had food and water. Only problem, one of them turned and killed the other 2. That must have sucked, Tate mumbled as the first moans from the store beyond could be heard. Doyle looked at the back of the truck and, with the jerk of his arm, had the door to the trailer open. He turned the beam of his flashlight into the recesses. The trailer was half empty. "Let's get this done," Tate added. "I can hear the infected on the other side of that door." She walked to an electric pallet jack and pulled it to a wooden platform loaded with cardboard boxes labeled with the House Grocery brand. Doyle saw a hand jack on the opposite side of the warehouse.
He made his way to it and pulled it toward a pallet of bottled water.
I can use this one, and we'll get it done faster. Doyle pumped the handle until the pallet balanced on the forks of the jack. He rolled the pallet on the trailer. "That works," Tate answered. "We'll get what we can, then get out of here. I got a bad feeling." "Fine, let's get moving. Where is Stewart? We need him helping us," Tate grumbled. "Leave him out there. I might shoot the worthless piece of shit," Doyle groused. The infected grew more agitated with the sound of the pallets being moved into the trailers. Tate tried to ignore the bodies slamming against the double doors as she headed for a stack of plastic totes from the health and beauty section of the store. She slid the jack under it and headed for the truck. "What are you getting that shit for? We don't need women's makeup." "Not what it is. Vendors fill those shelves."
This is how they bring in shampoo, toothpaste, soap, over-the-counter drugs like Tylenol and cold meds, and feminine products. It includes everything we need to be healthy that doesn't come from the pharmacy. "Fucking feminine products," Doyle complained. "You'll be glad for the Midol by the end of the month," Tate snarked in response. The blocked doors slammed against the laden pallets, and one of the pallets moved a few inches. Both Doyle and Tate hurried their steps at the sound. The door bounced again, and suddenly the infected got a glimpse of the warehouse. They jammed arms through the opening between the double doors, then pulled and pushed at the barrier. "Natives are getting restless," Doyle observed wryly. "Move it, old man. Get that last pallet. I think we need to get out of here." Doyle pushed the pallet and jack into the truck, then grabbed the left door on the trailer and pulled it closed. He threw a latch and swung the right door shut. Doyle reached for the chain and closed the overhead door. While he pulled on the second cable, Tate disappeared back into the gloom. A crash, and then the sound of tumbling bottles and pallet contents being overturned echoed through the massive warehouse. Bottles shattered, and the hiss of carbonated drinks spewing out muffled the sound of moans. "Damn it, Gurley! Let's get out of here!" Doyle yelled. Tate reappeared with a couple 3-liter-sized bottles of cola in her arms. She grinned at Doyle as she followed him to the side door. Just as they got to the closed door, a scream from outside drew them up short. Doyle skidded to a stop, Tate nearly stumbling into him. He peeked out the door. Outside, Stewart danced around, trying to avoid 2 infected, making a real concentrated effort to make him the main course on the lunch menu. "Help!" Stewart screamed. "You've got to help me!" Tate stepped around Doyle, still clutching her prize. "You left us, you prick! Why in the hell should we help you?" Across the parking lot, Bill slammed a tire iron into the head of an infected near the white truck. He called out, "More coming!" "Please," Stewart pleaded as he stabbed at the closest infected. He stumbled away, nearly tripping over his own feet. "Help me!" Doyle followed Tate through the doorway, then turned to wedge it closed with a sliver of wood from the dumpster, while Tate walked to her truck and placed the bottles of soda inside. With a machete in hand, she turned to face Stewart's predicament. 2 more monsters had stumbled forward, and all joined in chasing Stewart. Doyle stepped up to a bloodied man in a t-shirt and shorts with a body torn and battered. The monster's head tilted at an awkward angle and bobbed with each step. Doyle swung the tire iron and it struck the crown of the head. The monster collapsed. "Defend yourself, you pussy,"
Doyle yelled at Stewart. Bill began to jog toward the fray, but Doyle waved him back. "We got this. Get in the truck and be ready to go." Tate reached into her pocket and tossed Bill 3 sets of keys, then raced back to join the fray. Tate sidestepped and swung her blade across the hamstring of one of the monsters. She stepped back and sneered at Stewart. "Take him out now, asshole." Stewart's face glistened with tears and sweat. He raised his right arm to swing the machete and froze. Finally, he stepped back. "I can't." He fell to his knees, sobbing. Tate stepped up and dispatched the monster crawling toward Stewart while Doyle swung the tire iron at the head of a large woman in a bloodied house dress. "Damn," Doyle cursed. The monster had turned at the last minute, and Doyle's attack had struck her collarbone and snapped it, leaving her staggering at him again when she straightened up. Doyle swung the iron into the side of her head near the temple, and she fell to the ground. Tate turned to the last infected, still closing in on Doyle.
Giving up on Stewart defending himself or anyone else, Tate swung the machete and split the teenager's skull. A quick glance around the parking lot, and Tate realized the infected were all put down. She wiped the blade of her machete on the back of the teen monster's jacket, then looked at Doyle. Doyle picked up the knife he had given to Stewart and grabbed Stewart by the collar and pulled him to his feet. Stewart stood there, red eyes and sniveling. I just can't." "You're going to get someone killed," Tate snarled. Doyle pushed Stewart toward his cab. "Let's get out of here." Tate backed her rig under the second trailer, and with Doyle's help, they got air brake lines connected and both containers secured. When they were finished, Tate turned and walked to her rig. Her jaws ached from clinching instead of continuing to berate Stewart. Doyle was treating him as if he were a child, opening the door and helping him into the passenger seat of his truck. Bill cranked the white truck and waved at Tate, but she ignored his broad smile as she opened the door and climbed into the bitch. She took a deep breath, then exhaled before she cranked the engine and shifted the rig into gear. She wanted to kill the coward. Not once, but twice, he'd put people in danger. 2 hours later, Tate stood in front of Phil. "He's going to get someone killed," Tate raged. "That bastard left us to deal with the infected in the warehouse. As if that wasn't enough, he couldn't even deal with them when his own skin was on the line outside." Phil moved his head from left to right. "Some people are having a hard time looking at the infected and not still seeing people. Afraid he's one of them." "No shit," Tate fumed. Doyle reached out to place a hand on her shoulder. "He'll do better next time." "Not with me," Tate stated. "I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I've got a family. I'm not hanging around waiting for that bastard to get me killed because he's a chicken shit." "You know you can stay. We'd like you to stay," Phil pleaded. "Are you going to live up to our deal?" "I need fuel and supplies," Tate answered. Phil looked stricken. "Of course. We'll provide the fuel and supplies I promised." Chapter 6. Quiet Night. The 3 riders had been on the narrow country road for 4 hours before they stopped on the rise overlooking a small rural community. They stepped off the motorcycles to walk to 2 roadside tables under a massive live oak tree. The small park overlooked a narrow creek behind a developed neighborhood. The water spilling over the rock bed was sparkling clear and fast-moving. The tranquil scene was a brief respite from the horrors of the open road until they looked into backyards beyond with swing sets and sandboxes. The infected had appeared. One by one, men, women, and children, all horribly maimed and injured, were drawn by the sound of the motorcycles. They crossed yards to be trapped by fences, or appeared on a dead-end street to continue their stumbling trek toward the small park. "I guess we wore out our welcome," John sighed as he and Harry climbed back on the motorcycles. Harry complained, "My ass is too old to be riding this hard." His machine roared to life,
and he motioned for Liz to climb back on the bike. Liz settled behind Harry. "I don't know how much longer I can sit on this bike. I'm so tired." They moved out just as the first of the monsters stumbled into the creek. They spent the next 3 hours trying to stay relatively close to the interstate, but time and again they were forced to detour down narrow blacktop roads to avoid large groups of infected. It was nearly 1 when they stopped to rest and hydrate under an overpass.
The silence of a world without speeding cars and SUVs, or the roar of massive 18-wheelers climbing the hills of the hill country, was eerie. Even the buzz of a mosquito seemed loud until they heard the rumbling of several engines in the distance. The trio stood still, listening for a moment, until John pointed toward a dilapidated shed in the distance. "Let's get off the road," Harry answered. "That's a lot of horsepower heading our way." "You think it's Ryder?" Liz asked. Harry answered with a shrug. "Engines are too big, but it's hard to know for sure, so let's just avoid contact." They mounted the bikes, and John led the way as they turned off the road and followed a narrow trail to the outbuilding. After a quick perusal, they pushed the bikes through the tall grass into the gloom of the shed. While they waited in the shadows of the crumbling shed, John opened a cloth bag and pulled dried beef strips from inside. Liz bit off a piece of jerky with a bit of trepidation. She was never a fan of jerky, and the thought of chewing on beef until it was moist enough to swallow was not something she looked forward to eating. Hazel and Benny had given them dried meat, deer sausage, dried apples, bottles of water, and a bag of flatbread. It was food, but not anything Liz looked forward to spending the next couple weeks eating. John opened the second bag and pulled out a piece of flatbread. He looked at it somewhat dubiously as he passed a portion to each Harry and Liz. He settled on a bale of hay with his own section of hard bread. John spoke around a mouthful of the dried beef. "We ain't making much headway." Harry bit off the end of the jerky strip. "No, but nothing we can do about it." "Why haven't we seen survivors?" Liz asked. Harry answered, "Because most of the dumb shits did the same thing they did when a hurricane was predicted to hit the Gulf Coast. In Houston, everyone lined up on the freeways and interstates." Harry took a deep breath, then continued. "They were probably overrun when they were caught in stalled traffic. Now they're all part of the problem. They wandered off the highway and overwhelmed the nearby towns and small communities. Now the countryside is full of dead fucks. All because stupid people headed out of town, ran out of gas, and just sat there waiting for someone to save them. They laughed at us old folks, but we can read a road map. Without their damn GPS, the dipshits didn't know where to go." John snorted. "That's culling the herd for you." "Don't be an asshole," Harry chided, then turned to Liz. "We do what we have to do, Lizzie. We'll head northwest, and eventually we'll end up where we want to be." Liz protested. "At this rate, it'll take weeks to get to my dad's place." Harry shrugged. "We're closer than we were yesterday." When the angry growl of engines faded into silence, the trio waited another 30 minutes before they left the shed and resumed their journey. After an hour of riding, they spotted lettering on a distant roof advertising the Hilltop Cafe. "What do you think?" John asked over the intercom in the helmet. "It's worth a try. Let's check it out," Harry answered. When they got within a couple of 100 yards, the riders stopped to study the parking lot. After a few minutes, they could identify half a dozen infected stumbling around a dozen vehicles in the parking lot at the front of the building. "I'm getting low on gas," John announced. "Same here," Harry responded. "The lights are on. Does that mean the pumps are still working if they have a light on?" Liz asked. "They probably have a backup generator. I can see a propane tank at the back of the building," John answered. "The walking corpses could be a problem." "I doubt they'll stand back and let us fill up without trying to eat our faces." "Yeah, we'll have to take them out," Harry answered. "Look how many vehicles," John lamented. "There could be a lot more infected behind the building."
We don't have a choice. We're almost out of gas and I see a fueling island. It's either doing it or we end up walking. Liz studied the scene below. We could take one of the vehicles. No way, John answered. I'm not leaving my bike. Liz chuckled. Just a thought. She pulled the handgun from the back of her jeans. Well, we're not getting anywhere sitting here. Harry looked at John. Okay, this is what we do. We stop on the edge of the parking lot, rev the engines, and it should bring them out from around the building. We'll know if this is more than we can handle. If it doesn't look too bad, we pick them off. Sounds like a plan, John answered. Both men slipped their bikes into gear and made their way down to the cafe.
They watched the infected cock their heads, then turned toward the sound of the bikes. The men guided the motorcycles toward the parking lot. The monsters stepped out into the sun and focused on the pair of machines approaching. As soon as Harry stopped, Liz raised her handgun and fired at an infected man stumbling toward them. The bullet missed the middle of his face and struck the side of the infected man's head, knocking him off balance into his knees. He fumbled back to his feet and continued shuffling toward them. Harry pulled his helmet off and stepped off his motorcycle. He put his hand on Liz's shoulder. Easy, Lizzie. Take your time. She took a breath, let it out slowly, then pulled the trigger again. The infected man's head exploded with a spray of red gore that fanned out to shower across two dead following a few feet behind. Swallowing back the bile, Liz sighted on another undead monster and squeezed the trigger again. The woman fell, just as Harry's gun fired and took out a man in shorts and the remnants of a white t-shirt. Liz stepped off the bike and turned just in time to see John take 3 quick shots with his Colt. 2 bloody corpses fell to the asphalt, exposing a small female with half her face ripped to shreds. 2 small children with horrific wounds to their arms and legs followed the woman. Liz stared at the dead children stumbling toward them. Her muscles refused to respond, despite the terror that screamed at her to pull the trigger. The children had been near her eldest daughter's age when they died. Tears filled Liz's eyes as she watched the horror when suddenly, racking sobs stole her breath away. Her hand, still clutching the gun, fell to her side as she stared at the youngsters. John took a shot at another infected adult with a gaping abdominal injury that left his intestines spilling from the wound. The bullet hit him in the middle of the face. It tore out the back of his head, sending bone and gore fanning out in a fine mist to paint the vehicle behind him. Harry fired his handgun and took out a waitress. She slipped to the ground as if a marionette with the strings cut. The children stumbled past the body and headed for Liz and Harry. Harry yelled, "Fire that damned gun, Lizzie!" He fired at yet another latecomer that appeared from the back of an F-150. "Damn it, Lizzie, fire that weapon or we're going to die!" Liz aimed and shot at the young boy. A crimson bloom appeared in the middle of his forehead a split second before he fell. Hesitating only a second, she moved the muzzle to the left and fired again. The young girl collapsed in a heap of legs and arms, her blonde hair falling over her face, hiding the damage done by the bullet. It took less than a minute to kill the last of the infected. Silence filled the parking lot. Harry and John surveyed the damage done in less than 3 minutes. The bodies of 10 adults and 2 children lay in the parking lot. Liz stepped away from the bike and walked to the bodies of the children. "I can't do this anymore," she whispered as she squatted next to the small bodies. "We don't have a choice," Harry whispered. "If we're going to find your girls, we have to keep on doing it again and again." Liz gently wiped the blonde hair from the face of the girl. "She was someone's daughter. She should be smiling and laughing, not lying in the dirt." John disappeared into the building for a few minutes, then walked back to his bike.
He rolled the motorcycle to the pump at the end of the island, removed the gas cap, and slid the nozzle in the gas tank. He selected unleaded and pressed the handle to start pumping gas. Harry pulled Liz to her feet. "You're right, but that isn't the way the world is now." Liz followed him as he rolled the bike to the pump and retrieved the pump nozzle from John. She stood staring blankly as he filled his gas tank.
Lizzie, the world we live in now sucks, no doubt about it. But it doesn't mean we quit. You got your girls to find and protect. Harry took a deep breath. John and I are old men. One of these days we could have a heart attack and not be there for you. You don't have the luxury of checking out. Again. He pulled her face up to look at him. Do you understand me? Liz squared her shoulders and took a deep breath. I got it. She pulled away. I'm going to the bathroom. Liz walked away, feeling both John and Harry's eyes following her. Harry was right. She had checked out. Liz walked toward the sign with an arrow pointing toward the restrooms. She stepped to the door and knocked on the barrier. After listening for a full minute, she repeated the knocking with a bit more force. When she heard nothing, she raised her gun and jerked the door open to find a facility barely 5 foot square with a toilet and sink. She did her business and flushed the toilet. Afterward, she stood staring at the paper swirling around the bowl. She imagined it was her life disappearing in front of her. She sighed and tried to just appreciate something as simple as using a toilet. At the sink, she turned the handle and water spilled from the faucet. She pulled her t-shirt over her head and used paper towels to wash as much exposed skin as possible. She stuck her head under the trickle of water, then scrubbed her fingers over the remains of a bar of soap at the side of the sink. She washed her face, then slid her hands through her hair before rinsing as the water pressure dwindles to a bare trickle. Her hair would dry as brittle as straw, with soap residue probably, but she felt semi-better. She finger-combed her short hair back and then looked into the mirror. Her face bore fine lines that had not been there a few weeks ago. She looked years older, she decided, as she pulled the t-shirt back over her head. Would her husband even recognize her? She refused to think about Brian not surviving. If she thought about him not finding her, she would give up. She had to concentrate on the girls. They needed her, and she needed to see them. With that, she clenched her jaw and jerked the door open with the handgun held up and pointed to the outside. Harry pushed the barrel of the gun aside. Damn, Lizzie, you scared the shit out of me. I was about to come in after you. You've been in there a long time. Sorry, Liz answered. There was a little water left in the pipes. You look better. Do you feel better? Harry asked. I'm good, Liz answered. I won't freeze again. Getting back on the 3-wheeled motorcycles, the trio of riders looked at the road sign verifying they were 50 miles from Kerrville. Harry glanced at John as he slowed his bike. We need to make some plans. Slowing his own bike, John spoke into the helmet mic. I think going into Kerrville would be a bad idea. We need to find a way around it. We should head west on rural roads to avoid it, Harry answered. We can't do that, Liz interrupted. Harry asked over the intercom. Your reasoning? Liz answered. We don't know the roads, and there's a good chance we won't be able to find more fuel. I've flown over West Texas, and you can drive hundreds of miles and see no sign of people. It's dry, desolate terrain with scrub brush and dead-end roads. If we break down out there, we die. We wouldn't have a chance of walking out. John joined the conversation. The maps we have won't include the private roads and trails we could end up on by just heading west. As much as I hate to say it, Lizzie is right. We could end up running out of gas in a box canyon and be buzzard bait. The alternative is not much better. We'll be going through the small burgs and suburbs around Kerrville.
There's a good chance any populated area will be crawling with the dead, Harry advised.
But I don't guess there's any way around it. All right. Then we take 16 to the Bandera Highway and skirt around Kerrville on the south side of the Guadalupe River on Highway 92, John answered.
Safety. The road sign said, Utopia. The last dozen miles of highway had been cleared, and the only sign of infected in the area was charred ground with piles of bones in the center. They crested a ridge, and Zach stopped the truck to look down on the town. It looked quiet. A bridge had large metal sheets on hinges welded to the sides. Houses on the side streets had been raised to ensure the good line of sight views from the road leading up to the river approach. On either side of the bridge stood a 15-foot-high guard tower with 2 men in each. The covered security platforms looked well constructed, and the people seemed to be alert. "It looks safe," Della commented. "They have the town barricaded." "Yeah, but will the town folks let people in is the big question," Steve answered.
How can we tell? Zach asked. Steve chuckled. They can see us and haven't started shooting, so put this thing in gear and let's head down there. Keep it slow. Be ready to U-turn and get out of here fast. They rolled up to a makeshift gate. The men standing on the platform straightened up and studied the approaching vehicle. When Zach stopped in front of the entrance, one of the men called out, "Far enough. What do you want?" Steve leaned out the passenger window and waved. "A little bit of comfort and joy," Steve answered with a grin. "Okay, smartass. I know the owner of that truck and you're not him. If you don't have a pretty good explanation, we're gonna start shooting." Steve raised both hands. "We had some trouble. 3 people at a small corner store about 30 miles from here were killed by a group of men in 2 big-ass trucks.
The man who owned this truck was one of the people killed." Zach added, "The old man at the store called one of the men Willie Baker." "Goddamn Baker boys," the guard commented with a scowl. "I guess we'll have to hunt those shitheads down." Steve answered, "No, that won't be necessary." "What do you mean?" the man asked. "They killed one of our people, so we took care of them. They won't be hurting anyone else," Steve answered. "Well, shit. You folks have saved us a lot of trouble if what you're saying is true. You can come in and rest a while." A gruff voice called out. "It's what we've been hoping," Steve answered. "Can you make arrangement for our man to be buried?" "Of course. You're welcome here, folks, but we have a few rules you'll have to follow." A big man wearing a sweat-stained brown shirt announced, "Gotta be checked for bites and scratches." He picked up a radio and talked into the mic, then waved to 2 men to open the gate.
"We'll make arrangement to bury your man. No worries there." The iron gates opened, and Zach drove the pickup across the bridge. The metal opening closed behind them, and a man directed them to park near a large military tent. "You folks sit tight. We got someone coming to take care of the formalities for the ladies." An ADV pulled up, and a young woman wearing scrubs got off and walked to the tent. She stepped inside the tent, and the glow of lighting could be seen when she came back out with a clipboard in hand. She nodded at the t-shirted man, announcing she was ready to begin. The man wearing the sheriff's badge walked up to the truck. "My name's Ollie Ford. Before you can go any further, folks, we gotta make sure you ain't infected. One at a time, get out of the truck and go inside the tent. Either me or that young lady will take a good look at you. If that don't suit, you turn around and head back out the way you came." Steve shrugged. "Sounds reasonable."
"Any chance you can do your inspection out here?"
Ollie grinned. "If you boys don't mind stripping down out here, I ain't got no problems. The ladies can go inside the tent." Sandy and Della stepped out of the truck and disappeared into the tent. The young woman followed. Zach stood at the side of the truck and pulled his shirt off. He did a 360, then dropped his pants to the ground and did the same thing. Ollie grinned. "You're fine, son. Now you." Steve opened the door and Ollie saw Steve's missing limbs. "Well, son of a bitch.
You took out the Baker boys and you ain't got no legs? Steve pointed to the fiberglass blades on the floor. I have legs. Just been using them a little too much lately. One of the reasons we need to rest. Still seated, Steve shrugged out of his shirt and then pulled up his shorts pant legs to expose the pale, unblemished flesh of his upper thighs. The bandage on one stump caused Ollie to frown. Steve raised his hand, palm outward.
Pressure sore from these. He held up a prosthetic. Steve pulled the bandage from the stump. Ollie sighed. That looks like it hurts. Steve laughed. Only when I walk. I'll bet. We got a pharmacist. Maybe he can do something to help you. Ollie waved as Della, Sandy, and the young woman came out of the tent, all smiles. The woman with them called out, "They're clean!" Sandy and Della got in the truck, and Ollie stepped onto the running board on the driver's side to direct Zach toward a building in the distance. That's the local motel. We've been putting folks up there until we either find a place for them or they move on. You folks pull right up there. Ollie pointed to the corner unit of a 2-story motel. Once Zach parked the truck, Ollie stepped from the running board and announced, "I'll get the keys and then see if we can locate a wheelchair." Della spoke up. "Thank you. He needs to stay on his butt for at least a week." Zach looked around at the pseudo-Mayberry appearance of the town and whispered, "Is this for real?" Steve shrugged. "Appears to be, but I have a feeling they're going to want a lot more information about Baker." Ollie reappeared 5 minutes later and handed them 2 keys. It was a good thing the motel didn't have one of those fancy electronic key systems. You folks go on inside. I got you 2 rooms. They aren't adjoining, but they're next to each other. You folks can get cleaned up, and I'll go see about getting some food brought over. He opened the door of the first room and stepped inside. He pulled back the curtains and opened the windows. When he reappeared, he commented, "Sorry, no electricity, but we do have water. Just be quick in the showers. We're trying to conserve since we have to run a generator to fill the water tower." He disappeared into the second room and did the same, then stepped into the afternoon sun. Go to the office if you need clean clothes. Got a bunch of stuff in there. Most people show up with just the clothes on their backs. Zach pulled the keys from the truck and pocketed them. He slipped out of the seat into the ground, twisting his back, spreading his arms. God, I'm tired of sitting in that truck. Della and Sandy opened doors and stepped from the cab. Steve reached for his prosthetics, but Della slapped his hands away. Zach, you need to get Steve in the room, please. She picked up the blades and slid them under her arms, then grabbed 2 backpacks and marched toward the first door. I'll go to the office and see what I can find in the way of clothes. Zach walked around to the passenger door and shrugged. Sorry, man. She scares me. He backed up to the opened door. Me too. Steve laughed. Let's get this done. Just take me straight to the bathroom. Zach squatted, and Steve leaned over to wrap his arms around Zach's neck. He accepted Steve's weight and straightened up as if the 160 pounds were nothing. Zach clasped his hands around Steve's thighs and walked into the last door. He walked into the bathroom and bent his knees to deposit Steve on the closed toilet lid. Need anything else? Zach asked. No, I got this. See if you can get my blades back from the Wicked Witch of the West. He chuckled. Uh-huh. Not me, man. Della's got that look in her eyes. Steve grinned and called out, Chicken! Zach pulled the door closed, still chuckling. He walked outside to sit at a picnic table under a spreading oak tree. He opened a bottle of water he had found inside the room and took a long gulp. The child of 4 or 5 walked up to Zach. Hi! He turned and saw a little blonde girl with huge blue eyes. Hi, he smiled back. Do you want some soda water? She held out the red can. I don't think so, little un. What I really want is a big juicy hamburger or Kentucky Fried Chicken, he answered with a grin. My name is Penny. She took a sip of the drink in her hand, then added, My mommy goes to the clinic and works. We're going to get a house with Granny.
I stay with Granny when my mommy is working. Penny, where are you, child? A wizened old black woman, barely 5 foot tall, stepped from a nearby room and looked around. Oh, well, hi there, young man. Now, Penny, don't you be bothering that nice young man. I'm not. I'm sharing, Penny answered in her little girl voice. Child, that young man needs more than a swallow of soda. She disappeared into the room and came back with a bright red can. She passed it to Zach with a grin. Thank you, ma'am, he answered. That's really kind of you. You and your friends have been out there? Outside the walls? Yes, ma'am. I'm Millie Jackson, and this little minx is Penny Crawford.
Her mother, Darlene, works at the medical clinic. Ollie walked up to the picnic table, pushing a wheelchair. Got this for your buddy, big guy. The person who used it didn't make it, so your friend can have it. Della and Sandy both stepped from their room in fresh clothes. They walked up to Ollie, and Della stuck out her hand. I'm Della Marshall. This is Sandy Thompson, and you've met Zach Davis here. Ollie nodded to each of them, and Della continued. You've sort of met Steve Benton. We're really grateful for a place to rest. Steve really needs some downtime. He's done a lot to keep us alive. Zach reached for the chair. I'm going to take this to Steve and then get cleaned up. Ollie laughed. Good idea. No offense, big guy, but you all were more than a little ripe. Zach sniffed at his armpit, then made a face. No offense taken. Don't take too long.
I have food coming for you folks since we've all eaten our dinner this evening. Zach disappeared into the room, and Steve rolled out in the wheelchair. He maneuvered the chair around the parking barriers and crossed the lot to the green space in 2 strong pushes of the large wheels. He made a 360 turn and then rocked back onto 2 wheels. Nice chair, Steve grinned at Ollie. Glad it suits, Ollie answered. A couple candles in the rooms is all we can offer right now for evenings, so use them sparingly. He stood there visiting with the group for nearly 15 minutes before he looked up at an approaching handcart being pushed toward the motel by a bearded man in a white apron. Well, see what's coming. Chapter 8. Renegades. It was at least a couple hours before dawn when Captain Marcus Griggs made his report. Major William Bishop glared at him. What in the fuck do you mean, she's gone? Hill and most of her squad.
Only ones left are those 2 dickheads she was bitching about, Griggs answered. So we're down to 18 men? Bishop asked, his face mirroring his rage. Plus the 2 idiots, Griggs explained. We need more men if we're going to survive this shitstorm. Bishop turned to look at the remaining soldiers and vehicles he now considered his army. After a deep sigh, he finally answered. The country is under martial law. That means the military can requisition assets, and that includes men. Time to start recruiting for this man's army, Griggs laughed. About time we quit running. Get me a map of the area, Bishop ordered. 2 minutes later, Griggs spread a detailed Texas map out on the table. Both men studied the roads and surrounding countryside. Bishop pointed his finger at an intersection. We're here. We're heading north and connect with 470, then west. Griggs nodded. And then, sir? Going to a little town called Utopia. I was through there once.
It will be readily defensible. We can set up a pretty sweet deal and use the people that live there. Small town folks shouldn't be a problem when we roll in and take over. We'll have all we need. I'll keep an eye out for a few good men. Griggs laughed. Bishop scowled. I want you to take 4 men, plus those 2 dipshits, and go after Hill's squad. I want 'em dead. After a moment, he added, if you have any trouble with those 2, morons cut 'em loose. Permanently. Yes, sir. Griggs gave a crisp salute. We roll out of here at dawn, Bishop added. We'll leave one of the strikers and a driver so you can follow if you don't make it back in time. Griggs called out to the 4 men that would go with him.
He reached into the striker and retrieved 2 radios from the unit. He tossed a receiver to one of the men after setting the frequency. "Smith, you stay here, and if I call, you bring the striker." He clipped the radio to his belt. "The rest of you, gear up."
We got 6 deserters to take care of. One of the 2 remaining men from Hill's squad asked, "What about us?" Griggs glared at the 2 men. "You come with us. You better be part of the solution." He pulled rifles and ammo from the striker. 2 days' rations. You got 5 minutes. Not bothering to wait for the men scrambling to gather weapons and supplies, he headed out through the trees. Bishop and the rest of the soldiers prepared to bed down until dawn. When Smith was left standing alone by the striker, he climbed into the vehicle and closed the door. He wasn't the only one that wanted nothing to do with Griggs, but they liked him, didn't have the nerve to sneak away. Smith made a bed of blankets in the back and pulled a magazine from his pack. He'd have to leave the vehicle when it got hot, but for now, he thumbed through the glossy pages of the magazine, ignoring Bishop and his crazy shit. The men followed Griggs through the brush at the side of the road.
He studied the ground and began walking into the forest, all the while watching the ground for signs. It was easy enough to track the 6 deserters where they raced into the woods. They had run single file through the dark. It was apparent the 4 men and 2 women had been desperate to get away from the camp and had been careless. For hours, Griggs could follow the rend broken branches and turned stones, so tracking was no problem. Dawn brought light to cast shadows. The ridges of footprints grew long and stood out in the dawning light of morning. Griggs set a pace that quickly drew ragged gasps from the men following him. With a grunt of disgust, he finally slowed his pace and continued pursuit at a pace the men could manage without falling behind. The sun climbed higher into the sky, making shadows shorten. By midday, the footsteps no longer were visible at all. Finally, Griggs called a halt. It had been a quarter mile since the last sign. By noon, Griggs realized the easy tracking had been a ruse. The fugitives had backtracked in a quarter-mile circle that had passed through a creek bed, then entered the shallow stream. Their tracks merged with the old trail, and suddenly Griggs realized his mistake. All he could do was follow the creek and hope he found where they left the stream bed. He followed the stream for nearly a mile before he stopped and looked around. Griggs reached into his pack for a bottle of water. One of the men following bent over, clutching his knees breathlessly. Another man collapsed on the bank, exhausted. The remaining 4 took the time to hydrate, but overall looked no better than the rest. Griggs capped his bottle, then looked off into the distance. Through the trees he could see bright rays of sun on black asphalt roadway. "Move out," he ordered as he walked toward the road. When the group cleared the tree line, Griggs saw a multitude of footprints alongside the road. Some of the prints in the dirt were made by shoes, while others by bare feet. He noticed several puddles of a dark, oily sludge mixed in the soil at the edge of the road or on the asphalt. When he stepped closer, he caught a whiff of decay and rot. He swallowed the bile rising at the back of his throat. "Infected. Must be a couple dozen of them," Griggs announced. The corner of his mouth tilted up with a malicious grin. If they had a herd of the infected after them, this was going to be good. "Double time, we got a show to watch." The first shots could be heard less than 10 minutes later. Griggs forced the team into double time, despite the hardship being caused by the harsh pace. Heavy boots echoed on the asphalt as they chased the shimmering waves of heat. The sun glared off the blacktop, making the soldiers squint against the glare. The straight road deviated into a sharp curve to the left and disappeared behind a stand of trees. The gunfire rose in volume, then fell silent. Someone was yelling orders. The gravelly voice shouted orders laced with profanity. Griggs and the team drew up short when they rounded the curve and saw a dozen men surrounded by at least 24 of the infected. The men fighting the dead were dressed in distinct versions of motorcycle garb. black leather patch-adorned jackets and chains spoke volumes. They used machetes and a variety of handheld weapons to kill the infected, one at a time. "Well, well, well," Griggs shouted. "You boys seem to be in a pickle." "Fuck you," the gravelly voice cursed as he swung a tire iron at an infected man's head. The blow was glancing and slid off the side of the dead man's head, taking a patch of scalp with it. The monster stumbled, then righted himself and reached for the man again. "We can help you boys out, or we can just stand here and watch. Up to you," Griggs called out over the grunts and curses. "Come on, man, we're out of ammo," a man begged.
"This man's army is looking for some new recruits," Griggs bellowed. "You boys interested in signing up?" The bikers were outnumbered, and the infected pressed their advantage and grabbed at one of the bikers that took a step too far from his comrades. He stumbled, and two monsters grabbed his arm. He was pulled from the group and disappeared into a clutch of flesh-eaters. His screams had lasted nearly a full minute before he fell silent. The leader shouted in rage, "Fuck! Yes, damn it, whatever! Kill these fuckers before I lose any more men!" Griggs laughed and shouted above the din, "All you boys signing up?" With a shout to the affirmative, Griggs turned to his men. "Handguns! Let's clean house!" Without hesitation, 6 men in uniform spread out behind the infected, took aim, and fired. With the sound of gunfire, several of the infected took notice and turned toward the soldiers. The soldiers shot, again, before they could move. Griggs raised his hand.
"No need to waste ammo, men."
After taking a moment to realize the soldiers would not be finishing off the monsters, the bikers attacked the last 3. The leader walked to his recently deceased companion and drove a tire iron through his left eye socket. When only bikers and soldiers remained, they spent a long minute glaring each other. The leader stepped to the front of the riders and snorted. "So you say we've joined your army?" Griggs held the handgun pointed toward the leader. "You boys wouldn't be considering reneging on your recruitment package, now would you?" "Hell no. You boys got ammo and probably have access to a lot more." "The name's Will Ryder," the leader laughed. "Just know we ain't the marching kind." Griggs walked up to Ryder and stuck out his hand. "Neither is this man's army." Ryder laughed and slapped the back of the biker standing next to him. "My boys need a little R&R. We've been kicking ass and pissing on the nameless." He walked to a black bike and opened the saddlebag. He retrieved a strip of dried beef and tore a mouthful off. "Have you boys seen any more soldiers? We're looking for half a dozen deserters," Griggs asked. Ryder looked at his men, then laughed. "If they were anywhere ahead of us, they might be walking, but they're not alive. We ran into the main body about half a mile back." He pointed at 2 of the dead. Both wore remnants of military garb matching that of the men in front of him. Both were mangled on their faces, making a visual identification impossible. "These buddies of yours?" Griggs walked over to the bodies and kicked the first to its back. He looked down and studied the gnarled features. Finding facial features amid the mass of torn flesh was hard. The camo t-shirt bore no name, and since no roster had been taken of the survivors at the roadside park, it was impossible to tell by just looking at the bodies.
One of the soldiers stepped up to Griggs' side and pointed to the second body.
"This one could be Bailey. It's about the right size, but the face is so chewed up. Dog tags are gone, so can't be sure." Griggs turned to the man. "Hicks, right?" "Yes, sir," Hicks answered. "You better be right." Griggs grinned. He pulled the radio from his belt and spoke into the device, then turned to Ryder. "You and your men, clear the road. We'll be resting here while we wait for our ride." Griggs walked back from the pile of bodies to a stand of trees. He dropped his pack from his back and settled on a fallen tree amid the new growth. His men followed suit. Hicks sat down a few feet from Griggs. "You think Ryder's bunch will come?" Griggs shrugged. "They're out of ammo. No skin off my nose either way. It was worth it knowing Hall's team is dead bait. He laughed. Only regret, I didn't get a piece of ass off that bitch. Ryder and his men stood amid the bodies and watched the soldiers walk away.
So what's the plan? One of Ryder's men whispered. Kill him?
Chapter 9. Windfall. Southwest Storage provided a trailer that was not specifically for container transport, but would do, with a little bit of redneck ingenuity, according to PFC Dreschel. Matt accepted his assurances. He could make it work. Now the caravan of Humvee, crane truck, and 2 big rigs with trailers made their way toward the abandoned train. Matt's hands were shaking as he dodged the Humvee around half a dozen infected at the intersection. He needed a drink. He reached between the seats and spun the cap from a glass bottle. He grabbed the bottleneck, brought it to his lips, and took a long pull at the amber liquid. He recapped the bottle and slid it back between the cushions. He relished the warmth reaching his belly. He wanted more, but he needed to keep a clear head, and that was the only thing that held him back.
He glanced up at the rearview mirror and saw Dreschel go out of his way to roll over a walking corpse stumbling down the roadway. Damned kid acts like it's a game, Matt mumbled to himself. The trip to the train took nearly an hour, where a 5-mile stretch of road ran parallel to the track. Matt saw a tractor and trailer had jackknifed, blocking both lanes of the narrow highway. He could see the end of the train in the distance, but the wreck was in the way. Can't any of this shit ever be easy? He picked up the mic. There's a roadblock ahead, Matt announced. I wasn't there the last time I was out here, Jake's voice answered. Matt ordered, Don't anyone move. I'm going to check it out. He drove closer to the trailer and stopped the Humvee. Opening the door, he stepped out of the vehicle with a quick glance down at the bottle. Ignoring the JD with a sigh, he reached across the seat to grab his rifle before settling a boonie hat on his head. He clipped the radio to his waist, then pressed the transmit button and ordered, Stay put until I can figure out what's going on. Matt stepped away from the vehicle and made a quick scan of the area. To the left, the train track rose above the roadbed, the expanse between covered with a tangle of briars and vines. He looked to the right and noticed an old stand of barbed wire fencing separating the roadside from the woods beyond. There wouldn't be any surprises running through the woods. He walked toward the big rig, studying the mishap. As Matt got closer, he could see a fuel spill from a ruptured gas tank, skid marks, and twisted metal. The smell of gasoline hung heavy in the air. He scanned the area looking for the drivers, but saw no movement. Matt wondered what was inside, but decided against opening a sealed trailer right away. He stepped around the end of the container and saw a second tractor wedged into the apex of the jackknifed tractor and trailer. Matt looked in the cab through the shattered windshield of the jackknifed rig and saw a body with a bullet hole in the head. He turned to walk away when there was a slap on the glass. Matt stepped to the front of the orange rig and saw a bloody handprint of the shattered glass. Matt stepped closer. The windshield was a spiderweb of lines from bullet holes all well. Matt leaned toward the fractured glass and tried to look into the cab, but could make out nothing inside. He tapped the glass, and a bloodied hand slid down the inside of the glass. The hand fell back, leaving a bloody print. Matt jumped back, stumbling against the hood. "What the fuck?" he cursed. He pulled the radio from his belt and pressed a button on the side of the unit. "There's a second rig in front of the tractor and trailer. Got movement inside." "Live or dead?" Jake asked. "Want me to come up?" "Stay put. I've got it," Matt answered. "We're going to have to do something to get the rigs and trailer off the road to get to the track." "I can move them out of the way with the crane," Dreschel announced. "Give me a minute," Matt responded. "Let me check it out first." "Make it quick, or I'm heading up there," Jake called out.
Matt examined the bright orange cab and saw a spray of bullet holes across the front of the grille, including the front tires. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw the glint of shell casings spread across the asphalt. It looked like 2 or 3 dozen casings. Someone had sprayed the front of both rigs with bullets. The shredded front tires had caused the first driver to lose control. The second truck must have been moving fast when the driver slammed on the brakes and jackknifed, wrapping itself around the first. Matt looked through the undamaged portion of the orange truck's windshield and saw a Mossberg he could scavenge and decided to take a chance.
Weapons and ammo would be critical to survival in the days to come. He propped his rifle against the hood of the rig, then used the brush guard to climb up to the side of the cab and make his way across the side to the window. Once balanced on the door, Matt looked through the closed window for movement inside the darkened cab. He pulled a penlight from his pocket and pointed the beam into the gloom to see a pile of bedding, including a foam mattress, resting on the passenger door. He tapped on the window. The pile of debris moved, and a bloodied hand slid from under the clutter. A hoarse whisper called out, "Don't shoot." "Hang on, we're going to help you." Matt pocketed the penlight and clicked the radio. "Got a survivor. Jake, come give me a hand." A moment later, Jake climbed to the side of the cab. Matt pulled the door handle, but it was locked. Jake climbed up to join Matt, then used a tire iron to shatter the window. He reached inside and released the lock, then pulled the door open. "How do you know it's not a deader?" Jake asked. "He's talking," Matt answered as he lowered his legs into the cab. He stepped on the center console, then reached down to pull the foam mat from the pile resting on the door. "Hey, I'm going to start moving stuff off you. Just hang on," Matt advised the driver. The only answer was a deep groan. The response made Matt wonder about the wisdom of crawling into such a tight enclosure and not knowing if the person was dying or not. "You need to talk to me, so I know you won't eat my face, dude," Matt commented. The weak voice came back. "I don't kiss on the first date." "It's a fucking woman!" Matt blurted out as he shoved debris back into the void of the big rig's sleeper. He got his first glimpse of the person crumpled at the bottom. "Glad you're smart enough to know the difference," the voice whispered hoarsely. Jake roared with laughter from above. "At least this time."
With the last of the cab's contents moved, Matt could see the woman's head with short, spiked, dark brown hair with orange tips. A trickle of blood from a gash in her forehead mingled with clumps of hair was plastered to her forehead. The woman reached out, and Matt pulled her to her feet. Once standing, she leaned against the dash, clutching the steering wheel overhead to steady herself. Matt got a better look at the white wife-beater undershirt that displayed a trim and well-muscled body. With her arm extended overhead, he got his first glimpse of a tattoo on her shoulder. "Well, soldier, are you going to help me up there, or are you just going to stand there gawking at my tits?" the woman asked with more than a hint of annoyance. "Sorry." He stepped back to allow her to step up on the console, then pushed her up toward the opened door overhead into Jake's waiting arms.
Jake pulled her through the opening, and Matt watched through the shattered windshield as Jake helped her to the ground. When her shirt pulled up, he could see the tattoo continued down her back and trailed down her left arm with a brightly colored vine of tropical flowers. At her shoulder, green eyes of black cat glowered at Matt. Jake's dark face was all grins as he guided the woman to the ground using the brush guard. He was acting as if she were made of porcelain. "Now don't you worry, we're gonna take real good care of you," Jake announced. Shaking his head and grinning, Matt called out, "Anything you want from the cab?" The woman looked up. "That green bag, and there's a Mossberg. Grab anything else you think might be useful. Don't forget my quilt." Matt reached inside and found both the bag and the rifle. He picked up a few more items, dropped them in the bag, then slung it over his shoulder and passed the Mossberg 930 to Jake before he climbed out the door and down the side of the rig. A few minutes later, Matt handed the woman a bottle of water. The big ugly guy is Jake Curtis. I'm Matt Monroe. How are you feeling? He opened a bottle of water for himself. The woman took a long drink, belched loudly, then took another gulp. Damn, I needed that. She brought her fingers to the wound on her head. Is it bad? Jake pulled a couple wet wipes from his cargo pants pocket. He passed both to her. She wiped her face and hands, then turned toward the bright chrome of the orange rig's bumper. She dabbed at the gash at the side of her head with a second wipe. The wound stretched into the hairline. My name is Tate Hamilton, the woman announced as she studied the line of holes across the front of the truck grill.
Look what those assholes did to my rig. Tate's face tightened in rage, then relaxed. I guess I should thank you for getting me out of there. I don't know if that bunch will be coming back, but I know for sure I don't want to be around if they do. Still studying her reflection in the chrome, she pushed at the flesh on either side of the long gash. I think I'll need some stitches. You boys got a needle and thread or super glue? Matt watched in fascination as the muscles under the tropical colors of her tattoo flexed and rippled. He wondered how much of her body was covered in ink. He looked at her face and suddenly noticed the puzzled look in her hazel eyes. What? Matt stammered. We don't have needle and thread. Jake laughed. At camp, we got a mess of medical supplies. He passed her an oversized Band-Aid. Matt swallowed a gulp of water from his own bottle. Your truck is history. No shit, Sherlock, Tate answered. She looked at the crane truck and flatbeds, and then back at the soldiers. You want to head back with us? Matt asked. I don't think I have much choice. What are you boys up to? Jake answered. We got a pack of kids to feed at a camp about 30 miles from here. We figured to take full containers from the train down the road. Tate smiled. Good idea. Too bad the orange bitch is fried. Hey, you need a driver? Matt laughed. Orange bitch? Tate patted the orange-painted hood at her side. She was mine. Still paying for her before the world went to shit. Where were you headed? Matt asked. Northwest part of the state. I got a cousin up there. I'm hoping family from Houston headed that way when the city was evacuated. At least, I hope they got evacuated. I was waiting for a load in San Antonio when the shit hit the fan. I got out of town, then got trapped on the back roads. I found a tanker this morning and filled the bitch up and was headed to Randy's place. Jake grinned. You can come with us until we find you some new wheels. Matt nodded. That is, if you don't mind our doing a little shopping first. Tate shrugged. No problem. They busted the door of the trailer and dismissed the contents since it was filled with construction insulation. The two cabs were locked together, and even with the crane, it was a big job. It took an hour to move the trailer and the two tractors off of the road. With Tate's truck resting in the ditch, she stood in the middle of the asphalt staring at the pile of twisted metal and chrome lying on its side. Finally, she turned away. If I get a chance, I'm going to flatten those fuckers. Who? Matt asked. Rednecks with automatic weapons, Tate answered. Did you know the other driver? Tate sighed. I picked up a few miles back. His name was Jimmy Walker. I met him a few times on the job. When he heard the gunfire, he put the pedal down and rolled right into the bullshit. By then, the bitch was on the side and sliding, and I was out for the count. Sorry, your friend didn't make it. I saw the windshield and figured as much. I ducked, or I wouldn't be here either. Matt pushed the passenger door of the Humvee open. We gotta get going. I want to get the haul back to the camp before dark. Tate slid into the passenger seat and leaned her head against the headrest. She raised a hand to the side of her bandaged head. "Hurting?" Matt asked as he eased the Humvee down the road toward the stalled train. "Yeah. I was feeling a little sick, but the water is helping." "You probably got a slight concussion added to dehydration. Try to stay awake, and we'll try to be quick," answered Matt. "No problem. I'm just grateful you found me." Tate sniffed the air. "My friend, Jimmy, did he turn?" "No. It was quick. Several headshots from what I could see," Matt continued. "I guess that's something. I hate to think of anyone I know turning."
They smell like shit. We try not to get close enough to smell them, Matt answered. But yeah, they smell. Tate grinned. "I think it's because they're all walking around with a load of shit in their pants. That and the heat. Shit and rotting meat make a gross combination." Matt chuckled as he steered the Humvee past a stand of trees and into view of the full length of a train. A white rig and trailer with the back door hanging open sat next to the train. Dozens of boxes had been stacked inside the container, while still more lay on the ground at the back. A dozen infected stumbled around an open train car and the back of the truck trailer. Half of the infected had blackened skin with wounds oozing a pussy-looking sludge, while the others appeared less decayed. The others, new turns, seemed to be rough-looking men in work clothes. They had grievous wounds that caused their deaths.
Their skin had the telltale gray of death, while their clothes were in reasonably good condition, and they wore shoes. Tate commented,
"That's them. The dead rednecks are the ones that attacked Jimmy and me. I'm pretty sure of it." "We got a problem," Matt announced on the radio.
Chapter 10. Look of Pain. John and Harry passed a scavenged pair of binoculars back and forth, each examining the obstruction ahead. They had gotten to within a mile of the highway interchange on 16 when they stopped to face a complete traffic stoppage. Vehicle after vehicle had lined up, one behind the next, only to stay and never move again. Traffic had ground to a full stop at the interchange after an accident involving a truck and SUV. From the bodies wandering between the vehicles, it looked as if the stalled motorists were then overwhelmed by a horde of the infected. Now, the monsters wandered between the cars and trucks looking for new prey. John wiped at the moisture on his face.
"Wow, this sucks." Harry agreed. "We won't be getting through that. Not even on the bikes." He pulled bottles of water and energy bars from his saddlebags and passed them around. Liz swallowed down the hint of nausea as the aroma of the warmed oats and raspberry fragrance wafted up from the opened wrapper. She set her helmet on the back of the bike. "I guess we have to come up with a plan B." She folded the wrapper around the granola bar closed and slipped it back in her pocket. She leaned over and fished a map from a side pocket on the saddlebag. Sipping water, she studied the map for several minutes. Frustrated at the breeze fluttering the paper, she stepped off the bike and spread the map on a nearby hood. She used the bottle of water to hold down the corner. She turned back to the atlas, using her finger to trace fine lines back and forth. The smell of raspberry on her hands made her stomach roll. Finally, she spoke up. "We'll have to backtrack and try one of the rural roads to go around. The closest turnoff is 5 miles. I can see a way to weave around until we get back to 98 North. There'll probably be some business and residential areas, but this map doesn't show a lot of options." Harry let Liz trace the route for them, then stepped onto his bike and buckled his helmet to the side of the motorcycle in front of him. "Could get dicey, so ditch your helmet, John. We need to have a good field of vision." Agreed. John secured his helmet and cranked his bike. Liz buckled her helmet to the curve of chrome behind the seat. She pulled a bandana from her pocket and wrapped it around her head, tying it in the back. Settling on the seat, she patted Harry's shoulder. "Ready?"
The two men steered the bikes around stalled cars until they got to the next exit, where they left the road and made their way back to the intersection and the remains of a minor fender bender.
Through the open doors, they could see blood smeared on the inside of a Subaru. The back seat held 2 children's car seats. Liz's hand fisted against Harry's waist. He pressed his arm against her hand and remarked over his shoulder, "No blood on the car seats. The kids weren't with the driver." Liz relaxed a bit and looked to either side of the intersection. "There's a gas station. Should we fill up?" John answered, "I got half a tank, but I think we can top off." He rolled forward through the intersection and toward the 2-pump island where a small truck was parked. "We could use those gas cans in the back of that truck." Harry shrugged. "Let's clear the place before we get out the hand pump." He added over his shoulder, "Lizzie, you stay close to the bikes and watch the highway while we're busy." They parked with the bikes facing the road, and the trio stepped off the machines with guns drawn. Harry and John walked toward the 2 vehicles and the building.
Liz stood near the bikes and scanned the houses across the street. She noticed a ranch-style home across the street where a teenage girl stood behind a large picture window. The girl, with a blank look in her faded eyes, slapped bloodied hands against the glass. Liz looked closer and saw a ragged bandage hanging from the side of the girl's arm. Liz could hear the muffled thud of flesh against the double-paned glass from across the street. The infected teen was trapped in the house. No danger there. Relaxing a bit, Liz glanced down the street and saw nothing to cause alarm. It was unbelievably quiet. She watched John and Harry clear the area, then head around the side of the station. Suddenly, she heard a yelp of surprise from Harry. Liz raced toward the shriek, sure the 2 men were under attack. "Fuck," John bellowed. "Who in the hell?" Liz rounded the corner of the building and stopped. She teetered in surprise when she saw what had startled John. Harry stood on the opposite corner of the building, staring at the sight that had caused the outburst from John. Liz looked at the monsters inside a concrete block enclosure. The trash dumpster had been pulled out, creating a prison with a chain-linked gate at the front. 2 infected adults and 3 young boys had their fingers laced through the fencing, trying to reach John and Harry. The dual gates were secured with 2 padlocked chains. They appeared to be members of a family. A woman, a man, and 3 boys of varying ages, from preteen to teenager, were trapped inside. All except the male had the same blonde hair as the young girl across the street. The man appeared the most ravaged of the group. "Who the fuck would do this?" John whispered. Liz stepped closer and saw a handwritten note inside a plastic page protector attached to the concrete wall. It read, "Please end this for my family. I can't." A smear of blood trailed down the side of the plastic.
The girly script was a dead giveaway.
Tears slipped from Liz's eyes. She stepped to the gate and raised her gun. She fired. One by one, she shot the monsters inside the enclosure. Harry looked at Liz with a quizzical look on her face. "Why did you do that? They were no danger." Liz pointed to the girl across the street standing at the picture window. "They were her family. I think the man put the wife and kids inside, then got bit himself. Rather than hurt the girl, he made her help him go inside. That's why he looks so bad. He was still alive when he went in there. Anyway, I imagine she got bit in the process, and now she's trapped in the house." Liz walked toward the street, but Harry grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "See that she joins her family," Liz answered. "You don't have to do this," John announced. "I'll do it." Liz moved her head from side to side. "I have to do this." "We'll go with you," Harry announced. "No, I don't need help," Liz protested.
She walked away without looking back to see if the men were following. She crossed the blacktop, all the while watching the girl still standing at the window.
It might have been her imagination, but Liz imagined her face sad with longing for her family as she waited. Harry and John ignored Liz's protest and followed. Harry asked, "How are we doing this?" "I'm going to open the door and lead her across the street, then shoot her in the head," Liz added. "When we leave, we can burn the bodies." They followed a blood trail to the front door of the ranch-style house. The door was streaked with blood. When Harry tested the knob, it turned. Harry pushed the door open and he called out, "Come on, little girl." The dead girl stumbled toward the beckoning voice. When she got to the door, her eyes locked on Liz, ignoring both men. Liz backed down the steps, all the while speaking to the girl. "A few more steps and you'll be with your family," she whispered, as tears spilled from her eyes. Without the gray pallor of death, the girl could have been a county fair queen, cheerleader, or prom date for a football star. Even with the greasy hair and look of death, she was still beautiful. She wore jeans and a tank top with an oversized plaid shirt. On her feet she wore pink jogging shoes that were splattered with blood. Everything about her was heartbreakingly sad. Liz wept at the lives lost since the attack in San Antonio. Harry and John followed Liz as she led the girl to the parking lot to the back of the station. Despite the gnashing teeth and outstretched arms, Liz spoke to the girl in a voice filled with sorrow and compassion. By the time they stumbled around the corner of the station, Liz was sobbing the words of encouragement. Silently, Harry stepped up behind the girl and pointed the barrel of his handgun at the base of her skull. He pulled the trigger, shattering the afternoon quiet. The child fell to the asphalt at Liz's feet. Liz collapsed to her knees and slowly brushed the blonde hair from the girl's face as she sobbed for the lost life. Chapter 11. Utopia. Della, Steve, and Sandy settled at the picnic table waiting for the promised meal to arrive. They studied their surroundings and quietly admired the small park in front of the building they would call home for the time being. The motel itself was a 2-story keep-the-lights-on model that someone had turned into temporary housing for new arrivals to Utopia. The inside of the units, once probably generic and predictable, now included an eclectic array of antique and box store furniture with an assortment of bedding including homemade quilts. Zach suddenly appeared, looking clean and still a little flushed from his shower. A man with a broad middle covered in a white apron, a round face, and infectious smile approached them, pushing a cart with 4 containers, an assortment of bottled and canned drinks, and stack of place settings. "Hey folks, I heard you could use a good home-cooked meal. My name's Tony Baker." "Nice to meet you, Tony. We sure could use something to eat," Zach answered. "I see you folks got all cleaned up. I hope you haven't been waiting long." He passed napkins and eating utensils around the table while he continued talking. "I hear you have an interesting tale to tell." He set plates and flatware in front of each, then serving bowls and a platter of fried chicken in the middle of the table, then collapsed at the end of the bench. "Go on, folks, eat up." He opened a bottle of water and took a long drink. Zach's eyes opened wide at the sight of the fried chicken. He retrieved a chicken leg, then quickly took a bite. His eyes slid closed as he let the spicy, crusted chicken fill his mouth. He sighed and began chewing as a smile spread across his face. When he realized everyone else had grown quiet, he opened his eyes and saw everyone looking at him. "What?" Zach asked, a little confused. Everyone laughed. Steve answered with a grin on his face. "We didn't want to interrupt when you were having a moment." Speaking around the chicken, Zach replied, "I really like fried chicken." He laughed in a way only Zach could when teasing. "You know, it's a black thing. Now, I'd be in heaven if y'all had watermelon." Everyone burst out laughing, then passed around plates and began eating chicken, potatoes, homemade bread, and corn on the cob. Steve forked a big bite of mashed potatoes and looked across the table at Tony. "So what's the story here? It looks like the town is in pretty good shape. Fried chicken?
Tony laughed. Now we are. We're trying to make sure we stay safe, so we check people out, then let folks come in. There's only 2 ways in or out of town. You saw the bridge. The other end of town bottlenecks at the canyon entrance. Sounds pretty secure, Steve commented. We didn't pay much attention when it first started happening.
Since we're so off the beaten path, we've really only had a couple dozen people even show up, and it was families of locals. Of course, it got to be a problem, but we'll discuss that later. Anyway, the mayor and city council are running things. You met our sheriff, Ollie. We have local cops and volunteers manning the roadblocks. Tony shrugged and grinned. Oh, by the way, I'm the mayor, so if you need anything, just let me know. Now, what's your story? Steve looked at the clean plate in front of him and laid down his fork. We escaped San Antonio right after the attack. Once we got out of the city, we did pretty well driving and hiding until we lost 2 of our group. One thanks to Willie Baker and his buddies. Tony looked stern. Ollie let me know they're no longer a problem. Steve nodded as he began to realize just how fast news traveled in the small town. It was their choice to come after us. We were spending the night in a barn.
We had no idea we were close to other people until we settled down for the evening. We saw the lights and heard screams. Steve looked pained. Around dawn, something happened, and they realized we were there. They came after us. We got away, but they followed us to a store where they killed 3 people. Long story short, I set up a trap and killed them. One bunch is at the country store in Ashes, and the others are now part of the pileup down the road near the intersection. Ollie sent a couple men to check out the Baker place right after you got here. He let me know what they found a few minutes ago. That bunch of assholes had ambushed folks driving a couple trucks. They killed the drivers and were holding the women out on the farm. The men said the 2 women they found were in bad shape, and one may not make it. The other probably won't ever be the same. You did the world a favor when you killed that bunch. Ollie may have a few questions, but no worries. Times have changed.
They did bad and paid the price. Not much loss. Della added, We lost a nice young man because of those bastards. I'm sorry, ma'am. We knew they were bad news, but didn't know what they were up to until you folks showed up. Tony nodded, then cleared his throat. Ollie says there was another body. It was hanging in the old barn where you folks stayed. Della sighed. That was Martha. She couldn't face the loss of her family and fiancé and hung herself during the night. We didn't realize how hard this had been on her until morning, and then those men came after us. Her voice trailed off. No need to say more. Blatted verifies what the sheriff's men figured. They will be taking care of her and the dead out at the farm along with the people at the station. Thank you, Della answered. Look, I know you folks have had a hard time, and if you're done eating, I'll pick up here, and you can get some rest or look around. He began stacking dishes on the cart.
Is there anything you need that I can get you? Everyone answered in the negative until it came to Della. I need a heat gun. Tony looked confused. Heat gun? Yes, I need to heat up the thermoplastic on Steve's prosthetic and make some adjustments.
Oh, okay. Ollie told me our friend here had a problem when he scrounged up the chair. Let me do some checking. Tony finished clearing the table. If we find a heat gun, I'll see you get it. Tony walked away, leaving Della, Steve, Zach, and Sandy sitting at the table. Sandy started to stand, but Steve reached out to stop her.
We need to talk for a few minutes. Sandy sat back down. No problem. So, what's up, man? Zach asked. I think we need to look around. The first impression is good here, but even a rotten egg looks good on the outside. Steve answered. Della nodded.
Looking for a heat gun will give me lots of reasons to talk to people, and while I'm at it, I'll look around. Zach, if you don't mind a bit of a walk, I want to see how they're set up, Steve announced.
Sandy smiled. I need some shoes. Maybe I can go to the school and ask around for some help. If there's someone there my age, I can talk to them. Steve smiled. Sounds good. Be careful, though. I think we're okay here, but before we give the place a thumbs up, I want a clear picture of where we stand and how well they're set up. Steve pulled on fingerless gloves and rested his handgun under his thigh, out of sight. He used his hands to grab the big wheels at the side of the wheelchair and performed a perfect 360 on 2 wheels. He eased the chair to the parking lot, then gave the wheels a spin. Zach hustled to catch up. Steve laughed. Sorry.
I won't make you run to keep up.
Zach settled his long legs into a comfortable gait alongside the wheelchair, while Steve guided the chair to the side of the street. Despite the pace brisk, Zach didn't complain. They made the full length of the first block and looked down the side street just as Tony exited a nearby building. Well, fellas, I guess you decided to tour our quiet little town. He fell into step with the pair. How about I give you the 50-cent tour? Without waiting for an answer, he began. As you see, there's the school. The street goes back about 3 blocks in both directions. Down here, we're really on the backside of the town. We have a total of 78 buildings altogether, sandwiched between the bridge you came across and the opening of the canyon down Main Street about a mile. Sounds like you people have been busy, Steve commented. We had a few issues when it first happened, and we shut down the road.
We let a few survivors come through the roadblock. We'd ask if any of them were sick, but we didn't know shit about what was happening. Someone got in that shouldn't have. We lost over 100 people before we got it under control. Steve nodded as he calculated 1/3 of the population was gone. Your town folks must be pretty resourceful. That kind of infection rate could have decimated the entire town within a few hours. Sheriff had a cousin in the PD in San Antonio. He gave the sheriff a call right after it started, Tony continued. We just didn't understand about people hiding bites. He grimaced. It got pretty brutal until we got it under control. I lost a brother and most of his family. Steve rolled along with Zach at his side. No one wants to think they're dying. That's true. We had a brutal few hours because of it too. Tony sighed, then continued. Anyway, we set up so we could check everyone coming in. Since then, it's been pretty calm. Eventually, we'll have to start looking for supplies, but for now, we're okay. We got lucky. A new Walmart on the other side of town was scheduled to open that week. It would have drawn in traffic from a 50-mile radius. It was all set up for the grand opening. It was overstocked. 3 trailers of non-perishables sat in the back parking lot. We got enough tuna and pinto beans to last a year, even if we eat it twice a day. Tony chuckled at his joke. The sheriff locked the town down after the call, and since then we've let people buy non-food stuff on credit, but limited food to a single point of access. As they toured the town, Steve noticed multiple vehicles along the street. They had a big X painted on the doors and keys dangling in the ignitions. What's the cars? Zach asked. Tony laughed. Sheriff's idea. Cars belong to people that didn't make it. If we get in trouble, we have exit vehicles handy no matter where we are in town. Steve laughed. Damn, I don't think I would have thought of that. Good temporary shelter, too. Tony nodded. Sheriff said that, too. What about joyriders? Zach asked. Tony shrugged. Everybody was required to show up at a town hall meeting after the problem with the infected. The sheriff explained the logic of leaving the cars around. Besides the fact, no one feels too much like joyriding after what happened to half the townspeople. There won't be anyone messing with the cars. The trio completed the sojourn and headed back to the motel. When they arrived, Tony shook both Zach and Steve's hands.
You boys might want to park the truck at the side or back of the building. That way you got a clear line of sight from your rooms. Can't be too careful." He threw off a casual wave. "See y'all at breakfast. Meals are served in the school cafeteria. Breakfast is between 6 and 8, lunch 11 until 1, dinner 5 to 7. "Thanks, we appreciate it," Steve answered.
An hour later, both Della and Sandy returned. Della had a heat gun in her hand. She walked in, grinning from ear to ear. Sandy was smiling herself. They went into their room and each settled on one of the 2 double beds. Della laid the heat gun on the table. "We have to wait a few days, then go to the school. They said I can use a plug-in in the kitchen. It's the only building with a gas generator." Sandy stuck up her foot, and everyone saw a new pair of jogging shoes and new white socks. In her hands, she clutched 2 pairs of jeans, 2 shirts, and a sweatshirt. "I made a haul." Steve spent the next hour discussing what he had seen in the town. He took a long time to point out the advantages of staying in Utopia for the time being. He also explained the disadvantages as he saw it. Chapter 12. Let's Make a Deal. "Shit," Tate whispered. "Guess we got a problem." She reached for the bag Matt had taken from her truck and opened a side pocket. She stuck her hand inside and retrieved a white bottle with a red label. Spilling out 2 pills, Take tossed them in her mouth, then washed them down with Matt's bottle of water. She dropped the pill bottle back into the bag and opened a long zipper across the top. Tate reached into another pocket and pulled out a silenced handgun. When she saw Matt looking at her, she quipped, "I lost my knife the last time I got gas for the bitch. It's stuck in some dead fuck's head." She checked the load in the magazine, then slid it home with the palm of her hand. "Quiet is better." "You don't have to do this. We can handle it," Matt answered. "I'm all right," Tate responded. "Besides, I'm calling dibs on that tractor. Figure I need to earn it if I'm planning on taking it." Matt spoke into the radio. "Got about a dozen infected ahead. We move close enough to draw them toward us, then take them out. We use machetes to keep it quiet."
"Jake, hang back and watch our 6. When the Hummer got to within 30 feet of the closest infected, Matt stopped the vehicle and reached for the door handle. Meanwhile, Tate slid her door open and placed 1 foot on the ground between the door and truck before she took her first shot. A small black dot appeared in the front of the gray forehead of the closest infected. Instantly, the back of the head exploded in a mist of red and gray matter. The sound was little more than a hand clap. Matt looked over the hood of the Humvee and nodded at Tate. "Nice." Tate grinned, then winced at the pain it caused. "Let's get this done so I can use the sleeper in that truck. My head is killing me." Jenkins and Dreschel walked up with machetes in hand. Matt gave the nod, then the team with Tate approached the white truck. The infected furthest away didn't seem to notice them until Matt stepped up to a man in overalls and took the top of his head off.
The hair-thatched disc sailed past the pair, and suddenly they turned, and their focus changed. Tate laughed. "Hey, shitbags, come on down. Let's make a deal. I'll share lead for your dead head." She fired again. Another infected fell to the ground as if strings holding him up had been cut. Matt stepped up to a man with terrible wounds on his body. The stench was nearly overpowering when he cleaved the monster in the head with a machete. He sidestepped to avoid the viscera spilling from the damage to his midsection when he fell to the ground. Jenkins and Dreschel stepped away and took out 2 men, both with strips of flesh torn from their arms and chest. Tissue on their faces sagged and drooped in grisly, blood-crusted folds. Flies swarmed around the bodies of decaying flesh. Tate pointed at their bare feet with shredded and torn flesh. "See what I mean?" You can see they were wearing work clothes, so the shitbags probably had shoes on when they died. But they've walked right out of them. She pointed to another body with remnants of footwear clinging to his ankles. "Ain't that just the damnedest thing you ever saw?" Matt looked them over, then walked toward the last 4 infected. These are fresher than the rest of them. The group included 4 men of varying ages. One man was young, probably in the early 20s, had his throat torn out. A handgun hung from a holster on his hip. Another man looked to be in his 50s or so. He was a rough-looking man, dressed in torn and tattered overalls, with flesh torn from his arms and face. The side of the man's neck was ripped open, the blood leaving a dark brown crust on the front of his clothes. The last 2 men wore a mismatched collection of clothing that spoke of a hasty gathering of resources. Again, they bore terrible wounds that indicated they suffered horrible deaths at the hands of the infected. The original group of infected included office drones wearing the remnants of business suits and workplace attire. Somewhere, families had expected them home, and they had never arrived. There was even a waiter wearing black pants and blood-splattered white shirt with a name badge still pinned to the breast pocket. Jake nodded toward more dead monsters approaching from around the white truck. It looks like this bunch is more of the same that killed these fellas while they were filling the truck. Only 5 of us. How many can you take out before we have to deal with them, Tate? Matt asked. Tate grinned back at him. How many do you want me to take out? He laughed. I'm in a generous mood. As many as you can. Tate tapped a pocket on her cargo pants to verify an extra magazine, then raised her handgun and took aim. She fired, again and again.
She took out 6 infected before the group of monsters stumbled close enough for the men to step up and kill the rest. Matt walked up to an infected and slammed a machete into its head. The body fell at his feet. He stepped over it, and Tate stepped forward to fire at a woman in nursing scrubs. The monster stumbled when the bullet hit the side of her head, but failed to go down. Tate shot, again. This time the nurse fell in a heap while Tate released the magazine and reached into her pocket for a second. Jake sidestepped around the twice-dead nurse to reach an overweight infected woman. He slammed his foot into the side of her knee, and she face-planted on the pavement. Her face slapped with a nose-breaking crunch. She pushed herself up with her thick arms, ignoring the black sludge spilling from the center of her face. Jake slammed his blade into the back of her head. Jenkins used a tire iron to crush the head of a teenage girl, then turned to a second girl with an athletic build and remnants of a t-shirt that exposed strips of flesh had been torn from her face and shoulders. Jenkins struck out, and she fell to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, all the infected were put down. Matt glanced around, then leaned down to wipe his blade against the clothing of the closest infected. Everyone okay? With a chorus of affirmative responses, he continued. Let's check out the truck. I'm checking out the rig and make sure nothing else is coming our way, Tate called out as she gave a loose wave over her shoulder and headed toward the cab of the white truck. As she neared the vehicle, Tate picked up the pace and jogged to the front door of the white cab. After a quick look at the road ahead, Tate climbed up the side to peer through the driver's side window. Tate slapped her hand against the window, but nothing appeared inside. She tucked the gun into the back of her pants, then jerked open the door and climbed inside the cab. After a full minute, she reappeared. Her face announced her disappointment. Tate walked around to the back of the truck. No fucking keys, Tate called out. Matt walked up to her. That could be a problem. No shit, Tate glared at him as she pulled a cigarette from her pocket, stuck it between her lips, and lit the end with a Bic. She inhaled deeply, then blew the smoke at Matt. Dumb shits. Why in the hell would the assholes pull the keys? Tate asked. Jenkins and Dreschel walked up to see what was going on. Hearing Tate's rant, Jenkins laughed and called over his shoulder. Hey, Jake, can you hotwire the truck? Dickhead, I've told you 12 times. Just because I'm black don't mean I know how to boost a car, much less a fucking truck, Jake answered. He walked up to the closest body and gently tapped at the pockets. It was the youngest of the new turns.
After a quick search, he looked up and moved his head from side to side. Dreschel headed toward another body, which had once been dressed in office attire. The dead man had no shoes and decaying torn flesh hanging from arms and legs amid the rags. Matt called out, "Just the fresh ones." He pointed toward the other bodies. "What if he ran?" Jenkins asked. "Wouldn't make any sense to run if he had keys in his pocket. It's one of these fresh ones." Matt pulled on a pair of gloves and answered, "I'm really getting tired of smelling shit. Let's start moving them off the road." He began dragging bodies to the far side of the road while the team and Tate hunted for keys to the truck. Matt swallowed bile, trying not to lose his breakfast. He dropped the leg of the body into the ditch and used his boot to roll it into the trench, then walked away to retrieve 2 more, struggling against the smell of shit, piss, and rotten meat. Jake walked up to Matt and began helping him move bodies. "There's just nothing easy about the dead walking around killing people," he commented. Tate headed toward a body dressed in jeans and a plaid shirt. She leaned over and patted one pocket after another until she suddenly stopped and jammed her fingers into the front pocket of his jeans. Tate pulled her hand away with a finger inside a round key ring. She examined the blood-stained keys until she found one with a GMC logo. "I think I got 'em." Tate held the key ring out and poured a stream of water from a plastic bottle over them. She pulled a red handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the stains from the keys. She jammed the keys into her pocket, then grabbed the legs of the dead man, pulled the body across the asphalt to the ditch, then planted a boot on his backside to roll him into the ditch. Tate brushed the dirt from her hands, then pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and lit one. She crossed the road to the truck and climbed into the cab. She settled on the worn seat and slid the key into the ignition. Tate said a silent prayer, then turned the key. The motor roared to life. After a quick scan of the gauges, she turned off the engine, left the keys in the ignition, then jumped to the asphalt to jog back to join the men. "We're in business, gentlemen," she grinned as she tossed the cigarette butt toward the ditch. Matt and the others quickly moved the last few bodies, then walked to the back of the truck to look inside the trailer. A clipboard lay on the side of the open door. He picked it up and glanced down the list. He could see a handwritten list with several items crossed off. He shrugged and tossed it aside. Easing the trailer door open, he cautiously peered inside. The trailer was filled with cases of canned goods. The men had stacked boxes several rows deep, but it was evident the transfer of merchandises had been hasty. As Matt stared at the helter-skelter of cardboard boxes, he wondered about the people waiting for the food. Would they survive without the food and these men to protect them? He shrugged as he realized he would probably never know. Matt took a deep breath and pointed toward the open freight car. "Let's finish what they started. We'll get this truck loaded, move it out of the way, then we'll snag a couple containers and get back to the camp." "I'm ready. Let's get moving so I can clean up my truck," Tate said as she squared her shoulders and set her jaw as if expecting a fight. Matt raised both hands, palms out, and answered, "It's all yours."
You more than earned it. And let's get moving.
Tate locked the truck doors open, then jumped up to the storage bed and disappeared into the gloom. Matt could hear her move cases to the front of the trailer. "You want some help in there?" Jenkins called into the dark. Tate answered, "Sure, we gotta get this shit stacked right, and we can get a lot more. May as well get as much as we can. The rest of you get humping and pack those cases over here. Stand guard, Dreschel. Jenkins, inside with our new friend," Matt ordered, then looked to Jake. "Okay, big guy. Let's hustle this shit over here." They worked hard hefting cases of canned goods for 30 minutes, then Matt called a break. The trailer was loaded and buttoned up. The men, glistening with sweat, stood at the side of the road guzzling water. Tate, clutching her own bottle of water, walked around the rig and trailer.
Her brown hair stuck to her face in damp ringlets as she pulled at the brake hoses. looked over the tires, and, in general, inspected her new ride. When she was finished, she walked back to the men, grinning. "We're good to go if you trust me to move the truck out of the way." "Pull the rig out of the way." Matt hesitated only a moment, then nodded. "Give us plenty of space to maneuver." He pointed at 2 rail cars. "When you get done, will you watch our 6 while we work on moving containers to the flatbeds?" Tate gave an imitation of a salute. "You got it." When she got into the cab and fired up the truck, Jenkins asked, "What if she just drives away?" Matt shrugged. "Her bag is still in the Humvee. I don't think she'll leave it." 2 minutes later, Tate stood in front of the men. "Well, you slobs gonna sit on your asses all day? I can bring up the crane while you 4 lounge around." Dreschel jumped to his feet. "No way!"
Just stay out of the way. Tate grinned at Matt and lit another cigarette, then opened the door of the Humvee and retrieved her rifle. "I'd suggest the 2 containers in front of the one that the deadheads opened." After a puzzled look from Matt, she added, "See the opened doors. They started at the back and opened containers until they found the food." Dreschel jogged back to the crane truck's cab, jumped in, and fired up the big rig. Within a few minutes, he had the vehicle parked between the road and tracks. He climbed into the crane cab and cranked the engine. Dreschel extended the telescoping arms of the outriggers toward the solid rail bed and road on the opposite side. He shifted counterweights to the road side of the vehicle, then announced, "Ready?" Meanwhile, Jake had another truck running and ready to move closer to the crane. Dreschel stood in the road and directed Jake as he parked the trailer in front of the crane.
When Dreschel was satisfied, he went back to the truck and pulled cables from a box and tossed them down to Matt and Jenkins. He spent a few minutes explaining the procedure he anticipated, then climbed into the crane cab and fired up the engine. Matt frowned at the roar of the motor, but they couldn't help it. They needed the crane to move the containers to the trailer. They would have to hurry. The crane swiveled on the turntable to face the designated container. He extended the boom over the container, then lowered the cables with hooks. Jenkins climbed to the top steel container on the train car, ready to grab the fish hooks. One by one, he secured lines to each of the 4 corners. Matt threw up 2 extra ropes that Jenkins anchored to the front and back of the container. "Okay, Jenkins, secure the guidelines, and we're ready to go," Matt yelled out. Tate headed back up the road to the crest of the hill to watch for trouble. She stopped and began her scan of the back road and distant buildings. Her brows furrowed as the motor of the crane rumbled into action. The crane motor was loud, and the engine billowed black smoke from the exhaust pipes. It wouldn't take long for the dead to hone in on the sound. They would hear the motor, smell the exhaust. Any monsters hanging around the small community in the distance would start moving. Tate's head throbbed, so she pulled a bottle from her pocket. She opened the lid and retrieved 2 pills and dry swallowed the OTC painkillers. She knew she couldn't take anything stronger if she were going to stay alert. Her eyes moved constantly as she surveyed the surrounding fields and roadway. She glanced toward the rail cars and the men maneuvering equipment in the distance from time to time. But mostly, she watched shadows appear in the distance. They had been ringing the dinner bell, and monsters moved away from the houses, cocked their heads, then stumbled out of the shadows and drifted toward the sound of the motors. Jenkins anchored the guidelines and dropped the ends over from the container. Jake grabbed the front guide, while Matt grabbed the back one. Jenkins gave a thumbs up from the top of the container. At the crane controls, Dreschel powered up the hydraulics and raised the boom. The cables grew taut, and the container moved up. When it cleared the rail car, he worried the controls until the boom began to swing toward the waiting trailer. "Easy," Jenkins stumbled and grabbed an anchor wire as he called out, "Get control of the box." The steel box jerked toward the trailer. Jake and Matt pulled the ropes, trying to control the movement. "Dreschel, take your time," Matt yelled. "We got this. Slow and easy." Dreschel again pushed the control to move the boom, this time slower and with a bit more precision. He stopped the boom when the container hovered over the trailer.
With another control, he slowly began lowering the cable. The unit inched toward the trailer. The boom slowly lowered the box. Matt and Jake pulled at the lines as the box turned and wavered. The storage unit brushed against the edge of the flatbed, rocking the trailer with the impact. Dreschel halted the descent, then began lowering the container again. Matt and Jake made small adjustments to guide it as it settled on the trailer mountings. With a loud clank, the container slipped onto the mountings and the lines slackened. Jenkins pulled the fishhooks and guidelines free, then jumped to the ground. "Got it," Matt called out as he matched Jake's actions as he coiled the guidelines. After a quick fist pump, Dreschel raised the boom again and cables. He stuck his head out of the control cab. "I need the next trailer brought up." Jake gave him a thumbs up. "I'll get this truck moved," Matt called out.
Jenkins, get ready to hook up the next container. Fuck! That wasn't pretty, Dreschel commented with a tremble in his voice. You did fine, man. Matt gave Dreschel a wave. Get the next one hooked up. Jake is bringing up the empty trailer. I'll get this one out of here. He ran toward the second truck. Matt jumped into the cab of the loaded trailer and fired up the engine. He ground gears as he shifted into first to get the vehicle moving. 2 minutes later, he pulled up behind Tate's rig and turned off the engine. Coming back, Matt stopped at the Humvee and retrieved a can of spray paint. He ran to the white trailer laying on its side and knocked the cap from a can of red paint. After shaking the spray can for half a minute, he pressed the nozzle and made sweeping motions to paint the trailer side panel. When he was finished, Matt stood back and smiled at the heart and 2 names. As an afterthought, he made 3 smiley faces.
By the time Matt walked back, Jake was looking around, nervous. "What are you doing drawing pictures? This is taking us too long and we're making way too much noise." He pointed toward Tate, who was jogging toward them. Tate hurried down the hill and called out, "We've got company coming. They're approaching from a small cluster of houses about a mile from here." She glanced over her shoulder. "They'll be here in 20 minutes. "We got time for 1 more container. We'll be quicker this time," Matt answered. "That took us nearly 30 minutes. Are you sure?" Dreschel answered from the cab of the crane. Matt called out, "Get busy, Dreschel, and pick up that last container. Jenkins, get guidelines and let's make it quick." When he turned back, Tate handed him her scoped rifle and pointed into the distance. He squinted into the scope and saw monsters being drawn toward them by the noise of the roaring motor of the crane. He handed the rifle back to Tate. "Keep an eye on them and let me know when they come over that last rise," Matt ordered before turning back to the task at hand. Tate jogged up the road to watch the herd of monsters stumbling toward them. It included men, women, and children, all torn and injured beyond belief. She made a quick count and her breath caught in her chest. She realized there were between 50 and 60 of the infected. Tate glanced over her shoulder and saw the container dangling above the trailer. With a final growl of the crane motor, the unit settled on the raised sections at either end of the trailer. The box hung over the end of the trailer by at least 3 feet, but looked to be balanced on the back axle. The boom lowered and the cables collapsed to the top of the container. Tate watched as Jenkins freed the cable hooks from the boom and the telescoping arm retracted back into place. Dreschel retracted the outriggings, then restored the counterweights to their resting position. Meanwhile, Matt, Jake, and Jenkins struggled with tie-downs to anchor the container. After a heated discussion, they had settled for retractable tie-downs tied together to secure the storage units. It was far from ideal, but Tate imagined with slow driving, it would do. At the sound of groans and shuffling feet, Tate realized, while she watched the men tie down the containers, the infected had gotten much closer. She'd been paying too much attention to the salvage operation and not enough to the approaching undead. The infected were less than 100 yards from her and heading up the hill with dogged determination. They were moving much faster with prey in sight. Tate stuck her fingers between her lips and blew a shrill whistle that pierced the silence. Tate called out,
Company coming. She turned back to the infected, took 3 quick shots, then yelled, "They're here. We gotta get going. Now." Tate backed down the hill toward the trucks, still firing at the monsters. She dropped the fastest freaks and made her way back down the asphalt toward the semis. Matt threw a wave at the team.
Get to the trucks!
Jake, Jenkins, and Dreschel each headed toward a truck cab and climbed in. Jake got on the rig with the last container and fired up the motor. Jenkins started the first container truck that was parked behind the white rig. Dreschel climbed in the crane cab and the engine roared to life. The 3 vehicles were ready to move, but were behind Tate's cab and trailer and would be unable to slip by since it was parked in the middle of the road. Matt raced to the Humvee and cranked the engine. He slammed the vehicle into reverse and planted his foot into the floorboard. The Hummer swerved toward Tate as she backed downhill. She continued shooting at the leaders of the pack until the full force of monsters crested the hill. Tate turned and ran. Matt got within 10 feet of Tate and slammed on the brakes.
With the Humvee still rocking, he threw open the passenger door and yelled, "Get in!" Tate jumped into the Humvee and Matt slammed the vehicle into drive. "I'll drop you at the white truck. Pull to the side and let the other 3 pass, then fall in behind Jenkins and follow them to the camp." "But," Tate interrupted, "just do it. Jake can't go over 30 with that rig. I'll fall back and lead any infected that follow away so they don't end up back at our camp," Matt answered. He gunned the engine, crossing the distance within a minute, then slammed on the brakes alongside the white truck cab. Tate grabbed her bag from the back, jumped out of the Humvee, and raced around the front. She jerked open the door, threw the bag inside, and climbed into the cab. She fired up the engine, shifted the truck into gear, and steered the rig slowly to the left side of the road to allow the others to pass. She watched Jenkins pull the blue tractor around her rig and take over the lead position. The other 2 trucks followed. Then Tate slammed the shifter into gear, then cycled through the gears as she accelerated. Jake and Dreschel accelerated. Soon, all 4 vehicles rolled away. They were doing 30 miles per hour when Tate saw the Humvee disappear behind a stand of trees in the rearview mirror. Chapter 13. Lights On. After filling the gas tanks on the 2 motorcycles, Harry led Liz to his 3-wheeled bike. He stepped over the middle, then pulled her onto the seat behind him. Once seated, she literally collapsed against his black leather jacket, too lost in her own misery to speak during the next 3 hours of riding. She let the world slip away. Dusk was quickly settling around them when John finally slowed enough to allow Harry to pull his bike alongside. They stopped in the middle of the blacktop and kicked the engine out of gear before turning to speak to Harry. John announced, "We need to find a place to stop. We're not going to make it to the Thompson Highway before dark, and I don't want to run through a pack of infected getting there." "I know. Look for a place away from the road," Harry answered, then turned around to say, "We'll be stopping soon. Just hang on, Lizzie." Harry pointed at a wood frame house on a nearby hill. The property was surrounded by a pasture fenced in with several strands of barbed wire. Another white-painted fence separated the yard and buildings and back half of the property from the open field. "That looks good." John kicked the bike into gear, eased over a culvert, and faced the cattle guard crossing. "Let's do this." He gunned the throttle and rolled over the cattle guard with Harry close behind. They followed the narrow dirt lane toward the house, all the while looking across the open yard. John pointed to a fenced area at the back of the house. A horse and colt roamed the paddock, munching on grass. "What the fuck?" John cursed into the mic in the helmet. "See the livestock. You think anyone is here?" The men stopped the bikes at the gate of the fenced barnyard. John walked to the entrance and unhooked the latch. He pushed the gate open until it caught on a clump of scrub grass. John rolled his bike through and allowed Harry to follow. Together they rode to the front of the house. Harry stepped off the bike and looked around. Finally, he cupped his hand around his mouth and called out, "Hello, the house!" They waited quietly as John looked toward the outbuildings.
Chickens roamed the barnyard. An open barn door allowed the birds and animals sanctuary from nighttime predators. He turned back to Harry. "I don't think anyone is here," John commented. The two men stared at the graying boards. The house had needed repainting years ago. The lace window curtain at the side window danced in the light breeze. The place felt empty. It felt deserted without any hint of the people who once lived there.
"I'm going to check out the house, but I don't think anyone is here," Harry announced. He walked up the concrete steps to the weathered porch and cupped his hand against the screen to look through the glass at the top half of the door. "Hello?" When he heard no answer from inside, he stepped back and opened the ramshackled screen door. "It looks deserted," John called out. Harry knocked on the wood door with the barrel of his handgun. The sound filled the small house, then faded away to silence again. After a second rap on the wooden door had resulted in no response from inside, he turned back to John and gave a quick nod. "We're going inside. Lizzie, you gotta get your shit together. If anything happens, we may need you," Harry announced. Liz looked up and swiped at the remains of wet streaks on her face with the back of her hand. "I'm good." She stepped off the bike and pulled the handgun from the front of her pants. John stepped away from his bike. He slipped his gun out of the holster on his hip. He nodded at Liz to step behind Harry's bike. "If this goes sideways, you get on that bike and get the hell out of here," John advised. "That's not going to happen." She headed toward the house with a hard look on her face. "Let's do this." Harry placed his hand on the doorknob just as Liz stepped on the porch. He turned the knob and pushed. The door opened. Warm air smelling of dried rose petals and a hint of dust escaped the closed, darkened room beyond. After clicking his small LED light, Harry stepped inside with Liz close on his heels. The dark burgundy drapes over the windows of the old-fashioned parlor obscured the late afternoon light. Harry moved the circle of the stark white beam from one side of the room to the other. "Doesn't look like anyone is here, and hasn't been for some time," Harry commented. "But let's make sure, then settle down for the night." Liz nodded. "Lead the way. I'm good." Harry turned to John. "Watch the road." Together, Liz and Harry approached each room with weapons drawn. Once the downstairs was cleared, they walked up to the second story to do the same. They entered the first room and saw a guest bedroom and empty closet. The second door was a bedroom, still in use. Nothing was out of place. A worn cotton nightgown of flannel lay across the pillow on a sagging double bed. A man's plaid pajamas lay folded at the foot of the same bed. Liz looked down and smiled. She could imagine the old couple who lived in the house before the world turned crazy. Just as suddenly, the image in her mind shifted to them stumbling down a road together as all the other monsters, searching for warm human flesh to consume. She frowned. "It's clear. Let's settle in," Harry whispered softly. Liz turned and followed Harry until he stepped outside. She stopped to watch him walk out into the yard where John waited. They spoke together briefly, then John walked to the front gate and secured the latch, while Harry carried bags to the porch. When John returned, the two men brought their machines closer to the house. The kitchen was sparsely appointed, but clean. There was a gas stove, an ancient refrigerator, and worn white porcelain sink. The glass doors on the cabinets displayed an impressive number of carnival glass dishes behind the glass. A wire drain rack sat next to the sink. Placed inside was an upside-down coffee pot, along with 2 coffee cups. Liz glanced around and noticed the page of a paper calendar had been taped to the refrigerator door. Liz looked closer and realized it was a schedule. There was a day circled in red. It was that day, the day the world ended. In ink was written, "Last chemo." Liz picked up a stack of envelopes from the table and fanned through the return addresses. There were nearly half a dozen statements from a cancer treatment center in San Antonio. The owners of the house would not be coming back. She turned away and dropped the stack of paper back to the table. A sudden noise behind her made Liz spin around with her gun drawn. She stood, staring at the sink, when she saw a single drop of water fall from the faucet to ping on a metal pie tin in the basin. She walked to the sink and turned a handle and jumped back when water spewed from the faucet. She tested both faucets, then turned the water off. Excited, she looked at the stove. It was a gas. She held her breath and turned one of the knobs. The hiss of gas filled the quiet, and she quickly turned it off. She picked up a matchbox from the counter and stuck a lit match to the burner after turning it on again. Blue flames appeared in a circle under a front burner. She turned off the gas and ran to the back door. "The gas stove and water still works," she called to the two men parking their bikes at the back of the house. "All right," John answered with a wide grin.
I saw a chicken coop, so I'll look for eggs. Maybe even catch a chicken for supper. Harry laughed. We'll eat something besides jerky and flatbread tonight. Liz asked, "Why is there water?" Harry pointed to solar panels on the roof of a metal shed at the back of the house. A black cable ran from the boards to a metal pump shed. It's why the animals still have water. That and the infected haven't found the place. Liz glanced around as she walked through the house. It was a time capsule of life before the attacks. In the kitchen, she opened drawers and cabinets. The woman of the house was an orderly housekeeper, even down to the junk drawer. Liz laid out 2 lighters and a book of matches before closing the drawer. She opened a side door and stepped out onto an enclosed sun porch and saw a chest freezer near the door. She noticed the glow of a run light at the bottom and reached a trembling hand to raise the lid. She gasped at the cold white mist that billows from the depths.
When the air cleared, she smiled at the sight of the treasure of food inside. She reached into the freezer for one of the plastic-bagged loaves of homemade bread and walked back into the kitchen. John grinned as he held out a straw-lined wire bucket with a dozen eggs inside. "Bread!" John laughed. "Thought I'd never have bread again." Liz grinned. "It was in the freezer on the sun porch. It has all kinds of food inside." "Bet the frig is on the same circuit as this freezer," John commented. Harry walked to the sink and turned the faucet. "This place is fucking unbelievable." He stuck his hands under the stream of water and sighed deeply when the stream grew warm. He splashed water and scrubbed at the grime on his hands and face. He stuck his head under the faucet and let the water run over it. Liz glanced around the kitchen and found a hand towel hanging on the back of a chair. She gave it to Harry as he turned off the water. "I can't believe the water and power," she commented. John flipped a light switch and shrugged. "Lights work." "Still a real find," Harry sighed. "We all could sure use a real shower. Some of us are a little ripe. Before we do, we need to set up a hillbilly alarm." "Speak for yourself, Kimosabe," John laughed. "I saw a barrel of cans out back. We can use string if I don't find any wire out back." "There's string in the drawer beside the sink," Liz answered. "Did you figure anything out about the owners?" Harry asked. Liz nodded at the table. "They were in San Antonio." She walked to the stove and turned on the front burner. "Give me a couple minutes to fry some eggs, then we can get busy." "Yeah, my backbone met my belly button about 2 hours ago," John laughed. A few minutes later, they each faced an egg sandwich smeared with mayonnaise. The 2 men ate hungrily with only grunts for comments. When finished, neither were satisfied, but it would have to be enough to get them through the next few hours. Liz picked at the eggs on her plate, struggling to swallow each bite. In the end, she ate a few bits of dry bread, then covered the leavings with a paper towel. "If you catch a chicken, we can have it for a late dinner," Liz announced as she got to her feet. "Sounds good," Harry grinned. "Let's get this shit done," John encouraged. "I'll catch the chicken." Liz and the 2 men crossed the yard to a tool shed. After clearing the small building, Harry rifled through tools and gardening supplies and found a roll of thin wire.
He stuck a pair of wire cutters in his back pocket and headed back outside. After tying off the end at the corner of the shed, Harry headed toward the small barn. He walked about 6 feet, twisted the wire around a can lid, then dropped 3 or 4 rocks inside. He pushed the lid closed and tested the alarm with a flick of his hand. The stones rattled against the side of the can.
Harry handed the wire roll to John so he could hold the wire taut, while Harry repeated the process half a dozen times. John wrapped the wire around a post, then secured the end with a twist of his wrist. He looked back at the thigh-high can alarms and grinned. Liz asked, "How can I help?" "Put rocks in cans and use that string to balance them between the wooden posts out front," Harry stated. "You only need to put a couple on each section of fencing." "Let's get done before dark," John added. "Got it," Liz answered. Liz picked up a plastic bag from the kitchen, walked back to the can pile and filled it with cans, then headed toward the fence. When she got to the white painted boards, she picked up a handful of rocks, dropped a few inside, and shook it. Liz looped the string around a post, then the can lid of 2 cans. She pulled the line tight around the next post and repeated the process.
When she was finished, she brushed her finger against the line, and the stones inside the cans rattled. Not loud, but in the quiet of the night, without traffic, they should be enough. She finished the alarm cans and headed to the house. She walked past the guys crouching at the side of John's bike. "I'm going inside to get cleaned up. I'll be ready for that chicken in 30 minutes. Harry threw a wave and answered, "No problem. It's getting dark, so we'll be in pretty quick. Don't turn on lights if you can help it. Try to find candles and cover the windows." "Got it," Liz answered. 30 minutes later, Liz wore a fresh pair of jeans that were a little big, but like the man's plaid shirt, serviceable. She used the old washer to clean her clothes, then hung them on a clothesline at the side of the house. John, good to his word, spent several minutes chasing chickens around the barnyard until he finally caught a scrawny-looking, gimpy hen.
He cut the head off, then delivered the fowl to Liz with a big grin. "That's a pretty sad-looking chicken," Liz retorted. "Lucky I caught it. Do you want me to gut it?" "No, I can take care of it. Just finish what you've been doing and come on inside. I can wash your clothes." "We're okay. It's quiet out here." John walked away, glancing around at the deepening shadows. Anticipating the need to clean the chicken, Liz had filled a large pot with water and put it on to heat before she went into the bathroom. Once clean for the first time in weeks, Liz walked back into the kitchen to retrieve the pot of heated water. Before carrying the container outside, she half-filled a stock pot with water, then set it on the lit burner to heat. She took the larger container to the steps where the dead chicken lay. By the time the feathers pulled free easily, the aroma of wet feathers wafted up from the scalding water. Liz fought nausea as she pulled at the feathers that came out with barely a tug. A few minutes later, the chicken lay plucked clean at her feet. Liz threw out the water, picked up a knife, and cut open the back end of the chicken. With a quick flick of the blade, she opened up the cavity and clawed out the organs. She dumped the offal into a bucket holding the feathers, saving the gizzard, liver, and heart. Liz dropped the chicken into the empty pan with the kitchen knife. John walked up to the back of the house just as Liz finished dressing the chicken. "I wondered if you knew how to do that." "If you were going to help, you're a little late," Liz answered. "Do you mind taking the bucket to the garden and bury the guts?" "I got it." John picked up the pail and winked. "Since you're cooking and I'm such a nice guy." "Well, nice guy. If you hurry up, there's time for both of you to get cleaned up while I fix dinner." Liz picked up the pot, ready to head inside. Harry opened the door to let her enter the back porch and turned to John.
"Keep an eye on things while I shower. When I'm done, I'll relieve you. I know the animals are still around, and it's been safe until now, but I still think we need to keep watch." Harry followed Liz inside as she asked, "You don't believe that it's safe?" He answered, "As long as the place doesn't get noticed by roaming infected or other survivors, It should be safe for quite a while. The floodlights are turned off. It explains a lot. The house is off the beaten path, and anyone seeing from a distance probably figured it was abandoned, just like us. We need to keep it that way. No lights after dark. No problem, Liz answered. I found a whole box of dinner candles and a package of emergency candles in the pantry. We can cover the windows with plastic trash bags. Harry accepted a small candle anchored to a plate with melted wax. He disappeared into the gloom of the darkening hall. Meanwhile, Liz cut up the chicken and dropped the pieces into boiling water.
She added onions, salt, and pepper, then retrieved the potatoes from the refrigerator and walked to the sink to peel them. Through the window, she watched as John appeared from around the corner of the shed with the bucket in hand. John stepped into the kitchen and set the bucket on the edge of the sink. After Liz had glanced inside to see lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and bell peppers, he announced, "I noticed these in the garden. I thought it would make a decent salad." Harry walked into the kitchen from the back of the house, wearing a pair of overalls at least a couple sizes too small, evident by his hooking a single strap over one shoulder to keep from walking funny. John laughed. "Farmer Harry, I never thought I'd ever see you in a pair of overalls." "Fuck you," Harry groused as he raised his hand with his middle finger extended upwards. "I take it it's quiet out there." "I walk the perimeter.
If anything shows up, the livestock and fencing in the back will slow him down so we can get out of here."
Harry nodded, then ordered,
Get your sorry butt upstairs and cleaned up. You smell like shit.
"You didn't smell exactly like a field of lilies yourself," John retorted. "You can find something to wear in the bedroom, then drop your clothes outside the bathroom door. There's an old-style washer on the back porch." Liz forced a smile. "I'll put both your clothes out there to soak." John grinned as he walked away. 10 minutes, top." "Don't be too long. Dinner will be ready as soon as I put the salad together and make dumplings." Liz picked up John's clothes and made a trip to the back porch to put the clothes in the washer she had filled a few minutes before. She turned a lever, and the agitator started moving. While on the porch, Liz retrieved a bag of homemade noodles from the freezer and walked back inside the house.
Opening the bag, she dumped the noodles into the pot with the chicken and turned up the heat. Liz added thickening, then left it to boil. She put 2 scoops of flour in a bowl, added a couple tablespoons of shortening, salt, and made powdered milk to use as the liquid. Liz spooned dumplings into the boiling chicken and noodles and replaced the lid. Harry, with a little guidance from Liz, put the salad together. He set it on the table just as John appeared in his own pair of overalls. Unlike Harry, who barely fit into the faded denim, John buttoned both straps and even wore a borrowed white t-shirt underneath. Liz accepted his bundle of clothes, walked to the porch and dropped them in the old Maytag, and started the agitator again. She walked back into the house. Liz lit 2 candles in the fading afternoon light, then sat the pot of chicken and noodles on the table beside a big bowl of mashed potatoes and a bowl of the salad.
"I think I've died and gone to heaven," John announced as he scooped potatoes on his plate. He ladled noodles and dumpling on top and let a chicken thigh slide from the spoon. "Looks mighty good, Lizzie," Harry commented. Liz placed small portions on her plate and tried a few bites, then sat picking at a slice of bread until she saw Harry watching her. She laid down the fork. "Lizzie, what's going on? You need to eat." Liz looked up. "Sorry, I guess I tasted too much." She pushed the plate away and rose. "I've got to get the clothes on the line." She hurried to the back porch and used the wringer to squeeze the water from the clothes while the tub drained. She added the pants and shirts to the fresh water she had started running into the tank. After a brief agitation, she wrung out the clothes one last time, dropping each piece in a plastic basket. When she was done, she carried the clothes to the clothesline and hung them over the wire using the wooden clothespins to secure them.
She returned to the house to put leftovers away and started washing dishes. Harry interrupted. "Why are you doing that? We're leaving in the morning." Liz shrugged. "It seems disrespectful to leave the kitchen a mess. Maybe they'll come back." "Lizzie," Harry whispered, more than a little concerned. Liz raised a wet hand to the plastic-covered window
and looked out at the fading light. The room made it seem darker than it was, with dark plastic over the windows and only 2 candles on the table. She pressed the duct tape back against the windowsill. I know they're probably dead, but this has been a refuge for us. Maybe it'll be that for someone else. I'll check out front and make sure the doors are closed, John announced. When John was gone, Harry asked, What's the matter, Lizzie? Nothing. I need to find my family, she answered in a whisper. That's not it, Harry replied. You know as well as I do what the world is like out there. How could 3 men keep them safe? Babies cry.
If Claire cried, it could be death for all of them. A 10-year-old can't keep up with grown men if they have to run. I'm so worried about them. Lizzie, it's turned into a dangerous world, Harry shrugged. But that's not the problem, is it? We need to get you to your old man's place. You can't keep riding around on that damn motorcycle. Not now. Liz placed her hands on her lower abdomen. I have my girls to find before I can't worry about anything else. Harry blew out a breath. No, we're done. Your girls are in the hands of God's protectors. We've been chasing around the country roads looking for military vehicles that we can't even be sure pass this way. But, Liz protested, we can't keep taking chances now. If you don't survive, neither will this child. The girls will have no one to come home to. Harry turned to walk away, then looked back and added, What would your husband want you to do? Chapter 14. New Normal. Della laid the heat gun on the table and handed the prosthetic back to Steve. That should do it, but I would give that pressure sore a day or 2 more to lose some of the tenderness. I can't afford to be out of commission much longer. Steve slipped the modified plastic of the prosthetic onto his right leg. He pulled himself up to stand, and his weight settled on the prosthetics. He took a tentative step and cringed at the twinge sent up his stump and upper leg. Della pushed the chair behind him, and he dropped back into the seat. I'm useless in this chair, Steve complained. Humor me, Della retorted. You have to give your legs time to heal. I'll go over to the clinic to see if they have a topical that will ease the tenderness. Steve slid both prosthetics from his legs and reached over his shoulder to drop them into a bag hanging from the back of the chair. Maybe 1 or 2 days, Steve conceded. I'm still not sure this place is as good as it looks. I haven't given up on heading up to the place where Randy is staying. Della's brows furrowed. I agree that off the beaten path is a good idea, but I'm not sure I want to live around Randy Matherson. The last time I saw him, he really wasn't stable enough to even hold a conversation without going into a tirade about the Iranians and crazy theories. Look, something scared the shit out of him on his last mission. Who knows what it was? Steve ended the conversation by placing his hands on the side of the wheels and made a 2-wheel 180 turn. The wheelchair headed across the cafeteria, leaving Della to follow as he called over his shoulder. Let's get some breakfast before Zach leaves. I want him to go with me to look around without a guide. Della and Steve made their way through a small gathering of people left in the cafeteria to a serving line and picked up trays. The breakfast choices were limited to dry cereal with powdered milk, scrambled eggs, and biscuits. To go along with the biscuits, they offered a steaming white sludge they called gravy without meat and lots of pepper for flavor. Steve winked at Della. It looks more like paste with fly droppings floating on top than gravy. Della chuckled. My granny would have been beside herself to see white gravy without sausage. She suddenly grew silent. I'm glad she didn't live to see this world. I know what you mean, Steve answered. My folks died a few years back. I understand the feeling. They approached the steam table, and a woman wearing a white bibbed apron looked up and smiled. What can I get you, folks? Both Della and Steve settled for eggs and biscuits, no gravy.
At the end of the line, a young girl handed each of them a single serving of butter and a small dollop of jelly in a plastic container. "Since you didn't get gravy, you can have butter and jelly, folks. Sorry, but we have a limited supply of both." The girl smiled. "Rationing, sorry." Della laughed.
If you knew what we've been eating for the last week, you'd realize what a luxury it is just to have a taste of butter or jelly. Steve dropped the condiments on his tray sitting on his lap and grinned at another young woman handing him a cup of coffee. "Plenty of coffee for now, so come on back for seconds," the woman advised. "Sounds great. Appreciate it." He gave her a wink and reached over the sides of the chair to roll toward a table where Zach sat eating his breakfast. Zach looked up from his meal as Steve rolled across the floor to the edge of the table and placed his tray in front of him. He locked the wheels just as Della settled on a chair across from Zach. "Well, you get the sticks fixed, man?" Zach asked before taking a bite of a biscuit soaked in gravy. "We're good," Steve answered as he began buttering his biscuit. "How did you sleep last night?" "Not good. I know the folks here did right by Jimmy, burying him and all, but I keep thinking about his mom." Zach shrugged.
Are we going to stay here for a while? Steve looked at Della. "I don't know. At least for now, it seems safer than the open road."
"We can't go back to San Antonio," Della answered, just as Sandy approached the table. "Well, I'm telling you right now, I'm not leaving here," Sandy commented as she sat down at the table. "If we stay," Steve answered. Zach looked up. "You mean they might not want us to stay?" "I don't know," Steve answered. "I want to check their defenses before we make any long-term decisions. Everyone seems friendly and willing to welcome us, but for now, let's just look around and see how they're set up for weapon and ammo." Sandy waved across the room at a pair of young women settling at a table. "Well, I'm staying. Those two girls have invited me to move in with them in a house. We have a widescreen television, DVD player, and lots of music and movies to watch." She picked up her tray and walked away. Della started to follow Sandy, but Steve reached out.
"No, let her be. We have no right to tell her what to do."
"But," Della began, then closed her mouth and sat back down. "She wants some semblance of normalcy. I don't blame her. If she's found it here, well, let her be," Steve commented. "We're not parents, and legally have no right to impose our will on her." Zach looked at Steve as he used his fork to shove the last bit of biscuit through smears of gravy on his plate.
"If you're going to look around today, do you want me to push your chair?" He wiped at his mouth with a wide grin.
"You can go, but I got the chair covered," Steve answered as he buttered both halves of the biscuit. He turned to Della and asked,
"Want to come with us?"
"No, I'm heading to the clinic. I might be able to help out. Besides, it might give us a better chance of staying if I offer my services," Della answered. 3 hours later, Zach and Steve were heading back to the motel after their tour of the town.
The downtown area consisted of 20 or so structures around a central park with a pavilion, park benches, and trees. The middle school and library were located on a side street north of the city building, while the motel was located on the south side of the park on a side street. "Well, what do you think?" Zach asked. "There aren't as many people as I thought there would be," Steve answered. "The older part of town is cut off from the newer, upscale construction out by the Walmart. I like the fact they blocked off the road and put up barricades and gates. It looks like they moved everyone behind the gate and then cleaned out all the homes and the new store, then finished up by bringing the additional trailers filled with goods and supplies into town. It was smart." "So you think we should stay?" Zach asked. "I'm not sure. I didn't see as many guns as I would like. I want to find some area maps. Let's head to that library," Steve answered.
"I want to see how far we are from Randy's." Zach shrugged and began walking toward the small red brick building that served as the town's library. "I got nothing better to do." Once inside the library, Steve found maps of Northwest Texas. He focused on areas between Utopia and the Guadalupe Mountains National Park, where Randy lived. He focused his research on topographical and contour plans that included fire and logging roads. He found what he was looking for on the pages and sat back to glance toward the front desk. When the woman with glasses sitting on the end of her nose was occupied by a young mother, he pulled a knife from his cargo shorts and slid the blade down the spine of several pages. He pulled the sheets from the book, folded the paper into quarters, and jammed the bundle into the thigh pocket of his shorts. He closed the book and replaced it on the appropriate shelf. Finally, he rolled through the shelves of books to find Zach.
Steve found Zach sitting near a collection of gaming magazines. Zach looked up and, "Ready to go?" Steve nodded and spun the chair toward the door. "Let's head out. I got what I wanted." They headed for the motel at a leisurely pace. Zach slipped behind the wheelchair and grabbed the handles to push. "What did you want to see?" When Steve was quiet for most of the way back, Zach finally asked, "What's going on?" "I think we need to move on," Steve answered softly. "This place is bottled up pretty tight. If an infected makes it inside, it'll be a disaster. There must be almost 200 people in town, but I've only seen a dozen firearms in town in addition to the ones at the two entrances. Frankly, I'm surprised they managed to put down the first attack." "When are we leaving?" Zach asked. Steve shrugged as Zach rolled his chair to the picnic table in front of the motel. "We need to gather supplies and put them in the back of the truck this afternoon. I think we need to leave in a couple days. I don't believe they have guns to spare, but maybe they can give us a few boxes of ammo. I'll talk to Ollie tonight. I don't think they'll have a problem with us keeping the truck and the provisions we came in with, but I'm hoping they'll provide us with a few more supplies." "What happens if we can't keep the truck?" Zach mused. Steve answered with a shrug. "Solve the problem, I guess. But these folks don't seem the type to stop us from taking the truck. After all, we did take care of the Bakers. Now, how much help with supplies they'll provide is another matter." Lunch was a light affair, leaving both Steve and Zach wanting, but they walked from the cafeteria thanking the staff. Della caught up with them after a brief conversation with Darlene and followed them to the motel. They settled around the picnic table to visit. "Well?" Della asked.
Steve answered, "We're okay for now, but when the supplies run low, they'll be in trouble with being so remote. They're not even thinking about becoming self-sustaining. No gardens are being planted, and there has been no effort made to gather livestock or store up firewood for winter." Della sighed. "Meaning, there is a finite amount of supplies, and no one is planning ahead." Steve answered, "I can mention it to Ollie, but I really don't think it'll matter. Everyone here thinks the government will resolve the problem and things will get back to normal in a month or two. They don't want to even imagine differently." "Well, I'm going to the clinic to help tomorrow. Keep me in the loop," Della announced. "We'll take care of supplies. See what you can scavenge in basic medicine." The next day, Steve met with the sheriff, mayor, and city council. He spent nearly an hour talking to the gathering of men and women. They listened politely, then dismissed him. Outside the door, Steve stopped to eavesdrop on the aftermath of his visit.
"I'm not tearing up my yard. The government'll have this fixed, and then what? Do you know how much a pallet of St. Augustine grass cost? It would take at least 6 pallets to resod my yard," a female voice complained. "But Gladys, what if they don't?" Ollie answered. "Don't be ridiculous. We took care of our own infected in less than 6 hours, a gruff male protested. Tony cleared his throat. "At a high fucking price, too." "That young man makes a strong argument for preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. I think we need to consider we might be on our own a lot longer than we initially thought. We should be prepared," Ollie commented. Another voice interrupted. "We don't have enough able-bodied people to do what you're asking."
Steve sighed and spun the wheelchair around to roll away from the city office. He met Zach at the door. With a shrug, he headed for the motel.
Well, what did they say? Zach asked. Let's start gathering supplies, Steve answered. 2 days later, the sound of heavy vehicles rolling past the motel woke Steve from a sound sleep. He sat up in bed, slipped on his walking prosthetics and pants before crossing the room to the window. One last drink. Matt slowed the Humvee and revved the engine. The infected focused on him and the vehicle while the vehicles with the shipping containers picked up speed and rumbled ahead. Nearly a quarter-mile down the road, they turned off the blacktop and disappeared from sight behind a stand of trees. At the next intersection, Matt turned on a farm-to-market road and stopped to blow the horn and rev the engine again. He was dozens of infected focus on the Humvee, while his right hand caressed the neck of the bottle wedged between the seats for 2 long minutes before he pulled the bottle free and spun off the cap. He took a long pull at the fiery liquid.
He relished the familiar burn inside. With the cap replaced, he stared at his hands until the trembling stopped. He let his mind wander as he imagined a reunion with Amy and Claire. He laid on the horn, and the ghouls quickened their steps. The girls were waiting at the camp for him, and he needed to get back to them. Despite not having kids of his own, his attachment to the children had grown. He imagined a smile on Amy's face, and Claire cuddled up against his neck. Without thinking about it, he grabbed the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a shot. He took a second pull before replacing the Jack Daniel into its place. Amid the warm, developing haze of the alcohol flowing through him, Matt wondered about the mother who sacrificed herself for those kids. He imagined Amy must be a lot like Liz Jameson. Amy had found a place to hide from the infected. Then, she had known enough to silence his drunken rambling to protect the 3 of them until Larry and Jake had come back. If not for the little voice calming his drunken mumbling, they would have all died that night. He smiled as he realized he really wanted to get back to the camp full of kids. It was his job to protect and provide for them. He suddenly understood life had gotten complicated for a man who had once prided himself on staying unattached. But he was happier for it. A slap on the back window of the Humvee startled Matt from his drunken musing. He looked in the rearview mirror and was stunned. The group of infected had grown into a horde of over 100 bodies. More slaps against the windows sent him into action. Matt stepped on the brake, slipped the Humvee into gear, and fishtailed when he stepped on the accelerator with more force than he intended. An infected man alongside the Humvee fell under the back tire. The crunch of bones could be heard inside the cab. Through the side mirror, Matt watched another infected in a flannel shirt and jeans disappear under the mass of bodies as the vehicle lurched and straightened. Still annoyed at his own carelessness, he eased up on the gas and steered the Humvee down the single-lane road. The narrow blacktop wound through acres of fallow ground, covered in scrubgrass, mesquite, and brush. He maintained a speed slow enough to ensure the infected followed as he checked the GPS. According to the unit, there should be a side road heading north in another mile, right after a tight curve. He could turn off and leave the infected in the brush and scrubgrass to cook in the Texas sun, where they could do no harm. As he mused about the possibility of baking brains, he rounded the curve in the road and slammed on the brakes. There was a roadblock. Before Matt could even consider what he was seeing, men manning the roadblock began shooting at him. The windshield shattered on the passenger side as bullets pinged off the metal of the hood and grille. Matt jerked the wheel to the right, and the Humvee shot over a shallow ditch and into a dilapidated fence at the side of the road. The barbed wire stretched, then snapped, and he stomped on the accelerator. The Humvee barreled through scrubgrass and to the rocky ground beyond to maneuver around mesquite bushes and scrubgrass. The shooting behind him continued, but seemed to have redirected their attention to the horde of infected he had delivered on their doorstep. "Fuck," he cursed as he white-knuckled the steering wheel in frustration. Matt led monsters right to someone's front door. The roadblock protected the community in the distance. Matt sobered as he realized he could have killed everyone behind the barrier. He hoped the guards had enough ammunition to take care of the horde.
Judging by the initial reception, no amount of talking would convince them it had not been intentional. Matt eased up on the gas and slowed the Humvee to 20 miles an hour, bouncing over the rough terrain. Matt expanded the map screen on the GPS, with the arrow symbolizing his vehicle, moved across open terrain. He was further from the main roads than he had ever intended to be. Matt studied the expanded mapping for a moment and realized his only option was to drive through the open range toward an asphalt road several miles away. He scrolled across the GPS screen and saw a road number he recognized and aimed the Humvee in the general direction. Minutes wore on as Matt made his way around gullies and dry stream beds. He fought against the rough terrain all the while, with his speed becoming slower and slower. With the first wafting cloud of steam from under the hood, he finally had to admit the Humvee was damaged. Matt glanced down at the gauges.
He could see the needle on the temperature gauge climb. The hissing noise coming from the front end grew louder. Matt knew exactly what was wrong, and repairing the Humvee out in the field was out of the questions. His only option was to drive as far as he could, then do whatever he needed to get back to Camp Verde, even if it meant walking. It was not going to be a good afternoon when the Humvee died, and it would, no doubt about it. He activated the mic on the radio. "Home camp, Monroe here. Over." He released the talk button and waited. Static crackled from the speaker but didn't include words of response. Matt used the mic a second time, but again the only sound was the crackle of static, gradually being overpowered by the struggling engine. While Matt aimed the Humvee toward the general direction of the railroad tracks, the needle of the temperature gauge pegged out. He estimated the distance to be at least 5 miles from his current location. Steam hissed around the hood in billowing clouds of white. Matt eased up on the gas, and the vehicle coasted to a stop. He slammed the shift into park and stepped out of the Humvee. He could still hear sporadic gunfire in the distance as he walked around to open the hood. As Matt looked at the damaged radiator, he pondered the fate of the guards at the roadblock. As long as the ammo lasted, the guards should be able to handle the crisis. Matt walked to the front of the Humvee, and after a few minutes of looking around, he saw 2 bullets embedded in the radiator. Steam hissed around the metal projectiles. Matt dropped the hood. The best he could do was limp along, hoping he could make it back to the blacktop and find a working vehicle before the Humvee died. He walked back to the door and listened for a minute. The sporadic gunfire was now deliberate and spaced several minutes apart. Great. If the defenders at the barricade have enough ammo left to do a cleanup, they'll be coming after me, he grumped. He looked up at the afternoon skies as he cranked the engine. He eased the Humvee into gear, pointing the arrow on the GPS toward the highway where they had just collected supplies from the train. With a sigh, Matt picked up the bottle between the seat and took a drink of the amber liquid and mumbled, "This day is just getting better and better." 6 minutes later, the Humvee died with a clattering of overheated moving parts, locking up with the smell of burning oil and scorching metal wafting up from the front of the vehicle. Matt opened the door and grabbed a go-bag. He was glad they had removed Claire's car seat from the Humvee before he had left camp. Matt picked up the mic and spoke into the device. "Camp Verde, Monroe here. Larry, I'm on foot, headed to the orange truck. Over." At the crackle of static, he repeated the message. "Larry? Jake?" "I'm heading cross-country to the orange truck. Over and out. Pick me up there." He drove his foot into the dash, then reached under to pull wires from the electronics to ensure his sins wouldn't follow him home. He stepped out of the vehicle and settled a pair of sunglasses on his face and a boonie hat on his head. A stiff breeze pelted grains of sand across his bare skin. It was going to be a miserable walk.
He pulled a wool blanket from the back of the Humvee. He picked up a 6-pack of plastic bottles of water from behind the seat and dropped them into his backpack, along with half a dozen energy bars and the bottle of Jack Daniel. He slid the bag over his shoulders and grabbed 2 corners of the blanket. He had been driving east, so he headed off into the brush and scrub grass toward the north. 30 minutes later, Matt glanced over his shoulder at the growl of engines in the distance. He figured he was at least 2 miles from the Humvee, and the booze was oozing from his pores.
Matt had guzzled 3 bottles of water and was fighting nausea that crept up with a belly full of water on top of the JD. With his hands on his knees and his head hanging, water and booze exploded from mouth and nose. He gasped to catch his breath. Then his stomach clenched and hurled another stream of the foul mixture across the sand. When his stomach had nothing left to discharge across the landscape, dry heaves set in, and he fell to his knees. Still gasping for breath, Matt could hear the sound of the engines grow steadily louder. He recognized the sound of the 2 ATVs. The guards were coming after him. After several minutes, Matt looked up and saw a small rise with a rock formation in the distance. He stumbled to his feet and kicked sand over the evidence of his sickness, then lurched toward the outcropping. Matt brushed the blanket in the dust, obscuring his trail as he walked. When he got to the outskirts, Matt climbed over rocks until he worked his way up the sun-bleached stone formation. He found a turret of limestone to hunker down behind. Matt dropped his pack and pulled out another bottle of water. He threw 2 white pills into his mouth and took a sip of the water to get them down. The sound of the engines grew louder. Matt stretched out across a massive flat rock and crawled to a raised ridge. He eased up on his hands and peeked over the edge and saw 2 dust trails billowing up in the distance. He was right. The defenders were coming after him and were less than a quarter mile away. He slid down the back face of the rocks, slipped his arms into his pack, and jogged over the rough ground. He felt like shit, but still lasted nearly 10 minutes before he was forced to stop. The sound of the engines began to fade. He hoped it meant they had lost the trail or were giving up. Matt took a long drink of water, opened an energy bar, and bit off a third. It tasted like sawdust with chunks of dried crap, but he finished it off as quickly as he could chew and washed it down. Matt needed the protein and fluids after being sick, so he stuffed the wrapper in his pocket and headed north at a brisk walk while sipping the rest of the water. As the light faded and a breeze kicked up, Matt thought he heard the engines, but then the sound disappeared just as quickly, while the world faded into only night sounds. Matt stained to hear motors as he glanced at the setting sun over his shoulder from time to time. Afternoon faded into dusk all around Matt as the sound of the engines could be heard on the wind. It sounded as if the riders had made it as far as the stone outcropping. When the sound disappeared, Matt worried they might pick up his trail. Then he heard 2 shots. After a minute, 3 more reports echo on the breeze. The engines roared to life, then quickly grew more and more distant. After 5 minutes, the sound disappeared again. Matt walked through the pain and sickness for another hour before he decided he had to stop for the night. He imagined the map on the GPS and was sure he had been about 15 miles south of the railroad track and 4 miles west of the train. All he could do was hope Larry or Jake had gotten his message. The night grew cooler as evening settled in the Texas hill country. The cooling temperature was a relief, but the dark left Matt feeling exposed and jumping at every snap of a dry twig. The night could hide all forms of danger. A hole or gully to fall into could break a leg, stumble into a nest of infected, or the men from the roadblock. He stopped when he saw a cluster of shadows in the distance. As he drew closer, Matt realized it was the remnants of a stone house. The standing corner of the structure betrayed the original form. As Matt got closer, he saw a pile of trash at the side of the wall. He took out a pin light and saw it included cans, a child's tricycle, a few boards, and a scrap of plywood. Matt decided it was enough to make a shelter for the night. Matt dropped his pack and walked to a nearby mesquite where he broke off a branch. He used the end to brush into the apex of stone to clear scorpions and critters that might be lurking, then picked up the plywood from the trash and dropped it into the corner. While Matt was digging in the garbage, he pulled a dozen cans with half-open lids from the pile and set them aside before he pulled a small ball of string from a pocket. He walked from the house about 30 feet and tied the end of the line to a mesquite at waist high. He walked about 20 feet to another mesquite, made a loop over a branch, walked to another stand of brush, tied it off, and did the same again and again until he got back to the original mesquite. Picking up more cans, Matt walked back out to the cord. He folded the can lid over the twine, then picked up 3 pebbles to drop inside. He repeated the process until he'd hung cans over each span of string. With the can alarms complete, Matt used the remaining light to pull a scrap of plywood to the cleared corner and settled on the wood on it, where he laid his pack on his crossed legs. He retrieved another energy bar from the bag and his last bottle of water. Matt stared into the dark as night sounds surrounded him. He made the protein bar last as long as he could, but eventually Matt finished it and washed it down with a swallow of water. He stuffed the trash under the plywood, reached into his bag to search for another, and his hand brushed against the glass bottle. Sighing, Matt pulled it from his pack and twisted off the cap. He took a pull at the drink. After a second swallow, Matt tucked the bottle back into the bag. The usual pleasant warmth failed to appear. Despite being determined not to fall asleep, Matt jerked awake with a start at the sound of a slight rattle of a tin can. He sat perfectly still and waited. A snort and snuffle followed by a squeal made Matt reach for a length of 2x4 he had found in the trash pile and laid next to where he settled. Matt decided it was a good thing he had made the line waist high. The sound of the feral hogs behind the wall at his back grew louder. The pigs made their way under the strings, snorting and sniffing. The first of the young pigs walked around the corner of the structure. The piglets scrambled under the cord to root around the trash pile behind the wall. Suddenly, a terrified squeal shattered the morning quiet. Before the sound faded, a pained screech echoed. In the dawning light, Matt watched the piglets bolt and run away from the sounds behind the wall. All hell broke loose, and suddenly the string alarm rattled in multiple directions. Matt shot to his feet and peeked over the top of the short wall. 3 infected stumbled after the escaping piglets. Just as he thought he could wait for them to pass, a can in front of him rattled. "This trip just gets better and better," Matt mumbled under his breath. He grabbed the strap of his backpack with one hand and rifle with the other. He ducked down and hustled past the low end of the brick wall and hurried into a stand of mesquite 30 feet away. He winced at a jab from a thorn and pushed deeper into the brush. He watched as the number of infected grew by the minutes. When full day broke, Matt worried he would be visible to the herd, now feasting on the piglets. He turned from the dozens of infected and studied the tangle of branches. Matt saw a semblance of a trail through the brush on the ground. He knew it would be painful, but he had no choice. He dropped to his knees and entered the warren of mesquite. Matt crawled under a thick branch, only to find he had a choice of going left or right. He studied each pathway in the dim light and ended up heading to the left, since it seemed to lead deeper into the warren. As more light filtered through the leaves and branches overhead, Matt noticed clumps of hair clinging to branches. He was following a wildlife trail, probably coyote or badger. Matt figured if he met either, it would be bad news. He flattened himself on the bare dirt and used his elbows and toes to crawl forward. Deeper and deeper he made his way into the maze of the tangle of branches and jabbing thorns, hoping to crawl out of the maze. The infected surrounded the grove of mesquite, chasing the hogs.
Matt lay in the dirt, smelling of animals, listening to the screams. Another piglet had run into the arms of an infected. Matt sighed miserably. He was out of food and water, trapped in a mesquite snare, and surrounded by infected. He would probably die where he lay.
He spun the cap off the Jack Daniel and proceeded to finish the bottle. Chapter 16. Returning Favor. Jake, Jenkins, and Dreschel arrived at the camp with Tate following close behind. It had only taken an hour after leaving Matt at the intersection. The camp residents had all turned out to watch as the parade of vehicles rolled through the gate. 2 uniformed soldiers hurried to the gathering of children and hustled them to the playground and out of the way of all the activity. The civilians grinned and waved at the drivers of the caravan of vehicles. Once all the vehicles were inside the gate and the barrier secured again, 2 soldiers waved Tate to sit where she was for the time being. She turned off the engine and prepared to wait. She watched Jake, Dreschel, and Jenkins jump from their cabs and conference with a small, bookish-looking man with thick glasses. Tate rolled down the window and pulled a cigarette from her pocket. Lit up. She settled back to listen as a heated conversations ensued. Jenkins threw up both arms in apparent frustration. "All right, Novak, figure it out. We're tired, and we need to get these trailers offloaded." Novak pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Well, Mr. Monroe didn't tell me where to place the containers." "We're placing the 2 containers on the east side of the gate. We'll be putting them end to end for now. We'll leave the trailer where it's parked for now," Jenkins advised. Joan approached the men. "Canned goods need to be closer to the food truck." She brushed her hands across the front of a white butcher's apron. "I can't be carrying cases of canned goods across the campground." Novak moved his head, disagreeing. "Now, Joan, we'll park the trailer as close as we can. If you need supplies, one of us will help you." The woman turned to the military-dressed man. "I won't have time to chase someone down in the middle of cooking, Mr. Larry," Joan argued.
Larry stepped up and placed an arm around the woman's shoulder. "Now, Joan, I promise one of my guys will carry cases any time you need them. All you have to do is ask." "Well, if you promise," Joan answered. "You got my word," Larry winked. Tate chuckled when she saw the woman's face redden. "Well, that's a smooth talker. I'll have to remember that," she mumbled to herself. Larry turned to the Jake. "Where's Matt?" "He turned off to give a bunch of infected another direction to head, but he shouldn't be more than an hour or so behind us," Jake answered. Larry shrugged. "Okay, I'm heading back to the barn. I got a couple of the boys mucking out the stalls and promised a couple riding lessons if they did a good enough job." Larry walked off with a wave. "You got this covered?" "Sure. We'll get the shipping containers up front by the gate and our new friend's trailer cut loose along the back fence," Jake answered.
We'll introduce you later.
Look forward to it.
Larry glanced over his shoulder at Tate and winked. The scavenging crew had been back at the camp nearly 3 hours, and in that length of time they had dropped the shipping containers at the edge of the fence while the cabs and trailers were parked on cement pads away from the recreation center and food truck. Tate was instructed to back the trailer near the food truck. She disconnected the container, and the doors were thrown open to expose the collection of goods for a gray-haired woman's inspection. The little man with glasses jumped inside with a clipboard in hand. Meanwhile, Tate drove the white tractor to the side of a small maintenance shed not far from the main building at the center of the camp. She wandered into the shed and found a plethora of tools. She looked around for a camp member for permission to use a few tools, but realized the only person nearby was a trailer being utilized by the soldiers to monitor radio traffic. Tate knocked and looked inside. "Hello?" "New arrival?" the soldier called out from inside a small camper when she looked up and saw Tate. "My name's Brianna Lawson. Just call me Lawson. If you call me Brianna, no one will know who you're talking about." She followed Tate out of the cramped trailer into the afternoon sun. Tate nodded. "Yep. My name's Tate Hamilton." "You came in with Jenkins and the scavenging crew?" Lawson asked as she wiped at the moisture on her face. "How did that happen?" They pulled me out of my wrecked rig, Tate answered. Some assholes shot up my truck and killed it. You should go to the manager's office and let Amanda take care of your head, Lawson commented. Is she a doctor? Tate asked. No. Amanda is a surgical nurse, though. She's the closest thing we have to a doctor. She's our resident prego, too. The baby is due in a couple weeks. Don't know who's going to deliver her baby, though. That's a whole nother complication I guess we'll face.
Anyway, the manager's office has living quarters. Monroe and his men sleep up there. Tate raised a brow, and Lawson shook her head as she continued. Not like that. Amanda takes care of the 2 kids with him, Jake or Larry, when they aren't around.
Matt has kids?
No, not really. The story I got, the 3 of them found the 2 little girls when this shitstorm hit.
Oh. Speaking of kids, you seem to have a lot more kids here than I would expect. How did that happen? Tate asked.
Lawson laughed. Long story, but let's just say Matt picks up people wherever he goes. Remind me later and I'll tell you all about it since it's an entertaining tale since it saved my ass.
Tate shrugged. What are you doing out here?
Communications, I guess, Lawson answered. Mostly I just listen. They think we should stay off the air for now. We monitor a designated channel when we have people outside the fence. We have a few radios and the CB. It's a decent unit, but we don't get much reception.
We need a taller antenna. Lawson reached inside the camper and handed Tate a bottle of water. Thanks, Tate answered. Sounds boring. Lawson laughed. Better than out there. Yeah. Do you think I can use a few tools from the shed? This is a new rig for me, and I'd like to look it over and clean it up before I need to go out again.
No problem. Head over to the manager's office and let Amanda check your head. Stop later and I'll point you at cleaning supplies, then set you up with shower supplies and fresh clothes. A few minutes later, Tate headed off to meet Amanda. After a brief examination and fresh bandage, she was told she would probably have a scar. Tate returned to clean the truck inside the cab and under the hood. She found a case of oil under the sleeper along with a variety of odds and ends for truck maintenance. When she finished, she returned to ask Lawson about the shower and a change of clothes.
Once clean, Tate stood at the side of the communications trailer and watched the festivities close to the recreation center. The soldiers and civilians alike were celebrating the hall with soft drinks and a few cans of lake-chilled beer. Having spent the afternoon at the barn, Larry walked up to the cluster of soldiers and accepted a beer.
Well, looks like we made a good haul. I have a couple things to discuss with Matt. Is he up at the house?
He hasn't made it back, Jake answered before glancing over his shoulder toward the gate at the edge of the campgrounds. I figured he'd be back by now.
Do you think we should go out and look for him? Dreschel asked.
Before anyone could answer, Lawson stepped inside the communications trailer.
Shut up!
Larry put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled. The shrill shriek silenced the buzz of voices. The crowd stood frozen and quiet. Tate closed the penknife she was using to clean oil and grime from under her fingernails and stepped to the corner of the trailer under an open window. I heard something. I think it was Matt, Lawson yelled. Be quiet! A voice broke through the static. Monroe to Lee, head to or bitch over and out. What did he say? Larry asked. Lawson answered. I couldn't tell. There was a lot of static. I couldn't get anything except Monroe and bitch something. Tate turned and walked back to the white cab. During the few hours she'd been at the camp, she had tossed out the personal items from the previous owner and taken an inventory of what was left in the toolbox and items stored in the cubbies. She had cleaned the unit, got the sheets washed, and, with the help of a couple of the women, found all she needed to make a new home. Tate climbed into the truck cab and turned the key. After checking the gauges and lights, she cranked the engine.
Tate put the truck in reverse and made a K-turn.
When she cleared the campers and maintenance shed, she headed for the entrance. The guard made no move to open the gate, so she called out the window. "Open the fucking gate or I'll go over it." The soldier hustled to the gate and swung the heavy gateway open. Tate eased off the clutch and the rig rolled forward. She glanced into the side mirror one last time to see Jake and several soldiers running after her. She gunned the engine and left the campgrounds behind. They could catch her with a Humvee, but she didn't think they would bother. She figured she owed the damned soldier and wasn't one to leave a debt unpaid. She knew where Matt had turned off to lead the infected fuckers away, so she figured she could backtrack and find him. She could save his drunk ass, and then, well, she wouldn't owe him for saving her ass. Tate spent the next hour backtracking roads to the turnoff Matt had taken. She drove by and headed toward the orange bitch where it lay at the side of the road. When Tate to the truck, she was disappointed to see half a dozen infected milling around the site. At the sound of rumbling engine, they turned and stumbled toward the sound. Since they stood in the middle of the road, Tate took aim at the group and knocked over 3 with the brush guard, then crushed them under the wheels. She pulled the silenced 9mm and shot the last 3 as they stumbled around at the side of the road. When Matt still didn't appear, she called out, "Monroe! Hey, you around here?" The only reply was another 3 infected, stumbling from behind the truck wreckage. Tate sighed. "Come on, asshole. If you're around here, give me a sign." Again, the only response was the pitiful moans of the infected. Tate put the truck in park, reached behind the seat to retrieve a machete, climbed to her knees, and leaned out the open window. After calling out, she raised her blade and brought it down on the closest head. When the body slipped down to the asphalt, the remaining 2 monsters stumbled closer. Tate finished both and then slipped back into the seat and pulled the white truck close to her orange rig. She put the rig into park and slid across the seat and climbed out the passenger window to the top of the door of the orange bitch. Tate squatted on the door, looking down into the small compartment that had been her home for the past 2 years. It hadn't been disturbed since she had left. She used the steering wheel to ease herself inside. Tate spent a couple minutes grabbing her pillow and stuffed clothes into a second pillowcase, then took one last look around the cab. Tate sighed, then tied the case closed with a belt before pushing the bundle through the window. As an afterthought, she retrieved the onboard navigation disc from the SD drive. With her meager possessions in hand, she climbed back into the cab of the white cab. She tossed the bag into the sleeper. As an afterthought, she retrieved the onboard navigation disc from the SD drive. Tate slipped the SD disc from her truck into the navigation slot. She turned on the ignition and waited to see if the navigation would boot up. With a satisfied grin, she slid her finger to the navigation icon. After a minute, the image began to morph into the surrounding terrain. She scanned the area for a few moments, then zoomed in at the intersection nearly 10 miles down the side road where Matt had turned. Half a mile beyond was a grid of streets. Since she was sure Matt had headed toward the small community, she thought she could imagine what happened. It would be the obvious place to set up a roadblock if they were protecting a community. A few guards could turn traffic away and safeguard access from infected. Matt had delivered a horde to the community's doorstep. He would have been caught in the line of fire and couldn't have made it to the crossroads, so he would have headed out cross-country. She decided there was only one way to head. Back to the highway, across open scrub grass and mesquite, to the bitch. If he was diverted for the highway, then she had a pretty good idea which direction to find him. But it was nearly dark. She decided to wait until morning. Tate backed up the white rig and rolled over a cattle guard heading south, then drove down the dirt path a quarter mile. If he came toward the orange bitch, he would stumble right into the white truck. If not, she'd head out to look for him at dawn. She picked up the mic and clicked the button twice, just like she had seen Lawson do. She listened,
but there was no reply. If he was out there, he wasn't listening. Or unable to respond. Chapter 17. Resurrection. Lieutenant Brian Jameson looked through the blood-smeared fourth-floor window of the office building to the street below.
A herd of the infected had followed the first exodus of surviving soldiers in army vehicles as they thundered from the base, leaving him and PFC Billy Walker to watch and unable to do a thing about it. Without a radio or way to contact them, they were left behind. Left behind in a city quickly being overrun by the dead. Brian had known there were still soldiers on the base, but when he had lost his radio, he had no way of communicating with them without drawing attention to their hiding place. Cell phones were worthless in no time at all. Overloaded circuits and without a number to call, he left his laying on the desk. The one time he had gotten his wife's cell phone to ring since the first call, it had gone to voicemail. He had no way of knowing if Liz and his daughters were even still alive. He forced his thoughts from his family. Brian could do nothing to help them, and he had people to help here and now.
He and Walker thought they were alone until they saw a couple soldiers in the distance loading up a Humvee. Brian rushed to gather their few supplies and they raced out the door. If we cut across the base, we can head northwest. Maybe we can catch up when they leave. Brian and Walker hurried toward the pair in the Humvee, determined to catch up when the two soldiers jumped in the Humvee and drove away. "Son of a bitch," Billy cursed as we leaned over, gasping for breath. "We're so fucked." Brian reached out and shoved the kid behind a vehicle, then fired a silenced round into the head of an infected office drone in spandex and oversized shirt, taking notice of his outburst. "Be quiet, soldier." "Sorry, Captain," Billy whispered. They spent the next few hours working their way past the enlisted men's barracks and office buildings and around groups of infected in uniforms and scrubs. By late afternoon, they realized all traffic was at a standstill, and any vehicle daring to move was quickly brought to a stop and surrounded by infected. No one survived. Total silence was the key to not being noticed. They traveled on foot, at least for the time being. They had realized quickly, even if they found the surviving soldiers in the Humvee, they would be surrounded by the dead. The powerful military vehicles were rolling dinner bells. As the afternoon sun began to fade, they found themselves at the edge of a strip center. A single door appeared intact, so Brian used a crowbar to pop the wood doors from the frame, and both slipped inside the building. He sniffed and signaled Billy to move a heavy desk toward the door. Together they wedged the door closed, then moved into the darkened building. Brian led Billy down the long hall. Office after office seemed untouched by the chaos. At the end of the hall, they saw a closed door. When Brian opened the door, he heard a gasp of alarm. He fanned the beam of his flashlight to see the inside of a small, windowless break room and found 3 people huddled in the corner. The 2 women and single man were sitting in the dark, too afraid to even turn on a light despite the electricity still being on. The stench of unwashed bodies and rotting foods wafted from the room in a dark cloud. Even after turning on the light and demonstrating the water was still running, the 2 women and overweight salesman were nearly too terrified to speak. Brian and Billy calmed the hysteria caused by their arrival and got enough information to know the trio needed food. Brian shared a few of their supplies, then left the trio eating, while they went off to scavenge supplies from other offices in the building. "What are we going to do with them?" Billy asked. "Whatever it takes," Brian answered. Brian used the toe of his boot to ease a door open as he held the silenced handgun in front of him. The room was a call center, filled with 30-plus waist-high cubicles, arranged in 4 rows of office cubes extending the length of the space. One row was positioned against the wall on either side, and the 2 middle rows were separated by 5-foot fabric-covered walls. "It doesn't look like anyone has been in here since this begun, but be careful, Billy. Go through the drawers and cabinets. Look for anything we might be able to use. Shoes, food, pants, or t-shirts.
Even jackets if you can find a couple, Brian ordered. Yes, sir, Billy grinned. Brian moved to the passageway on the right, while Billy approached the corridor to the left. Brian walked past the first cubicle with an assortment of Post-it notes across the bottom of the computer screen and a photo of a pint-sized, dark-haired girl in front of a birthday cake. Was she still alive? Was his own daughter? He laid the picture face down and opened each of the drawers in turn. There, he scored a handful of Slim Jims and 2 candy bars. He dropped them in a plastic bag from the wastebasket and turned to the cubicle to the right. Billy moved down the opposite corridor, opening drawers, dumping bags and checking out every cubicle. It took nearly 10 minutes for both men to search all the offices. At the end of the aisle, Billy looked around the corner and grinned. Over his shoulder hung 3 pairs of jogging shoes tied together by the strings. He held a jacket, a thick cardigan sweater, and some kind of a shawl. Only scored a couple ramen noodle cups, but not much else in the way of food. They had a buttload of rotten salads, Billy announced. But I got shoes. Brian nodded. I got food, and a pair of shoes, small though. Most of my side were men. They worried more about eating junk food than clothes. They cleared the manager's office and found a bowl of candy, but little else of value. They got back to the trio and settled down for the night. The 2 women, Paula and Margot, had worked in an office across the street. When an injured employee attacked fellow workers, the 2 women ran to the office building, slipped inside, then locked the door. They quickly learned the call center, where a friend had worked, was evacuated, and the only person left was an insurance agent. Dale Whitman was a 3-pack-a-day smoker and showed it. He only learned of the mayhem when the 2 women rushed into the building and told him, since his office was at the back of the building near the break room. The 3 had decided to hunker down and wait for help that never comes. Brian tossed the 4 pairs of shoes on the floor in front of the 2 women and Dale. The women tried on shoes and settled on the 2 smaller pairs, leaving Dale to wear pink jogging shoes. When he started to protest, Brian turned and glared at him. Wear 'em or not, I don't care. But I'm telling you right now, you keep up, or we'll leave you behind. Dale slid his feet out of his expensive loafers and jammed them into the pink running shoes. He walked across the break room to settle in the corner with a cup of ramen soaked in room-temperature water. The 2 women ate the last of the noodles, then made beds from the clothing brought back and fell asleep quickly. Brian and Billy were left with crackers, jerky, and bottles of water to wash them down. After eating, Brian and Billy took turns watching out a narrow window at the top of the outside wall. After an uneventful night of watching infected move through the streets, the 2 men woke the others at dawn. They crept from the building through the back door and to the end of the alley. In less than a block, they were caught between 2 groups of infected, and both began the slow, lumbering pursuit. The small team was forced to run past building after building and down alleys until they were driven into a parking garage stairwell to escape the horde. Do something, Dale demanded breathlessly while clutching Brian's arm. I'm going to have a heart attack. I can't keep running. Brian jerked his arm away. Shut up! He cracked the door and glanced up and down the block. We go up. Billy, move out. Stop at the next floor. At the second level, Brian stepped to the secured door. He jammed the crowbar between the door and the wood facing. With a crack of wood, the door swung open. Billy stepped inside, fanning the penlight from side to side and sniffing at the stagnant air. The place was a pub, with the stench of stale beer wafting from the darkened room. Billy stumbled at the sight of 3 figures slumped in a corner booth. The table was littered with dozens of beer bottles. Brian placed his hand on Billy's shoulder and stepped past him into the room. He whispered, "Secure the door." Billy eased the door closed, grabbed a chair and jammed it under the doorknob. He wedged it tight with a kick of his heel.
Brian led the others into the bar just as one of the three men snorted and groaned, then returned to slumbering. Brian gave them a quick once-over and realized all three men were alive, but dead drunk. 3 tool belts, the kind wore by construction workers, lay nearby. Apparently the men had been in the bar for more than a couple days, judging by the piles of empty bottles and remains of several meals. Brian glanced at the others. "Let's get something to eat. Maybe that will rouse our buddies there." "Lights on in the coolers," Billy commented. Paula, with Margot in tow, crossed the dimly lit room to the bar. She pulled a rubber band from a stack of receipts and used the elastic to hold back her long, dark hair before digging around behind the polished bar where she found coffee and filters.
Both women cleared the bar of debris and spent a few minutes to wipe away spills before searching for edibles. The smell of coffee replaced the stench of beer. While the women were busy, Billy wiped down the grill and began rooting around a big cooler. The trio found potatoes, sliced ham, and eggs in the frig. They peeled potatoes and threw them on the gas grill to brown. Paula opened a package of tortillas to heat, while Margot stirred onions and chunked off ham into the potatoes. "Won't be long now," announced Paula. Brian accepted a cup of coffee from Billy and grinned at the two women. "I think I've died and gone to heaven, ladies." At the smell of food cooking and coffee, the drunks began to stir. They looked around, and Brian nodded at Billy. "Take coffee to our new friends. My guess is they'll be needing it." Plates of taquitos were set on the bar with paper plates and a stack of napkins. The group gathered around to enjoy the Mexican breakfast meal. While he ate, Billy explained to the men how they ended up at the bar. When Billy had eaten his fill, he took Brian's place, watching through the small peephole in the front door. Brian laid 3 tortillas on his plate and opened each taquito to add picante before he settled down to eat at the table where the men sat with Dale and the women. He introduced himself and asked the 3 men their names. Afterwards, he asked, "So, Eugene, Juan, and Leon, what's your story?" He took a big bite of filled tortilla. Eugene, the foreman of the construction project the trio had been working on, answered, "We were working on a building a few miles from here before the attack. We took out of there together. My truck got hit by a sedan a few blocks from here. We barely escaped a bunch of those crazy people." Juan interrupted. "I knew the bartender that worked here. When we got to the front door, it was unlocked. We had no idea the bar was empty when we rushed in and locked the door. We figured the bartender might have been out back and got caught, but really we got no idea what happened to him." Eugene chuckled. "We decided to have a beer and discuss what to do next. Been here ever since." He belched. "We couldn't decide where to go, so we've been eating and drinking." Billy laughed. "Guess you missed the back door being unlocked." Leon, a muscular black man with a big smile, chuckled. "When we started, we figured Bob would show up. After a couple beers, we weren't thinking about it too hard. We were scared shitless. We're leaving in the morning. You can come or not. Up to you," Brian answered. Juan leaned closer. "Where are you going?" "Keep going southwest until we can find a place to get a ride, then head out of town." "We know a place. It should be empty and there's a car lot nearby." Brian looked up. "How far?" 2 or 3 miles, maybe," Juan answered, "depending on how we go." "That's a doable distance. If you're willing, we'll leave at first light." The 3 men looked at each other, and then Eugene nodded. "We're in." Brian figured the construction workers would be recovered enough to make the trip after their drinking binge and resulting hangovers. The food prepared by the women did a lot to aid in their recovery. Brian decided the men were a decent trio, just overwhelmed by the situation. As the sun set and the bar darkened, everyone migrated to booths and tried to get comfortable enough to sleep. Soon, the women were sound asleep, and Dale curled up on the floor on a pile of cardboard. For Brian, it was a losing proposition with all the noise from the dead in the street.
He and Billy filled backpacks and readied supplies before Billy settled on a vinyl bench near the door and, within minutes, fell asleep. Around 1 o'clock, Billy replaced Brian watching the street. Eugene and Juan were the first to stir.
Juan put on coffee and threw 2 rounds of sausage on the grill and cut them in 4-inch length. He heated flour tortillas, and as people got to moving around, he passed out the impromptu breakfast. Brian and the group were out the door by full light. They dodged infected slipping from doorway to doorway, trying to hurry by horrible scenes of mayhem. By late afternoon, when they got to the office building, Brian was ready to shoot at least 2 people in his small party. Margot squealed and gasped at the monsters at the most inconvenient of times. Twice she yelped, and infected in the street turned to chase them. The group only survived the encounter by ducking into an office building and blocking the revolving door with a fancy lobby chair. Glass was shattering by the time they found the alley exit and escaped. Dale was hopeless to survive in a world where he needed to be agile and quick. 2 of the construction workers frequently had to grab him under the arms and drag him along to keep up. Getting inside their final destination, an office building, was quick and easy since Eugene had a key to the back door. He explained that the crew working on the rehab of the 3rd-floor rooms was only allowed to work at night. The night security didn't want to be bothered every time they needed to open the back door or loading dock to bring supplies into the building. Brian and his group stepped inside the building, where Eugene ushered everyone into a narrow hall, then pulled the door closed. They stood in the dark, listening and sniffing at the stagnant air. Billy asked quietly, "What do you think?" "We'll check it out," Brian answered. "Billy, stay here. Eugene and I are going to check the lobby and security office." Brian left the group at the back door, then followed Eugene to the hallway. The window at the front of the building was intact, while the reception desk stood empty. Brian felt a wave of relief when he realized the reflective glass hid any movement inside. He followed Eugene around the reception desk and opened the door to a back hallway. They walked past the security office open door, finding no sign of infected or the living. Eugene grinned. "Looks like the guards split." "We're not taking any chances," Brian answered. The 2 men made their way back to the others and led the group down a hall to a security office. Once inside, Eugene pressed a button on an intercom. "Anyone here?" Brian reached over and turned off the intercom. "We do this quiet," Brian ordered. Eugene nodded sheepishly. "Sorry, Captain." After discussing the number of floors, layout as best Eugene knew, Brian spoke to the group. "Juan, you, Dale, and the women stay here. We'll come back for you." "But," Juan started to protest. Brian interrupted. "I need you to take care of the group if anything goes wrong."
We need to clear each floor before we settle down. He turned back to the men. "Billy, you and me, we'll check the offices on this floor, then move on to the 3rd floor. Eugene and Leon take the 2nd floor, then move to the 4th floor. Don't take chances," he ordered. "If you see anything hinky, wait for us outside the stairwell door. Stay out of the elevators. We have no idea how long the electricity will stay on." Eugene grinned. "Got it." He turned to Leon and slapped the big black man on the shoulder good-naturedly. "Come on, buddy." Brian and Billy cleared the rest of the 1st floor while the construction workers made their way up to the 2nd floor. Brian and Billy, working as a team, made quick work of the half-dozen offices after securing the front door. They were ready to clear the 3rd floor when the construction workers appeared at the exit door. "2nd floor is good, boss," Eugene announced.
"We're going to the top floor." "Be careful," Brian ordered as Eugene disappeared back through the stair door. Working together, Eugene and Leon cleared room after room. Eugene jerked open each door, moving to the right while making room for Leon to follow close behind. Together, they looked into each of the top-floor offices, then Eugene moved to the next room, leaving Leon to secure the door behind them. They worked well together until they got to the executive suite at the end of the hall.
Eugene was sure it was more of the same, so he jerked open the mahogany door and charged into the well-appointed office. Leon, still admiring the sun dancing off the crystal canisters on the glass shelves behind the bar of the conference room, heard a loud curse. He turned just in time to see Eugene fall over the threshold. Eugene had been watching Leon when his steel-toe work boot caught on the fleshless leg of the mutilated body of a guard.
Eugene stumbled, landing face to face with the torn and shredded remains with eyes. The jaw began to snap. The hammer once clutched in Eugene's hand fell to the floor with a dull thud. Horrified, Eugene jerked away from the gnashing teeth and grabbed his hammer and drove it into Deadman's head. Blood, bones, and brains splattered across the expensive carpet with the first crack of the skull. Still angered at the sudden terror, Eugene focused on the monster laying in front of him and destroying any chances of resurrecting again. "Fucker!" Eugene yelled as he drove the weapon into the head again and again. He was so intent on destroying the monster, he missed a dead guard stepping from behind the open door until he felt a stab of pain on his shoulder. Eugene howled with the excruciating pain of ripping flesh and dropped the hammer. He rolled and pulled free, then kicked a boot into the ashen face. When the dead guard stumbled back, Eugene crab-crawl away. Leon burst into the room, saw the bloodied monster looming over Eugene, and swung his hammer into the head of the guard. When the body lay still on the floor, Leon looked up to see Eugene getting to his feet, clutching his shoulder. He stumbled across the room to the large ornate desk and collapsed onto the executive chair. Leon was still staring at Eugene when Brian and Billy walked in a few minutes later. Brian sent Billy for the rest of the party and gave orders to put the group in the office across the hall, then bring Juan back. Brian took in the blood and gore of the room and crossed the blood-soaked carpet to stand in front of Eugene. "Well, this sucks," Eugene announced with a crooked grin. Brian answered, "Sorry, man." Eugene reached into his pocket and laid a keyring on the table. "Only works in the back door, where we came in," he sighed. "I'd appreciate you not letting me turn." Brian nodded. "No problem. I got your 6.
When Billy, Leon, and Juan returned, they covered the bodies of the guards. Leon went back to the second floor to retrieve a large roll of construction plastic from their job site. After searching the guards, they rolled the bodies in plastic, then moved each to the second floor and left them behind a pile of construction debris. They rolled up the bloodied rug and carried it to the construction site as well. The men moved 2 couches into the executive office since the carpet was a better option for sleeping and provided the best view of the streets below. They disinfected the bite and bandaged Eugene's wound, but knew it would do nothing to avoid the inevitable. Leon made a bed behind the desk for Eugene when he could no longer sit up. He had talked Leon into laying a piece of plastic down and cut a length of carpet from another office to rest on. He told them he didn't want to be alone, but he also didn't want them to watch him die.
The rest of the group settled down for the night by dusk. Brian set a watch schedule with 2 people keeping an eye on the street and Eugene throughout the night. Leon, Juan, Billy, then Brian for the early morning when he expected Eugene to succumb to the infection. The last few hours, Brian sat near Eugene talking to him and listening to his moans of pain, and finally, his final gasp. When the room fell silent, Brian picked up a letter opener from the desk and ensured Eugene wouldn't become one of the infected dead. Brian pulled the plastic over Eugene's body and woke Leon to help move his body to the second floor. When Leon protested, Brian answered, "It's not up for discussion. We're going to be here until tomorrow or the next day,